Chapter 56. Li Yunshin's heart skipped a beat. When the ninth young master said that he was actually outside that night, he already had a bad feeling. Now it really came back to this matter, but he understood that the ninth young master really thought it was fun. Because the smile on his face was a happy smile, and the light in his eyes was full of strong curiosity. The light was so strong. Li Yunshin understood that if he went against the ninth young master's wishes when he was in the best mood, the demon would definitely fly into a rage. Perhaps he had overestimated himself by flying into a rage. The most reasonable reaction was to tear himself into 2 pieces with a cold face. He would no longer be interested in looking at the treasure, so he would wrap himself in a cloud and leave. This bitch, Li Yunshin sighed in his heart. He put his hand into his clothes and took out the jade slip that he kept close to his body. This is it, a jade slip. If the ninth young master likes it, you can take it. After saying this, he was shocked. The jade slip emitted a milky white halo. A second later, a dot of light flickered and floated into view. There was a string of words that he was used to. His conjecture was indeed correct. This thing needed demonic power to open. He had been looking at the things that were open to him in the jade slip for the past few days. But the remaining demonic power in the jade slip came from the short contact with the ninth young master and by Yunshin, so it was quickly used up. Until today, after being in contact with this big demon for so long, it was finally opened again. It was the first time the ninth young master saw this thing, and he was very happy. He reached out his hand and took it. He looked left and right, and then fiddled with the jade slip with his fingers. Li Yunshin knew that he couldn't open it. No one in this world could open it except him. Sure enough, after fiddling with it for a while, he lost interest. He pretended to give it back to him. Li Yunshin restrained himself. He didn't want to show a trace of desire. He didn't know if the ninth young master would play with him again and refuse to give it to him like a kid. Halfway through, the ninth young master suddenly tilted his head. How do I open this? I don't know at all. Li Yunshin shrugged. I just treat it as a treasure and keep it close to my body. Maybe it will be useful. I see. The ninth young master looked at Li Yunshin and smiled. Then why do you keep it? It was useless. Since we are friends, I, Little Nine, am not a petty person. Oh, I'll give you something in exchange for this piece of trash. In the future, we'll keep it for ourselves. When I want to eat you, I remember that we've exchanged things. I definitely won't eat you alive. After he finished speaking, he casually put the translucent jade slip into his bosom, but he didn't take out his hand. She fumbled around in her bosom for a while and frowned slightly. Then, she jerked her hand out. With a rustling sound, she actually took out a leather armor. Li Yunshin stared at his chest for a while. Spring sun, thin shirt, where did he get this thing? He naturally knew about Sumeru mustard seed and interspatial storage bag, but they didn't exist in this world. Previously, when Bai Yunshin gave him the small sword, he also fumbled around in his sleeve for a while. Then he exerted a little force and pulled out that extremely sharp sword. Could it be that this kind of big demon had a secret method that he didn't know about? He looked at the leather armor again. It was just a thin piece of armor. It was sleeveless and could be worn close to the body. It was so thin, it looked like a CT film of him at that time. But there was another detail. The ninth young master took it out and scratched it casually. It seemed that he felt that something was stuck on it and wasn't satisfied. After scratching it a few times, the leather armor was still intact. Li Yunshin subconsciously looked at the stone table where his fingers had left a few marks. He sighed in his heart again, but pretended to be happy and said, "Thank you, ninth young master. I'll definitely keep it close to my body. But you said that you live nearby. Where do you live?" The ninth young master's pupils suddenly shrank. He stared at him. "Why do you ask this?" "Oh, you just said to me, you want to explore my mansion?" He interrupted Li Yunshin's words. His pupils had completely shrunk into a thin line, and he suddenly took a step forward. Li Yunshin really didn't know which words, which tone, and which look of his angered him. Or perhaps this great fiendish demon was simply temperamental in nature. Cold sweat suddenly appeared on his back. He held his breath, not letting himself look too excited, and said with a smile, "Ninth young master." Before he finished his words, the ninth young master suddenly turned his head and stared straight at the northwest. After staring for a moment, he waved his sleeves and slapped Li Yunxin to the wall. Then, wrapped in a cloud of mist, he flew up to the sky. When the demon fled, the strong wind blew the bamboo leaves in the small courtyard, making a rustling sound. It took a long time for the wind to calm down. After a while, Li Yunxin, who was leaning against the wall, slowly let out a moan. What the F***CK? First, he gently moved his arms and legs to make sure that there were no fractures in his limbs. Then, he slowly inhaled and exhaled deeply to make sure that there were no fractures in his ribs and lungs. Then, he closed his eyes and carefully felt for a while before he slowly stood up from the ground. F***king crazy. A demon is a F***king demon. Just now, any ordinary person, even if his real strength was similar to what he had shown, would have been slapped to death on the wall. Fortunately, he was in the transcendent state. There was a difference between the painter's transcendent state and the Taoist priest's transcendent state and the swordsman's transcendent state. The similarity between the three was that their spirit was strong enough and they had a deep understanding of their own sect. They could shift their focus to abandon the 7 emotions and 6 desires instead of the cultivation of their spirit. Starting from the transcendent state, the cultivator's main mission was to pass the God's test. This was because there were many cultivation methods above this state that could not be practiced by those who did not have a clear mind. The transcendent state was a watershed. Countless cultivators were stopped at this point. This was because they could not abandon all kinds of emotions and desires. When they practiced more advanced cultivation methods, it was easy for them to be possessed by the devil. When the Taoist priest and the swordsman cultivated to the transcendent state, they already possessed great supernatural powers and power. Riding on a crane to fly in the sky, riding on a sword to escape far away, these are the signs of a cultivator in the transcendent state. They could break free from the shackles of the earth. In addition to the various techniques used to fight with humans and demons, their power should not be underestimated. If a cultivator at this stage was well prepared, without any interference from others, and with the help of the right time and place, it was not difficult for him to destroy a city by himself. However, the painters and Taoist priests in the past, cultivated to the transcendent state, they could not be compared to the Taoist priest and the swordsman. When the two met on a narrow path and suddenly fought, 5 painters might not be able to defeat a Taoist priest or swordsman. Although the true state and the mystic state might be different, but those things Li Yunxin had no way of knowing. Even so, when a cultivator tempered his spirit, he tempered his body too. Li Yunxin could not unleash the strength of the transcendent state, but he had the capital of the transcendent state, a body that was far stronger than an ordinary person or even an ordinary cultivator. That was why he did not lose his life this time. The 9th young master merely waved his hand out of anger. If it was not Li Yunxin, but someone else who took his thin armor just a moment ago, he would have been killed by the 9th young master. He stood up and walked a few steps before he slowly walked to the stone table and sat down. He stared at the sleeping Lu Lao Dao, but he was not actually looking at him. He was arranging the thoughts in his mind. The jade scroll of enlightenment was gone. Well, there must be a way to get it back. But that was not the most important thing right now. The 9th young master knew where he was. Of course he could run. But he did not doubt that the armor given to him by the 9th young master was the same as the sword given to him by Yunxin. He could not run away. He had to get along with him. The problem was that the time they had spent together was too short. Even though he had tried his best tonight, he still annoyed him at the last moment and almost got killed. What was the problem? That psycho said that he lived nearby, but he had to guess how he found this place. He had to understand him. He had to try to understand him. He had to know him like the back of his hand, this psycho. Li Yunxin stared at Lu Lao Dao for a while and suddenly raised his eyebrows. He thought of something. When Lu Lao Dao woke up, the sky was already bright. After getting drunk, he actually slept all the way until dawn. It was probably because Mu Nanchun was indeed a good drinker, but his body was a little sore, as if he had fallen. The window was half open, and there was a light fog in the courtyard. The morning air mixed with water vapor, and the fragrance of plants entered his lungs. Lu Laodao felt comfortable all over. But when the comfortable feeling passed, he felt more clear-headed. Lao Dao's face turned bitter. He remembered that he had boasted yesterday that he would never leave this place. Oh my God, Tui, drinking is a hindrance. I said things that I didn't think of properly. He could not lie down when he thought of this. He lifted the thin quilt, wiped his face, combed his hair with his fingers, and rushed to Li Yunxin's main room with a sad face. As soon as he entered, he saw Brother Exine eating his sandwich. It was to use 2 pieces of fried steamed buns with vegetable leaves, sauce meat, and eggs, and eat them with your hands. Previously, Lao Dao was curious and asked about the meaning of this name. Brother Exine told him that the 3 enlightened referred to the 3 things in the middle. The meat was soy sauce, the vegetable leaves, and the non-meat was the egg. These 3 things included all kinds of food that the public could eat, and took the meaning of 3, which meant that the 3 gave birth to all things. Eating these 3 things was actually eating all kinds of food in the world, and it was to cultivate the mind. Using 2 pieces of mantu to eat was to strengthen the body, so that the vitality of these 3 things would not run out. Eating these things was cultivation, and it was also to understand one's nature. This was the 3 enlightened. As for the word cure, it carried the meaning of research and cultivation. It further indicated that this wasn't just eating, but also cultivation. The 2 were combined into one, named sandwich. Lao Dao was suddenly filled with respect, thinking that the disciples of the big sects were indeed different. He used to refuse to eat like this, thinking that it was undignified and like a child. But after listening to Li Yunxin's teachings, he was enlightened and made sandwiches for the 2 of them every morning. Brother Exine seemed to be very happy that he could do this, but Lu Laodao always felt that there was a strange smile on his face. Li Yunxin was eating while quickly flipping through a stack of books on the table. Lu Laodao glanced at it and was surprised. Brother X, why are you reading the temple annals? Li Yunxin didn't raise his head. I have something to tell you first. Hold the door and don't get excited. Last night, the monster came and wanted to eat you, but I told him that you were my servant, so he didn't eat you. If he comes again in the future, you have to play the role of my servant. Okay, close the door, it's scary outside. I have something important to do. It was the first time that Lu Laodao heard Li Yunxin talking to him at such a speed, and he was stunned for a long time. He opened his mouth to ask, but saw a stack of books on the other side of the table, and realized that Brother Exant didn't sleep at all last night. So he took a deep breath and slowly went out of the door, letting the turbulence in his heart subside. That demon actually came last night. Brother Exan saved his life again. Li Yunxin saw Lao Dao quietly went out and continued to read the temple annals. There was a temple annals in the Daqing State Dynasty. Li Yunxin used to know county annals, but he didn't hear about temple annals until he came here. The Dragon King Temple in the Daqing State Dynasty was a strange thing. He couldn't find a similar institution or organization from his original world to compare it. As long as there was land, a temple could be built. Whether it was a collection of money from believers or a big family, after the temple was built, they had to report to the government and explain what it was for. Other temples didn't have any special restrictions, but the Dragon King Temple, there was an obligation. The temple attendant of the Dragon King Temple had to record the rain that year. It didn't mean that he had to record what happened every day, but it was about how many people came to the temple to pray for rain on a certain day, and when it rained, when it was a big event, the temple attendant had to record it. Li Yunxin speculated that it was because the Daqing State Dynasty didn't have a weather bureau. So a master patted his head. Well, let the Dragon King Temple do it. Anyway, it was to pray for rain. But other than that, the temple annals also recorded something else. At some point in time, a certain temple attendant began to record down the number of people who went missing around the time of certain rain. Once it started, it slowly became a habit and was kept from generation to generation. Li Yunxin spent the whole night reading through the records of the temple in the past 140 years. Then he closed the last book, rubbed his forehead with his fingers, and walked out of the door. Lu Laodao wasn't there. He probably went to clean the vestibule. These days, he had to go to court and was framed, so there were fewer pilgrims coming to the vestibule, so he neglected to clean it. The fog had dispersed, and Li Yunxin sat on the stone steps in front of the house, basking in the sun for a while. He felt that he knew the real identity of the ninth young master. Last night, the ninth young master had said it clearly, but he was only worried about the jade slip of enlightenment, so he only remembered it, but didn't think deeply. The ninth young master said, "Did you see me before you entered the door? Haha, you saw me. But, well, I was also very bored that night, and I was hiding from an annoying guy." He said that he saw him before he entered the temple, and he was hiding from someone. On the rainy night when he was chased by 2 swordsmen, before he fell into the temple, he did glance at the eaves of the temple. In that short moment, Li Yunxin saw a corner of the eaves in the distance with the help of the electric light. On the eaves, a dark green Qi Wen glanced at him in the heavy rain. The ninth young master, not a demon. He was Qi Wen, the ninth son of the dragon. Chapter 57. Although Li Yunxin was already mentally prepared for the things related to fiends in this world, after deducing this fact, she still felt a strong sense of surprise and uneasiness in her heart. The dragon had 9 sons, each different. This meant that the dragon was naturally lascivious. Wherever he went, he would have sex with humans, with all kinds of animals, giving birth to 9 sons with different appearances. The problem was that legends about dragons, phoenixes, and all kinds of famous demons and ghosts had existed a long, long time ago in his previous world. It was so long ago that people couldn't figure out if those magical creatures really existed in ancient times or if they were just made up by people. So, after coming to this world, he could accept the existence of these things. Maybe it was because they were 2 different planes or dimensions, and because of some rules, they both gave birth to those magical creatures. However, the matter of the dragon giving birth to 9 sons was definitely fabricated, because although the legend of the dragon's 9 sons had a long history, it was recorded in a dynasty called Ming. The emperor was curious about the dragon's 9 sons, so he went to ask his ministers. The ministers also heard of this legend, but they didn't know much about it. Therefore, based on his vague impression, he filled in the gaps in his mind and came up with a few accurate dragon sons. Then, this story slowly spread, and everyone knew about it. But the things that were made up in his previous world really existed now. Li Yunxin found it hard to understand. He also faintly felt that something was not right. But this subtle sense of incongruity was quickly replaced by another worry. The dragon had 9 sons, which meant, hell, there were 8 more. Another point was that the power of faith could make the demon stronger. Since in this world, everyone knew about the dragon had 9 sons, and even made up their images everywhere. Then, they must be extremely powerful. What was the Bai Yunxin that made the powerful 9th young master afraid? No. Something was wrong. There shouldn't be something in this world that could endlessly grow stronger. If this world became prosperous in the future, billions of people knew about the dragon's 9 sons. How powerful would they be? A stable real world. This situation shouldn't happen. Or, this world was on the way to collapse halfway. He sighed. The collapse of the world? It wasn't something he could control. Then it would at least 1,000 years later. But the technology tree of this world seemed to be a little crooked. If it continued to develop at this rate, it would probably stay at this level for a long time. Li Yunxin stood up, took a clean set of clothes from the clothes rack on the west side of the courtyard, went back to the house to change, and then walked to the front yard. The old Taoist was chatting with a middle-aged woman. With his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes were slightly narrowed, and he was stroking his beard. He had the demeanor of a sage-like master. He seemed to have calmed down a little and was not as dazed as before. Li Yunxin nodded to him. "Master, I'm going out for a while." Lao Dao saw his eyes and knew he was going to the Qiao family. He quickly winked and said, "Brother Xian, come here. There's something interesting. You should come and listen." When the woman saw Li Yunxin, her eyes squinted and she smiled happily. Everyone liked a handsome child, not to mention she had an unmarried niece. She waved her hand. Come, let Granny tell you. At her age, in Li Yunxin's previous world, she would probably want to be called elder sister. But here, she could really call herself Granny. Li Yunxin knew Lao Dao wouldn't stop him just because it was interesting, so he smiled kindly. Granny, tell me, what's interesting? The woman looked at Li Yunxin with a smile and lowered her voice. You too. Be careful these days. After saying this, she pointed at the Qiao family and lowered her voice even more, as if she was afraid of being heard by something terrible. It's haunted. Ah, Li Yunxin said in surprise. It's so scary. The woman was very satisfied with his performance and said, Granny now knows that you've all been wronged. The Qiao family must not be good people. You see, when a high-ranking official was interrogating you, didn't he die? After that, the Qiao family also died in the court. Huh? Oh, this is retribution. What retribution? It must be a vengeful spirit that wants to kill us. A look of concentration and excitement appeared on the woman's face, and her eyes emitted the kind of passionate light that only appeared on middle-aged women when someone was listening carefully. Our neighbors all say that Lao Dao and the little Taoist, you're so handsome, are not the kind of people who would harm people. How can the people who harm people support Grand, Celestial Master, Jivan, and Dragon Lady Shuana? So, you see, those three people said that people died in the house. It must be Qiao Jiaming, that wastrel, who wanted to seize the family property, so he beat all the loyal servants to death. TSK, how did he kill them? It is said that they were strangled to death with white silk. After they died, they were not satisfied, so they cut off their heads and pushed them to the old servant. TSK, how could they do it? Li Yunxin and Lao Dao looked at each other. It was really a waste of this woman's talent not to be a screenwriter. When she finished talking as if she had seen it with her own eyes, she calmly asked Lao Dao, Don't you think so? Lao Dao nodded. Well, if that's the case, then... But the woman had no intention of listening to his opinion. She continued, So, the vengeful spirit came to kill us. Every night in the Qiao family's house, there is a woman laughing. Li Yunxin thought for a moment. Grandma, there is a daughter in the Qiao family. Qiao Jiasin, who was possessed by the cat monster, was still in the house. Li Yunxin had gone there several times at night, but he told the cat monster not to make too much noise and ruin his business. The cat monster was very obedient. Although he felt it was a little strange, he didn't take it to heart. When he met Yu Meng and returned to the city, the cat monster had been very obedient, so he gradually got used to it. Recently, because he was focused on preparing for the final blow in the court, he didn't go to see the cat monster anymore. Last night, he wanted to explain to her, but the ninth young master came. Was there something wrong with him? When the woman heard what he said, her eyes widened. Yes, there was a girl in the house. She was also a pitiful person, but guess what? Recently, the girl who lived next door to her house heard a group of women laughing. That voice was eccentric. It didn't sound like a human voice. Chapter 58. Hearing this, Li Yunxin was not in the mood to listen anymore. He casually put his hands on his stomach, and there was not even a hint of pain on his face. Ouch, my stomach hurts. You talk first. Then he went out the door. Outside the door was a side street, and across from it was the high wall of the Qiao family. He was going to climb over the wall, but after listening to the woman, he decided to go through the front door. If it was really haunted, then he had to go through the front door first. He was not at all worried that something would happen to the cat demon. He was just curious, because he had never really seen a haunted house. Li Yunxin had heard his parents talk about haunted houses, feng shui, and qi of the earth, but he had never really experienced it. A piece of land, flat and empty, existed there. It was just a piece of land. But if you placed something on it and built something up, these differences in height would form a force. Therefore, it was possible to produce or tie something down. Then it would encircle the place, and it would become a system, forming a unique ecosphere. Of course, this was what Li Yunxin called it, because he felt that these three words were much more concise than those that were difficult to pronounce and did not have a detailed definition. In other words, a house with people or a house that was haunted had, in a sense, life and contained some kind of law. Usually, one entered the house through the front door. Therefore, if one wanted to fully experience or observe a possible haunted house, it was best to go through the front door. Lianxin thought that this was probably caused by Mrs. Sanhua. But it was a good thing. It was just in line with his curiosity and desire for knowledge. To go around the back to the front door of the Chow family's house, he actually had to walk a long way. It was about 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning, and there were already many people on the street. With his hands behind his back, Li Yunxin walked briskly for 10 minutes into the alley in front of the Chow family's house. He did not notice that he was being watched by another person, Xiao Jiaming. In fact, it had only been one night, but Xiao Jiaming already felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. In the court, Li Yunxin's cruel and evil expression was still vivid in his mind. It was as if the words, "None of you can escape," were still ringing in his ears just a moment ago. Talking tough was Xiao Jiaming's specialty, but it was usually limited to talking tough. But that Li Yunxin, he really dared to kill people. Thinking of that, he felt cold sweat all over his body, especially when he saw that Madame Qiao was stabbed to death by a Yamen runner in front of him and he escaped in the chaos. He didn't know how Li Yunxin did it. However, he felt that if he had the chance to do it all over again, he would definitely run as far away as possible. He would never have anything to do with that scary guy. Previously, the bailiffs had been looking for him all over the city, but now they had all stopped. Xiao Jiaming only felt relieved, but he didn't know what this meant. Yin Pingji had accepted Li Yunxin's threat and wouldn't protect him. However, this wise idea disappeared after he didn't sleep for a whole night. In order to quench the irritation in his heart, he drank 1/2 kilogram of Mao Tu. Xiao Jiaming planned to escape from the city of Wei. He needed to get some money. Although the Qiao family was gone, they still had some assets. Not to mention those gold and silver utensils. Just the jewelry and beads of the Qiao family were enough for him to squander for a while. Therefore, Xiao Jiaming wandered around the Qiao family early in the morning. He felt that he had to explore the situation first. He didn't want to run into a few men who were waiting for him and be taken back again. In this way, he saw Li Yunxin. Wine could make him brave, which was good stuff. When he saw Li Yunxin, Xiao Jiaming was squatting behind a century-old locust tree, holding a small, rough porcelain wine jar in his hand. The first reaction of seeing him was to shiver and subconsciously want to escape. But this feeling quickly disappeared, and after he drank another mouthful of wine, it was replaced by a surging hatred. Because Li Yunxin didn't find him. He also had times of negligence. He was still a human. He was a human, not a demon, and didn't know any magic. He was just lucky. Well, he killed the prefectural magistrate. As for how he killed him, well, who had the patience to care? He was just lucky. He was still just a mortal. His mind, which was paralyzed by alcohol, skipped a few key facts and only focused on the most clear and intuitive things. Li Yunxin was walking to the Qiao family. He didn't find him. He could kill him. Xiao Jiaming drank another mouthful of wine and threw the porcelain bottle on the ground with a backhand, leaving only a broken stubble. Then, clutching the thing, he stumbled after her. Many people noticed this man who was full of wine early in the morning, but they didn't pay much attention to him. In such an era, the efficiency of information dissemination was still extremely low. Even such a big event as the prefectural magistrate's death, there were still many people who didn't know about it. But another person took a special look at him. This person was a woman who had been standing on the street. In terms of clothes, she was actually very ordinary. She wore a white dress that was common for women in this era and this season, and covered with a light blue chiffon coat. With such a dress, if she held a round fan in her hand, she would be a weak girl from a humble family. But this woman tied a ribbon around her waist, and her whole temperament was raised. She had the tenderness and cuteness of a girl, but also a hint of heroism. Looking at her face again, you would find that she only combed a simple Taoist bun and inserted a wooden hairpin. But 2 strands of smooth black hair hung down from her cheeks, adding a little femininity in her solemnity. As for her appearance, it was hard to describe her appearance. Passers-by could see her face. They would never be disgusted or disgusted by her appearance. But they would never have any shocking or obscene thoughts. It was as if when they saw her, there would be a fuzzy cloud in their mind, blocking the thought of, is this woman beautiful or ugly? Now this woman was standing under a tree on both sides, empty-handed, and there was no one around her for a few steps. In this small space, she seemed to be a world of her own. She looked at the passers-by, coming and going, and then saw Xiao Jiaming's movement in the distance. She gently tilted her head and made a sound of surprise. "Interesting," she said. In fact, this interesting was said calmly, with almost no fluctuation of tone. It was as if the colorful world of people in front of her was like a floating cloud to her. But in this floating cloud, she saw a small cyclone. Interesting. It was just a little more interesting than not being interested at all. But even this was enough for her to lift her feet and follow up. Although the city of Wei was a big city, it couldn't be like the era of Li Yunxin, where there was no soil on the roadside. The place where the woman stood was under the tree on the yellow ground. Because it hadn't rained for a few days, the ground was covered with a layer of dust. But after she walked away, there was not even a footprint there. The soles of the woman's feet were always separated from the ground by an imperceptible distance. She was treading on air as she walked. Chapter 59. The street in front of Qiao's house was slightly wider, allowing two carriages to travel side by side. On the other side of the street was an open canal. The canal was lined with bluestone slabs and planted with some short trees. Li Yunxin didn't know what the name of the tree was, but he saw some thumb-sized red fruits hanging between the tender green branches and leaves, exceptionally attractive. After walking for a few minutes, he could see the cornice of Qiao's house. Along the way, there were some children playing with the red fruits, but as he got closer to Qiao's house, there were no more people. Finally, Li Yunxin stopped in front of Qiao's house and looked inside with his hands behind his back. The black lacquered door was tightly shut. There was a pair of stone lions at the door and a big flag on each side. On one side was written Wei City's Hongfu Escort Agency, and on the other side was written Wei City's Hongfu Escort Agency. Li Yunxin looked for a while, then walked to the door and pushed it. It opened with a push. It opened without a sound. He glanced inside and frowned. When he sent Xiao Duanhong back, he walked through this door once. If he remembered correctly, there should be a screen wall when he entered from the front door. Now the screen wall was gone, and there was a tree. This tree, without leaves, was thick enough for a person to wrap his arms around, and had many branches. But the bark was extremely smooth, shining like jade. On the branches, it was full of gold ingots. There was no wind, but the shining gold ingots on the tree were flashing, as if tempting people to pick them. There was a demon when something abnormal happened. Li Yunxin understood this. He closed his eyes. Normal cultivators, unless they used special means to open their inner eye or yin-yang eye, couldn't see nether spirits directly. But since Li Yunxin absorbed the power of wish in the temple, he could see nether spirits. The first time he saw Qiao Jiesen's faceless ghost, he noticed this abnormality. But he wasn't a person who liked to make a fuss, so he didn't take it to heart. The power of wish from incense was something exclusively enjoyed by demons. He, a living person, absorbed it, so it was reasonable for something abnormal to happen. At this time, he realized that he must have seen an illusion created by the monster. He could see ghosts directly, and when he stepped into the illusions created by the monsters, he could see them more clearly and realistically. This was also the reason why cultivators were reluctant to open the yin-yang eye, because it's easier to be confused. But since he was a cultivator, he naturally had the means to see through the mystique, as long as his realm was high enough. Li Yunxin was at the transcendent state, which was high enough for ordinary ghosts and spirits in the mortal world. So he closed his eyes for a moment and opened them again. The tree full of gold ingots had disappeared. A dried corpse stood upright in front of the screen wall, swaying slightly. Although it was a mummy, it still had eyes. Not only that, but she also had a pair of watery eyes with distinct black and white parts. Because they had no eyelids, They looked like two white, black beads embedded in their eye sockets. They were now staring at Li Yunxin motionlessly. If the dried corpse had more muscles, he would have seen that its cheeks were tightly clenched. Come on, take the bait. Li Yunxin heaved a sigh and closed the door. He took a few steps and kicked it over. He asked, "Did the one inside ask you to guard the door?" The mummy was obviously in a panic. Its big, watery eyes were rolling around, and its whole body was trembling. It was trying to exert its power so that it could enchant Li Yunxin again. So he unleashed his force. It was indeed the kind of qi of a powerful cultivator that was released by the tiger's body. A cultivator's qi, and spirit were always reserved. But it didn't mean that they couldn't release their qi. Suddenly, the dried corpse truly felt the power of a transcendent state cultivator, and it immediately stopped moving. Li Yunxin saw that it was muddle-headed, so he guessed that it was also a small monster that had yet to gain intelligence. He ignored it and continued to walk into the courtyard. Everything was normal as he walked forward, until he passed through the front yard and entered the backyard. As soon as he passed through the moon gate, he heard someone talking. The voice was familiar. It was Qiao Jiesen's voice. The tone was also familiar. It was Mrs. Sanhua's voice. Then he heard her say in a strange tone, 3 views. I will tell you my 3 views. My outlook on life, the world. Values? That's the 3 views. But the 3 views. Bah, sit tight. I will tell you something. Li Yunxin stood outside the door and listened for a while with his hands behind his back. This cat monster, or should he say Mrs. Sanhua, she really had some tricks up her sleeve. The first time he met her, she knew about Taoist dancing. Later, when Li Yunxin asked her how she knew about it, she only said that she couldn't remember. The cat monster was using Qiao Jiesen's damaged skin, and she seemed to have some mental problems. Therefore, even Li Yunxin couldn't tell whether she was telling the truth or not. Now that he was listening outside the door, he heard her telling. Because of some accidental opportunities, wild monsters gained some spiritual wisdom, so they had the heart to cultivate and pursue Tao. But the divine heart method passed by the celestial beings was not easily seen even by the wild Taoists in the secular world, let alone these strange creatures. Therefore, even a most basic method of meditating and refining qi was very precious to the monsters. Some monsters lived for a long time and encountered some opportunities, so they could also figure out some cultivation methods. This kind of monster could impart the method to other monsters. After imparting the method, they would have disciples and grand disciples. They would gather in one place and gradually become more powerful, and they might even cause trouble. What Li Yunxin heard from her was probably the method she figured out herself. It was a little rough, but it was really useful. It was just that this cat monster seemed to remember what Li Yunxin had warned her before. She used the name of 3 grand methods to talk about her own method to some unknown thing. It seemed that in the few days when he wasn't here, this cat monster used some unknown method to gather a group of monsters and became a proper Mrs. Sanhua. It seemed like she was about to open up her own altar. If it was an ordinary cultivator who encountered this kind of thing, they would definitely shout, "How dare you, demon!" and rush in to kill. But when it came to Li Yunxin, he only felt that it was interesting. First, he was influenced by the beautiful legends of Fox Immortal and Flower Fairy. Second, he clearly knew where the upper and lower limits of his ability were. If there was a problem, it wouldn't be too late to deal with it later. At this time, he just wanted to see the scene of demons dancing wildly inside. So he walked to the door of Qiao Jiesen's original bedroom and pushed it open. As soon as the door opened, Mrs. Sanhua's voice came to an abrupt stop. Li Yunxin saw that Qiao Jiesen was sitting cross-legged on a wooden table opposite the door, her neck straight. One hand was placed in front of her lower abdomen, and the other hand was pinching her middle finger and thumb. Holding it in mid-air, she stared at him. And in front of her, on the ground, there was a red-crowned rooster, a white-furred red-eyed rabbit, a black cat, and a gray mouse lying on the ground. These 4 animals seemed to be fascinated by Mrs. Sanhua's method. When they heard the sound of the door opening, They still hadn't come back to their senses and were still lying on the ground motionlessly. But the cat monster stared at Li Yunxin for a while, then turned around and jumped down from the table, crawling under the bed, only revealing a pair of eyes. Huh? Ah. Grandpa, I'm talking, huh? I remember the 3 views. Only then did the 4 animals on the ground realize that something was wrong. For a moment, there was chaos, and it was very lively. The rabbit jumped down from the bed, and the rooster flapped its wings, wanting to fly out of the door, but it was afraid that Li Yunxin was standing there. When the black cat saw the mouse, it endured for a while, but in the end, it couldn't fight against its natural instincts. It meowed and pounced on it. The mouse was brave, and with a squeak, it crawled onto Li Yunxin's foot, put its 2 thin front paws on his ankle, and looked up at him with its 2 small black eyes. Li Yunxin knew that the cat monster was afraid that he would blame her for gathering evildoers to bring disaster to the world. But he was not in the mood to care about this. He was not in the mood to talk to the cat monster. Now he only raised his head slightly, looking up. A face without any facial features was less than 10 centimeters away from his face, as if it was staring at him. The neck behind the face was very long, all the way to the roof. Xiao Jiaxin's ghost was climbing on the roof. She was also listening to the method. Chapter 60. Ever since he saw Jiaxin's ghost that night, she never appeared again. Li Yunxin once wondered if she was also imprisoned outside the magistrate's office and became a member of the evil spirit array. But after spending 2 hours looking at all the faceless ghosts, he was relieved. Xiao Jiaxin was not among them. The appearance of ghosts was their original appearance. Their clothes were also a part of them. Changing a ghost's clothes? That was impossible. Now, she had actually come here. Most ghosts were muddle-headed and acted according to their instincts when they were alive. She came to find him probably because she had a good impression of him and was obsessed with him. Now that she had come to the cat demon's place, it was probably because her skin was still here. Li Yunxin found it interesting that something like this had happened. He reached out his hand and poked Jiaxin's face. The ghost's neck suddenly shrank back, and she once again clung to the roof. Come out. I don't blame you for this kind of thing, Li Yunxin said to the cat demon under the bed. As he said that, he picked up the gray mouse and threw it out of the door. What is this person's title? Most animals that had gained intelligence would also have a vague understanding of their own identities. According to common sense, the cat demon should give them a title when she preached. The cat demon blinked her eyes. Seeing that Li Yunxin was really not angry at her, she rolled her eyes. Title? Ah, there's no title? Grandpa gave me a name. Grandpa gave me a name. Li Yunxin knew what she was thinking. She looked silly like a mental patient, but she was not stupid when it came to big things. If Li Yunxin gave these beasts a name, it would mean that she wasn't angry at her anymore. But the grandpa made him uncomfortable. In the journey to the west, the monsters called the traveler Grandpa Great Sage. Now, he was called Grandpa, but he could not get used to it. He said, "Don't call me Grandpa. Call me King." The cat demon blinked her eyes and crawled out from under the bed. She seemed to be very satisfied with this title. She giggled as she sat on the bed and said, "Oh, the great king bestows a name. He. Li Yunxin glanced outside the door. This gray-furred rat really did understand human nature. It lay on the steps and didn't leave. He thought for a moment and said, "Your name is Shuck." The thoughts must be smooth and unobstructed, but must also restrain the bestiality of animals, and have long achieved the meaning of the great Tao. When the gray rat heard this, it clasped its paws and bowed 9 times, then lay there motionlessly. After saying this, the big black cat meowed and rushed to the mouse's side, but it did not pounce on it. Instead, its 2 front paws left the ground, and it stood up, staring at Li Yunxin with its 2 yellow eyes. Li Yunxin glanced at its lower body and knew that it was just a female cat. He thought for a moment and said, "You can call him the sheriff." Warning meant that you had to constantly remind yourself not to forget to cultivate. Zhang, Chong, and Chong, Chong meant that you couldn't be half-hearted and have no patience. The path of cultivation was fraught with dangers. Since we are fated to meet, don't let it down. The black cat hurriedly put down its front paws and bowed 9 times. It glanced at the rat, licked its lips, and stopped moving. Li Yunxin looked at her and snorted. What are you thinking? I will give Shuck a name first, and he will be your senior brother. If you dare to have evil intentions towards me again, I will skin you alive. The black cat hurriedly pressed down its ears and rubbed back. Li Yunxin turned his head and pointed at the red-eyed, white-furred rabbit. You do it. The rabbit hurriedly jumped onto the steps. You are a rabbit, so you will be called CC. 2C. Li Yunxin thought for a moment. G refers to the foundation of the building. You used to be timid, but I want you to be steady in the future, just like CC. The rabbit put up its ears, chewed with its 3-petal mouth, and also bowed 9 times. Finally, the big rooster trotted over with its head held high. Li Yunxin thought for a moment. As for you, forget it. Let's call you Shanji. I won't tell you the name first. In the future, when you become a human and someone calls you Brother Shanji, you will understand my painstaking efforts. The big rooster also pecked 9 times. Li Yunxin waved his hand. Well, when I came here, there was a retarded person following me. I guess he has already entered the door. The 4 of you go to the yard and use your skills. I said that monsters with intelligence are born to bewitch people. I want to see how good you are. Don't kill him. I still need that person. No one knew if the 4 understood Li Yunxin's intention, but they just looked at each other and rushed out in confusion. At this time, Li Yunxin walked to the table, pulled out a stool, and sat down. He sighed. Tell me, what happened? Let's talk about the corpse in front. You can't have dug that thing out from the ground. Besides, he pointed to the ceiling. Do you know that she is the original owner of your body? What are you going to do? The cat monster always talked incoherently, and this time was no exception. It took Li Yunxin nearly a quarter of an hour to figure out where the corpse came from. Originally, there were only 4 servants left in the Qiao family, and 3 of them were killed by Meng Ao. The remaining servant girl wasn't easy to get along with either. She knew that her master's family had lost the case in court and was on the brink of death. Thus, she had evil thoughts and wanted to run away with the belongings. Originally, the cat monster didn't care about these things and only played with people in the house. But the servant girl was greedy and wanted to get the miss. Li Yunxin could understand. In this era, it was hard for a woman to get promoted. She couldn't be an official, she couldn't do business, and there was almost no chance to change her fate. Now that she was involved in this matter, it was hard not to go crazy. So she didn't leave after taking the money. At night, she wanted to take the things that the miss was wearing. Who would have thought that when night came, according to the cat demon, a cloud of mist would roll in and envelop the little servant girl inside? The woman screamed twice and then went silent. The cat monster waited until the cloud flew away before she dared to look. The servant girl had turned into a dried corpse. The cat monster thought that the dried corpse looked cute and wrinkled, so she tapped it and turned it into a demon. At this point, Li Yunxin widened his eyes. Let's not talk about the cloud first. According to the cat monster's description, it shouldn't be the 9th young master, but some demon that passed by. Although it was too much of a coincidence, it was not impossible. In fact, there were some other things that had happened recently, but they weren't the most important. He was surprised that the 3 flower goddesses just poked the mummy's head, and that thing became a spirit monster. He asked about this in detail, but the cat monster couldn't tell him anything. She only said, if you remember, just tap. Most of the time I can't remember. Listening to what she said, it seemed that she had some kind of supernatural power that he didn't know about. But now she lost her mind and was in a trance, sometimes not. Chapter 61. This, Mrs. Sanhua, made Li Yunxin feel that things were not that simple. He put it aside and asked Xiao Jiasen. In fact, they couldn't get anything out of her. The faceless ghost was muddle-headed. Although it was easier to communicate with the 3 flower goddess because they were both not very smart, they didn't actually say any earth-shattering secrets. She was frightened a few days ago, so she ran away. She couldn't tell what she was frightened about. Li Yunxin looked up at Jiasen on the roof, thinking about how to deal with her. Just at this moment, she saw Xiao Jiaming smiling with a crooked mouth, drooling as he stumbled into the backyard. The broken wine bottle in his hand was nowhere to be seen. His eyes were blank, obviously bewitched. Li Yunxin was in the house, but he pretended not to see him. He ran a few steps with a strange smile, saw an old tree in the yard, and pounced on it. He pounced on it, hugged it, took off his pants, straightened his waist, and pierced between two branches of the old tree. Doing it. The bark of the old tree was rough, and Xiao Jiaming used a lot of strength. After a dozen or so times, his lower body was already a bloody mess. Everything happened so fast that Li Yunxin was dumbfounded. Seeing this, the cat demon laughed and clapped her hands. Hey, this is fun. Li Yunxin slapped her back. Stand to the bed. At this moment, the woman walked to the gate of the Qiao family. The sky suddenly turned dark. Of course, this was how she felt. A moment ago, it was warm in the morning, and the next moment, it was midnight. But although it was midnight, it was not particularly dark, because a series of big red lanterns were hung in front of the Qiao family's gate. The warm and festive light dispelled the fear brought by the darkness. She was standing at the gate, but she could already hear the faint laughter inside. It was the laughter of young girls, 3 or more. There was also the smell. It was like the smell of a wedding in a rich family, the smell of wine, meat, and firecrackers. Everything indicated that it was the wisest choice to walk into the mansion at midnight. There would be a soft and dry bed, or a charming and lovely maid. The woman thought for a moment, then really walked in. She crossed the threshold and walked 3 or 4 steps before the door quietly closed behind her without a sound. She saw a skinny servant girl staring at her with a smile. The maidservant's eyes were wide open, as if there was no upper or lower eyelids. Her eyeballs were about to pop out. But in such an environment and atmosphere, it didn't seem out of place. Instead, it was very normal. She smiled, the corners of her mouth stretching all the way to her ears, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. This smile hung on his face like a mask, without the slightest change. The maidservant was like a puppet whose joints were not very flexible. She bent her waist slightly and stretched out one hand to point the way for the woman. The woman stopped in front of the servant girl and stared at her expressionlessly for a while. Then, she shook her head slightly and walked in the direction that the servant girl pointed. In the night, the entire Qiao family's courtyard was lit up. Kongming lanterns floated in the sky. Candles and incense sticks were placed beside the pond and on the rockery. White paper money floated in the wind on the branches, but under the yellow light, it forced out the aura of wealth. The woman walked a few steps and heard a man's laughter in the wind. A man in colorful clothes walked towards her with his hands behind his back, his head held high, and a smile on his face. The man's steps were vigorous and light, as if he was stepping on extremely elastic cotton. His hair was combed into a high bun, tied with a large red silk bun, fluttering in the night wind. It didn't fall down even when it was in midair. As for his face, he had huge yellow lips. It almost took up half of his face. His lips were smooth and glossy, as if they were oiled. But this man's appearance, in such an environment, didn't seem out of place. He reached out a hand to the woman. The woman hesitated for a moment, then took his hand. The man let out a clear and resounding chuckle, then pulled her to the backyard even faster. As they neared the backyard, the sound of laughter and heavy breathing became even more distinct. After passing through the moon gate, the woman saw the source of the sound. She saw a naked woman lying on a stone table with her legs propped up high, and a man, like a bull in heat, was grabbing the woman's ankle, doing his best to shake it. The woman stopped, slightly frowning. The man beside her gently let go of her hand and began to take off his colorful clothes. The woman frowned as she looked at him, then turned her head and looked forward. In the night, in front of her was the door to the inner chamber. The door was also hung with lanterns. 2 stone stools were placed on the steps in front of the door. One of the stools had a blood-red mist, and the other had a writing brush. The woman stared at the 2 stone stools, frowned, and said, "Why did you harm him?" When the woman walked in, Li Yunxin was about to kick Xiao Jiaming away. He could not be bothered to see what kind of bewitchment this rotten person had. He only felt that the 4 new names he had bestowed were really good at playing. Animals were not very perceptive, but this did not prevent them from using their keen instincts to sense what you wanted the most and then let you see them. In fact, whether you were an abstinence or a Taoist, the instinct to reproduce had always been hidden in your body and genes. These monsters used this matter to make a fuss, and it could be said that they had accidentally guessed correctly. When Li Yunxin saw this woman, he also frowned and stood in place. Most people who were bewitched by ghosts would be delirious. A cliff was right in front of you, but you only felt that it was a small ditch, and you could cross it with a step. But this woman, her eyes were very clear. He only had time to think about who this person was, why she had come here, and what was unusual about her body, when he saw her turn her head, stare at him, and ask, "Why did you harm him?" As soon as this sentence came out, the woman, the stone table, the lamp, the paper money, the man in colorful clothes, and the night faded without a trace in an instant. Xiao Jiaming was stunned for a moment, and finally saw the tree in front of him. But before he could think about the question of where did the beauty go and why am I here, a huge, tidal wave of pain swept over him, violently spreading from his lower body to every corner of his body. The extreme pain prompted a miserable howl, but as soon as the howl reached his throat, it was blocked because of the spasms caused by the pain. He knelt on the ground and covered his lower body with his hands. In his blurry vision, he saw the figures of Li Yunxin and another woman. He subconsciously wanted to pounce on Li Yunxin, but because he staggered, he slanted towards the woman. But the woman did not dodge. She only frowned at Xiao Jiaming's bloody lower body and raised the middle and index fingers of her right hand, riding something in the air at a speed so fast that it could not be seen clearly, and then pointed at him slightly. With a bang, Xiao Jiaming's whole body turned into a pool of blood, splashing over half of the courtyard. Li Yunxin frowned and sighed, "Miss, you killed my test subject just like that." But the woman did not answer him, and only asked, "Which sect are you a disciple of? Why did you harm people?" Chapter 62. Li Yunxin shook his head slightly and wiped his face with his fingertips. Then he flicked off a small piece of flesh. The clothes he had just changed into, which still had the fragrance of honey locust, were now stained with blood. Then he sighed again and spread his hands. "It's the first time we met. I didn't tell you your name, and I didn't know the details. Then I angrily asked why I hurt people. Fellow Taoist, be reasonable. This is not good." In the few seconds, just now, Li Yunxin quickly and carefully observed this woman. The result was quite shocking. He walked into the Qiao family openly because he was not worried. He was not worried that someone would break in and he would not know anything. The Taoists of the Shangqing Danding sect and the swordsmen of the Lingshu sword sect were only in the emptiness realm. He might not be able to fight them head-on, but he had 100 ways to mess with them. If the two of them had walked into the courtyard, he would have been the first to know since he was already on guard. But he didn't realize it until this woman came here. This woman was at least in the same realm as him, and she seemed to be a playful person. First, she entered an enigmatic state and looked at the scenery. Then, when she wanted to jump out, she jumped out. Just now, she killed someone with a move of her finger. She killed decisively and calmly. Judging from the technique, it was not the art of painting, then it should be the art of Daotong. Swordsmen killed people with their swords, while Taoist priests were good at drawing talismans. When one's cultivation reached a high level, he could draw some simple talismans out of thin air with spiritual power, just like what she did just now. Li Yunxin wanted to see her expression and capture her thoughts. But with just a glance, he realized that this woman did something to his face. He could see her face clearly, but he couldn't see her face clearly. It was as if there was a cloud of fog in his head. It was probably some kind of magic treasure. His parents told him about magic treasures, but this was the first time he saw one. This was normal, since there was the word treasure in magic treasures. They must be rare. If any cultivator could have one or two of them, they wouldn't be called magic treasures. Therefore, he could only read this woman's words, tone, and body movements. The first conclusion was that it was okay. He wasn't a pervert with antisocial tendencies and could barely be classified as a normal person. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that he was a deeply hidden pervert. He said this sentence calmly and confidently, without the panic of using witchcraft to harm people, but being seen through by fellow Taoists. The woman frowned slightly, looked at him for a while, and said in a low voice, "Interesting." Li Yunxin rolled his eyes. The ninth young master also said that he was interesting, and so did Bai Yunxin. The woman said he was funny again. If it was the first time he met her, he might have felt that she was an unfathomable master and trembled with fear. However, after meeting monsters like the ninth young master and Bai Yunxin, these human cultivators, there was no pressure at all. He pointed at himself. "I am Li Yunxin. How should I address you?" A second later, the woman straightened her chest imperceptibly and tilted her head back slightly, which meant that she was in a more formal mood. "I am Ling Kongzi, the head disciple of the Langia Grotto Heaven." She hesitated for a while and added in an inexplicable and imperceptible happy tone, "You can call me Lu Ling when you are in the secular world." Caught it. It was just a little emotional fluctuation. A head disciple of the Langia Grotto Heaven, who would find anything and everyone interesting. A noble identity. There were a total of 18 Grotto Heavens endowed on. Every head of the Grotto Heaven was a disciple of the Master of Calligrapher. This woman claimed to be the head disciple of the Master of Calligrapher. If she was not lying, she could almost be on an equal footing with anyone below the heads of the 36 sections. The legendary Grotto Heavens were all fairyland that people couldn't imagine. Miss Ling Kongzi, who came from such a fairyland, now walked into this haunted house to enjoy this scenery and said that he was interesting. And when she introduced her secular name, there was a hint of joy and novelty. An old man who brought a huge sum of money to experience life in the slums casually saw the moss between the brick cracks, the broken roof with leaking rain, and lying on a wicker chair in the street to enjoy the sunshine on the mountain would feel really beautiful. Just like that, the image of a fair, rich, and beautiful woman was outlined in his mind. Li Yunxin laughed. "Well, Miss Lu, you see, the situation is like this. You should know that we, the secular cultivators, also have our own Taoist field. This is my Taoist field. I don't know what your attitude is towards monsters and the like, but in my place, I personally think there are good and bad monsters. I don't know if you have heard of the phrase, education without discrimination. Since monsters and human beings are both inclined to Tao, then if I have the conditions, I will help them. Animals with spiritual intelligence, if there is no rule and guidance, are likely to go on the wrong path, eating human flesh and blood, harming the villagers, and in the end, they may be eliminated by an expert like you who walks in the secular world. They kill people and they don't want to live. You see, this is such a tragic result. Cultivators like you and I practice the divine heart technique. Where does the divine heart technique come from? It is passed down by the celestials. In the eyes of the celestials, are we really more noble than those animals in our eyes? I don't think so. Since the celestials can mercifully teach us the method of cultivation, then do we also have the responsibility to help other living beings who are suffering? Miss Lu, look at this world. Why is there suffering? Because the distribution of resources is unfair. Some people sit on wealth, but still exploit and oppress others. And those who are exploited and oppressed constantly accumulate resentment in their hearts. And in the end, they will always resist. The change of dynasties, I think this is how it came about. This is talking about the human world. If we talk about the whole world we live in, what role do we play? We have the most resources, and those monsters. Lu Ling stood and listened to him. In the beginning, she just stood casually. Later, she slightly tilted her head, and a slender index finger slightly tapped in her sleeve. She was thinking from the initial non-committal to the serious engagement later. She felt that what this young man, namely Yunxin, said was actually very reasonable. Although she felt that something was not right, it was also very reasonable. That's why I call this great unity world communism. Humans and monsters living harmoniously and happily together. That is such a beautiful world. Li Yunxin finally made a concluding speech. So that person just now, is particularly annoying. Why did I say he was a test subject? I originally wanted him to try to get along with these little monsters who have just gained spiritual intelligence. In the end, what he did, you also know you are a good person. Lu Ling interrupted him. No need to explain. Li Yunxin's eyes widened. He heard Lu Ling continue to say lightly, "What you said may not be the truth, and what you did here may not be as honorable as you said. But you can actually say such insightful words. Let's not talk about whether the doctrine is right or not, but you must have thought about it carefully. People who think about these questions are not bad people. You're a person with a very kind heart." She used an unquestionable tone to define Li Yunxin and then turned to leave. "Since you said it is your Taoist field, then it is your Taoist field. I will go back and think about your words carefully. If there is anything I don't understand, I will ask you." Li Yunxin blinked and stared at her for a while. When she was about to walk out of the moon gate, he couldn't help but ask, "Miss Lu, what are you doing in the city of Wei?" Lu Ling stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at him. "Dao Xin," she said. "I am looking for Dao Xin." Chapter 63. After saying this, Lu Ling walked out. Li Yunxin looked at her back and thought for a while, then sighed. "What are you talking about?" he said in a low voice. If there was another Li Yunxin here, he would be able to tell the complex emotions behind this sentence. To be honest, this sentence provoked him. He was reincarnated into this world. He knew that there were miraculous techniques and that there might be real immortals. Fortunately, his parents were both powerful cultivators. He didn't know how powerful they were, but now he knew that they were at least above the transcendent state. Therefore, he could learn the Tao of immortals from them, from two experienced cultivators. He didn't take many detours, and he was smart. Therefore, he reached the transcendent state when he was a teenager. He didn't think this state was that great when he stayed in the village, but now that he was in the mortal world, he knew where he was. Song Yunzi and Pan Ninzi, who were very powerful in the city of Wei, were only emptiness realm cultivators. The two swordsmen who chased after him and Huainanzi were also emptiness realm cultivators. In terms of fighting skills and experience, he was not as good as them. The art of painting at this time was not famous for fighting. But after he was driven out of the village, he grew up quickly. A series of life and death situations soon awakened his old memories. If he went back to Facekong, Kurongzi, and Chisongzi, he would have many ways to kill them in the yard. His current cultivation level was very impressive in the mortal world. But the problem was, he had to stop. He had lost his parents, and he had no teacher. His parents probably thought that the three of them could hide in the village for a long time, so long that they would have enough time to think about whether or not they should guide their son on the path of cultivation. Therefore, just like the conventional education system of the previous world, when he was told about a state of affairs, he was told only about a state of affairs, and would never go beyond it. The advantage of this was that his foundation was very solid, and he might be able to surpass his peers. But the disadvantage was that once there was no one to guide him, it would be very difficult for him to continue. Even for the cultivators of the Heavenly Abode sect, it was extremely difficult for them to cultivate alone. This matter was not something that could be casually thrown to you, and you would be able to comprehend it just by looking at it. Secret manuals were not teaching materials. From the day he was taken out, he had been on guard against the possibility of someone with bad intentions getting his hands on him. For example, he was cultivating the water cloud force in the transcendent state. He also found another cultivation method in the Art Saint's illuminating jade slip that seemed to be suitable for him to continue cultivating. It was called the Cloud Ascension Force. The items in the Art Saint's secret canon were definitely precious techniques. But the problem was that descending cloud force. There were only 25 words in total. The body has 9 orifices of yin and yang, 5 cities and 12 buildings, golden halls and jade palaces, and the clouds. What the hell is going on? Who the hell can possibly understand this? Back when he was cultivating the water cloud force, He could spend 3 days and 3 nights talking about the word natural before slowly comprehending it. When he stared at the 25 words again, he felt that each word contained infinite information, but he could not decipher it. The higher the level of cultivation, the more obscure and difficult it would be. Lu Laodao might be able to learn the basic techniques of the Black Cave sect by himself. But at his level without a guide, it was almost impossible for him to cultivate by himself. Therefore, he regretted that his parents did not give him a reference system earlier. He was also jealous of Ling Kongzi. She had to cultivate her Taoist heart. When one reached the peak of the transcendent state, one had to cultivate their Taoist heart when advancing to the true state. The cultivators in the transcendent state had almost passed the love tribulation. If they continued to cultivate, they would soon face the most dangerous tribulation of all cultivators, the tribulation of vacuum. In this world, the tribulation of vacuum was also known as the heavenly tribulation. It did not mean that there would be lightning striking you, but it meant that people would be lost at this time. Their emotions and rationality might be in a vacuum. You're still conscious, you can still talk and laugh with others. You can still fight with others, but you've lost the motivation to continue cultivating. There were no obvious signs. Many people did not even realize it when they were in the midst of the tribulation. They would only realize that they were facing the tribulation on the day they died. To survive this tribulation, one needed the Taoist heart. In fact, to Li Yunxin, the Taoist heart was an obsession that was beneficial and could be let go of. It was not something that could be achieved with just a thought or an item. If one was obsessed with it, it could give one the motivation to improve, but it would not be stubborn. It could become one's Taoist heart. The strangest Taoist heart he knew was told to him by his parents. A certain cultivator from a certain orthodoxy raised a frog. The frog was an ordinary frog. He found it from the pond and kept it in a clay jar. The Taoist in the transcendent state was married and lived on a small mountain in the sect. Living with him was a wife who cultivated with him, and a son who had just learned how to walk. One day, the Taoist felt that he was about to go through the tribulation of vacuum. He also felt that he had a Tao heart in a blur. Therefore, he searched hard. He could not find it in the sect, so he said goodbye to his wife and son and went to the mortal world to look for it. This time, he left for 4 years. During these 4 years, the child grew up and became more mischievous. One day, he went to his father's room to play and accidentally broke the clay jar. Then, the frog ran away. The child was afraid that his mother would scold him, so he went to catch the frog. But he accidentally strangled it to death. 3 months later, the Taoist came back. His expression was calm, as if he had been freed. He told his wife that he had accepted many things and was no longer obsessed with the heavenly heart Tao. He planned to enjoy life. He was a Taoist in the transcendent state, and he was already over 80 years old. He still had more than 200 years to live. Therefore, everyone, including the Taoist himself, knew that he had encountered the tribulation of vacuum. But there was nothing they could do, because when the frog was accidentally strangled by his son, the Taoist, who was 1,000 miles away, held his heart and exclaimed. He frowned and sighed for a while, then he smiled. That frog was his Taoist heart. Now Lu Ling also needed to find the Taoist heart, go through the tribulation of vacuum, and enter the true state. Li Yunxin wanted it too. He had never met a cultivator who was at a higher level than him, so the thought was not as strong. But today, he met Lu Ling, who was looking for the Taoist heart at such a young age. Then, he met the 9th young master and Bai Yunxin. His life was threatened. When all these things were added together, he wanted it too. He wanted to continue to prove his Tao. He wanted to go through the tribulation, he wanted to find his Taoist heart, and he wanted to enter the true state. He wanted to settle everything with his own power, and he did not need to be careful and careful. Therefore, 5 minutes after Lu Ling left the yard, Li Yunxin realized he had entered the tribulation. Delusion tribulation. Chapter 64. Most of the bitterness in life came from 3 things: separation from love, resentment, and unattainment. For ordinary people, there was no way to get rid of these things. No one could do what they wanted. People would praise them for being able to endure these things and act like they didn't care. However, for cultivators, especially those with higher levels, the resulting stubbornness would bring serious consequences. Cultivation was not something that could be done in a day, and it was not something that could be put down easily. Something he was familiar with in his previous world, for example, would be working out. Ordinary people were those who never worked out. But when they walked, ate, and got out of bed, their bodies would slowly grow and become stronger. Cultivators were a bunch of fitness freaks who didn't even look at girls in the eyes and only cared about their muscles. They put in a lot of effort and quickly gained strength that was stronger than ordinary people. But if one day he felt that he didn't want to work out or cultivate anymore, he would give up his annual card and become a nerd. He was still exercising. He walked around and reached for the instant noodles on the bedside table. He was still exercising. It was a subconscious process for cultivators to meditate and refine their bodies. But even if he didn't do these things and just walked around in the sunlight, the chi inside his body would still be slowly refined and refined. This meant that once a cultivator entered the tribulation, he couldn't temporarily stop cultivating to avoid the danger. He had to face it, or face the tribulation, or face the tribulation. That was why those cultivators always took the initiative to go through the tribulation. If you didn't take the initiative and let the tribulation find you, then you would probably end up like Li Yunxin. One moment, he felt that his mind was clear, and the next moment, he had entered the tribulation. Li Yunxin felt that this was a bit tricky. This was not the first time he entered the tribulation. He had entered the tribulation of freedom when he was 8 years old. He still remembered his parents' surprised and incredulous reaction. The tribulation of freedom was actually a question similar to, why do you exist? What is your purpose in life? This tribulation was not difficult to pass for those who focused on Tao. Everyone would probably enter this tribulation when they were about to reach the transcendent state. But the problem was, Li Yunxin was 8 years old at the time, and he had just reached the emptiness state. To say that he was wholeheartedly focused on the Tao. As a child, he knew nothing but Tao. Of course, that was his parents' opinion. At that time, Li Yunxin really didn't have any thoughts of focusing on the Tao. Perhaps because of his special identity, this tribulation came strangely. It was also because of his special identity that he survived that tribulation. It was just that the method of transcending the tribulation wasn't what his parents thought it was. Now that he had entered the delusion ordeal because he couldn't get what he wanted, he knew that he was in big trouble. In fact, he always had a thought. This tribulation, to put it bluntly, was the influence of one's mind on the process of cultivation. Perhaps people could control their active consciousness, but they could not control their subconscious. Therefore, unless the problem was completely solved, they would not be able to pass the tribulation. If he could clear his subconscious related to tribulation in a certain way, this tribulation would probably be destroyed artificially. But he couldn't do it yet. Psychology was an extremely complicated subject, and he believed that no one in history had ever been able to do it. Therefore, he had to pass the tribulation. His life was threatened by the ninth young master and by Yunxin. Then he saw Lu Ling and was stimulated, so he wanted to become stronger. A desire that wasn't so strong could be considered as motivation. But a desire that was too strong was delusion. His desire came from his sense of security when he was threatened, as well as his understanding of himself that was different from that of ordinary people. If any ordinary cultivator in this world encountered such a situation, he would probably be more afraid, and there would be no tribulation. But for him, fear might exist, but it only fueled his desire to fight. His temperament, formed by the experience of 2 lives, made it impossible for him to lower his head and submit. Maybe he could pretend to be courteous, but he could never be tamed in his heart. Therefore, there were only 2 ways to pass this tribulation: touch the threshold of the true state and find his own Taoist heart, or eliminate the threat. Compared to the former, the latter was more risky. He wouldn't do it unless he had no other choice. He didn't have the confidence to kill a big demon like the 9th young master with his current strength and resources. He wasn't in a game, and he wasn't one of those spectators who watched other people's lives. He only had one life. Only an idiot would risk his life when there was still room for negotiation. He decided to choose the former for now. He thought he had a shortcut, the power of incense. Maybe with the help of that, he could quickly remove the restriction and then break through to the true state. He stood in the vestibule and thought for a while, then turned to look at the cat demon, Exian, and the 4 people in the yard. He frowned and thought for a while about the recent events and the people he met, and gradually put the thousands of things together. He felt that he needed a net. It was a web that connected many things together. Some lines and dots could already be seen clearly. Some key points were still vague, but he felt that he could find an opportunity to pull them out. Without a guide, he had to face this tribulation alone. It was a bit tricky, but Li Yunxin believed that he could handle it. After a while, he heard the sound of firecrackers in the back street. It was the whip he bought with Lao Dao yesterday. In a few days, this news would spread, and people would say that he and Lao Dao were innocent. It was actually a good thing that people nowadays believed in the power of the government and authority. For example, that Lao Dao and the little brother came back safe and sound after going through the lobby. That would prove his innocence more than anything else, at least in the eyes of those people. That's good. I'll have the power of prayers. Li Yunxin turned around, intending to leave from the back door. But he only took one step before he stopped. He turned around and frowned. Why is it so lively today? He said in a low voice. Someone came in from the front door. Li Yunxin jumped onto an old tree next to the rockery and stood on a branch as thick as a bowl. He had good eyesight, so he could see 2 people and a horse at the front door. The man and the horse were familiar. Li Yunxin frowned and thought for a while, and then he remembered. Yesterday afternoon, when he walked home, he told Lao Dao how he killed Madame Xiao. When he rested on the stone bridge, he saw a man in black with a knife and a black horse walking slowly. Now, there was an old man sitting on the horse of the man in black. Li Yunxin had never seen Meng Ao, but he could guess that it was him judging from his spirit and the newly wrapped wound. He thought for a while and said in a low voice, "Tell the one at the door not to make trouble and let them in." Now he welcomed all variables and accidents. He could use it to weave a net. Chapter 65. Is this the place? The man in black asked Meng Ao. His tone was calm and steady. His hand on the hilt of the saber did not tremble at all. He was as calm as a piece of granite. With such a person by his side, the old man should be very calm. But at this moment, he seemed a little uneasy. He looked at the street and said, "Yes, but there's nothing else. We should. Don't indulge in evil." The man in black said. As he spoke, he pulled the reins and led the horse and the rider to the door. Meng Ao's legs had been crippled. At least according to common sense, they were crippled. Almost all of his body was covered in bandages. His pale hair could be seen through the gaps of the bandages, like withered grass squeezed out of stone in winter. "That Xiao, Jimming might not be here," the old man said in a hoarse voice. "I think this matter can be considered in the long run." The man in black suddenly stopped and turned to Meng Ao. "The 7-kill saber is not something you practice. You practiced the 7-kill saber and cultivated the killing heart. But what comes out of this murderous heart is the bravery of blood, the bravery of bones, not the bravery of the gods. The 7-kill saber is like a blade, sharp and unstoppable. It's okay for you to cultivate the killing heart, but why did you hide it? You hid in the Qiao family for decades as an escort and a servant. The edge has been blunt, and you no longer have the killing heart. You practice my 7-kill saber. When you meet evil people, you should kill them. If you don't, your saber will be blunt. Just like when I picked you up and met the Yamen runners in the prison. Those people were not good people. They tortured you first, and then pretended to be friendly to you. But if they met someone else, they would have died a long time ago. This would not be the first time they did this. It's fine if I couldn't see it, but since I saw it, I killed them. This is the unstoppable, but the mind is clear." The old man wanted to interrupt several times, but he did not succeed. At this time, the man in black finally paused. Meng Ao hurriedly said, but mastering the government may be chasing here. The man in black smiled. Those who stand up for those evil people are also evil people. If they dare to chase after us, just kill them all. The old man did not know what to say. He could only shut his mouth. This happened 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago, the man with the black saber killed his way into the magistrate's prison. Originally, there were not many people guarding Meng Ao in the prison. In any case, In Pingji had a backup plan. When Li Yaoxi died that day, he ordered people to treat Meng Ao's wounds and kept him alive with good food and drinks. He planned to let Meng Ao recover in 2 or 3 days before letting him out. Otherwise, what if Li Yunxin, that fiend, lost his temper when he saw the old man's miserable appearance? Although Inspector Yin wasn't so afraid that he would listen to Li Yunxin's words, his heart was beating like a drum. Therefore, there were only 3 jailers in the prison, all of whom had been killed by this man. When he announced his name, the old man was dumbfounded. Black Saber, Ingjuren. This man was very famous in Mingjiang Road, where the city of Wei was located. Previously, he had a dispute with the 6 ghosts in the river and chased them like stray dogs. Then, he had a dispute with a constable in Songyuan County and killed him in the morning. This man did not belong to any sect, and no one knew where his master was. When people who had seen him described him, they only said that he had one appearance: black clothes, black saber, black horse. This man's behavior was unpredictable. People in Jianghu said that he was neither good nor evil. In fact, these things were easy to explain. It was not rare for a martial artist to have some tricks and act arrogantly. What was rare was that, no matter how mysterious a person was, there were always traces. For example, when he traveled in Jianghu, he always used money. Those rich people in Jianghu often drank big bowls of wine and ate big pieces of meat. They were originally rich. Those Jianghu heroes often drank big bowls of wine and ate big chunks of meat. They were originally rich. Ordinary martial artists always needed to make money, or they became bandits or guards or escorts to make a living. But this man, no one knew what he did for a living. No one knew where he came from. No one knew where he had family property. No one knew who he had plundered, and no one knew who had given him financial aid. Even after he killed a public servant and alerted the government, when the government came to investigate him, they didn't find anything. This man seemed to have appeared out of thin air in this world. Now that he came away city and saw the old man, he immediately said, "I heard that you were called Man-Killer Ghost when you were young, and that you used the 7-killing saber. Is that true?" The old man answered yes. Without saying anything else, he carried the old man on his shoulder and walked out. "Your 7-killing saber is actually a part of my 7-killing technique. I heard that you were wronged, so I came to save you. In my life, I can't stand evil people. I also heard that you were framed. I'll take you to find that evil person, kill him, and take you away." Then he put him on a horse, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, he rode the horse and escaped from the pursuit of the other government runners, all the way to the Qiao family. He led the horse along the road. Of course, he didn't see anyone. After a while, when they were about to reach the inner courtyard, Meng Ao couldn't help but say, "Heroing, this is the inner courtyard of the women. Right now, Miss should still be living there." "You're a man after all." Ingjuren slightly raised his hand and said in a low voice, "The smell of blood." Smashing an adult and spraying it in the courtyard, the smell of blood was naturally strong. Such a strong smell made Meng Ao frown. He opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Could it be that Miss? She good timing." Ingjuren twitched the corner of his mouth, clenched the saber, and stepped into the courtyard. "Let me show you the real 7-killing saber." Half the courtyard was covered in blood and flesh. A young man in white stood in the courtyard. A black cat, a mouse, a white-furred rabbit, and a red-crowned rooster scampered hastily into a corner when they saw a stranger. The young man stood alone in the courtyard, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and stared at the newcomer with interest. In fact, there was also a cat demon. However, when Lu Ling came, it had already hidden in the house. Although Mrs. Sanhua was a little stupid It was not stupid when it came to important matters. It clearly knew what kind of existence it was facing. It should hide in a corner and shiver. The young man said, "I say, you two," but a whistling sound interrupted his words. From 6 or 7 steps away, Ingjurin pulled out his saber and slashed. Pulling out the saber, rushing forward, running 3 steps, and slashing down with force. Accompanied by a brave shout, this saber, with a bang, it slashed on the bluestone ground. Li Yunxin moved a step to the left. "Hey, you have some skills." This saber slashed the gravel on the ground, and the steel saber collided with the flagstone, making a thud sound. But when Ingjurin slashed with the saber, he did not use all his strength. He twisted his body and swung horizontally, and the saber went straight to Li Yunxin's waist. Li Yunxin tiptoed and took a step back. This saber slashed the air again, so Ingjurin put away his saber and frowned. "Who are you?" he asked in a low voice. "Are you sick?" Li Yunxin's face became cold, and he took 2 steps back. "Who are you?" Chapter 66. At this moment, the horse carrying Meng Ao also entered the courtyard. The old man on the horse had never seen Li Yunxin before, but at least he had seen Xiao Jiaming. He squinted his eyes and hurriedly said, "I'm wrong, Hero Ing. It's not this person." However, Ingjurin had already steadied himself with a solemn expression. He stared at Li Yunxin carefully, and his eyes fell on his hands. His white and slender hands did not look like someone who trained his strength. He turned his head slightly and asked Meng Ao, who was behind him, "Do you know this person?" "He seems to be." Meng Ao thought for a while and hesitated. "The newly accepted Taoist child of the old coffin in the Dragon King Temple." Taoist child. Ingjurin pondered for a while and looked at Li Yunxin, saying that he's a Taoist child. It makes sense that he has learned the lightness skill. Good. Today, I'll show you how to defeat 10 people with brute force. Seeing that he was about to draw his saber again, Meng Ao hurriedly said, "If it's not Xiao Jiaming, why do you still want to kill him?" "Because he deserves to be killed." Ingjurin took a deep breath and slightly relaxed his hand. "I said before that you hid your strength until your saber became blunt. Now look at yourself. When you were young, would you hesitate like this? This person may be innocent, but if he stands in your way, he is not innocent. If you don't kill him, your edge will become blunt. If your edge becomes blunt, it will be difficult for you to improve. How can you draw a sharper saber, kill more evil people, and save more innocent people?" He stared at Li Yunxin. "Therefore, if you kill him today, you'll save the people in the future. Although he's dead, he should feel that his death was worthwhile." Meng Ao stared at him and was momentarily speechless. Li Yunxin's face was originally gloomy. He was very displeased with this person who drew his saber without saying a word. But after listening to what he said today, the haze on his face was completely gone. This person is interesting to be able to say such nonsense so confidently and confidently. This guy had already constructed a worldview system in his own heart that he firmly believed in without a doubt. Even in his previous life, there were so many people with so many psychological problems. Such a person was also a rare treasure. Li Yunxin widened his eyes and stared at him. He felt that the annoyance he had felt when he realized that he had entered the delusion ordeal was gone. It took a lot of effort for him to restrain himself from laughing out loud. He took a deep breath and said, "Your Excellency, you mean to say, for example, you treat me as someone who deserves to be killed, but you can't kill me." After that, I realized that I had made a mistake, and I immediately felt very upset and confused. "Sir, because your thoughts are not clear, you feel that this little setback will affect your achievements on the martial path. So, you decided to kill me to fulfill your wish. Who told you to mistake me for someone else? Is that what you mean?" Ingjurin slowly took a step forward and gripped his saber in a very strange posture. He stared at Li Yunxin like a poisonous snake about to pounce. He nodded. "You are a clever young man. I thank you in advance for all the people I will save in the future." Heavens! Li Yunxin rubbed his forehead. I'm I'm so curious how you formed such an unbreakable worldview. And then, before he could finish, Juren had already pounced on him. This time, Li Yunxin could see that he had used all his skills, experience, and strength. Li Yunxin didn't have much experience fighting martial artists of the pugilistic world. The most skilled martial artists he had seen were probably those few swordsmen. The 6 ghosts of the river, who had taken the pill provided by cultivators that could stimulate their potential, could single-handedly render the people of the escort agency helpless. And now, Li Yunxin saw that Juren's skills were probably above those people's. He might already be a first-class martial artist in the pugilistic world. Now, his slash seemed to carry the force of 1,000 caddies, making the air buzz. Before he even touched Li Yunxin, he already felt pain on his face, as if he had stuck his head out of the car window and the oncoming gale slapped his face. Juren's slash seemed to have sealed off every corner around him. No matter where Li Yunxin dodged, he would have a follow-up move. He would immediately change his direction and force him into a dead end. There was no way to dodge. He could already see the shining edge of Juren's saber and the blue veins popping out on his forehead. So, Li Yunxin slapped the saber that was coming at him from the side. The saber that was about to hit his forehead flew out with a buzzing sound and deeply embedded itself into the trunk of an old tree. This force came so violently and quickly that before Juren could let go, the handle of the saber had already escaped from his palm. The violent force instantly tore the web between his thumb and index finger, and even his body was dragged to the side. He fell to the ground with a thud and slid 2 or 3 steps away. Li Yunxin retracted his hand and nodded to Meng Ao, who was stunned on the horse's back. Look, this is one man's strength against 10 men. Martial artists. Even the internal energy and reaction speed of a first-rated warrior. How could it compare to the spiritual energy in his whole body? Juren was stunned on the ground for a while before he came to his senses. He immediately rolled over and stood up. When he realized that Li Yunxin had no intention to follow up with another attack, he clenched his fists and said with a trembling voice, "Your Excellency." "Who are you?" But Li Yunxin only put his hands behind his back and looked at him with interest. "I won't kill you. You can leave." Black Saber Juren frowned and looked at Li Yunxin warily, then glanced at Meng Ao. Li Yunxin felt that he was probably saying, "Didn't you say he was just a Taoist child?" Meng Ao looked at Li Yunxin in a daze, then looked at Juren and blinked blankly. He was probably saying, he smiled again, "You're interesting. I really won't kill you. You can leave." Juren stared at him for a while, then slowly walked to the tree with extreme caution and pulled out his black saber, enduring the pain. Then, holding the saber, his eyes never left Li Yunxin's body. He walked to the side of the black horse and held the reins. Li Yunxin waited in his heart for a while, and that Meng Ao finally spoke. "Heroing, what about this? Sharpness is indeed important. But if you lose your life, how can you talk about sharpness?" Juren stared at Li Yunxin and tentatively took a step out of the moon door. Li Yunxin did not move. "You, and I still have to kill more evil people and save more innocent people. Although this person blocked the way for a while, when I swung my saber just now, my momentum, intent, and chi had all reached the peak. My thoughts were already clear. Why do I have to chase after him and cling to that thought? My sharpness has actually penetrated him. This is killing intent, killing intent." As he spoke, he straightened his shoulders and regained the solemn aura from before. After taking 2 more steps, he finally disappeared outside the moon door. Li Yunxin heard 3 hurried footsteps, the sound of someone turning over and getting on the horse, the sound of someone shouting at the horse, and the sudden acceleration of the horse's hooves. This person was really interesting. Chapter 67. After the sound of the horse's hooves faded away, Li Yunxin jumped onto a branch and looked into the distance. He saw the black horse carrying 2 people galloping along the long street. Not long after, a few fast horses came from afar. The riders were dressed like constables, so they should be following them. However, their speed was far slower than the black horse, so they should not be able to catch up. That Jew, Ran, already had the skills of a first-rate expert. Although he couldn't withstand a single blow from the spiritual energy that Li Yunxin had poured into his entire body, once he circulated his inner strength, rushing out of the city gates was not a problem. Meng Ao should be safe. Li Yunxin did not know why the psychopath wanted to take Meng Ao away, but it seemed that he did not mean any harm. He originally thought that the psychopath was paranoid, but it turned out that he was quite flexible. No wonder. If he was just paranoid, he probably would not have lived until now. He had let him go because of a thought, or perhaps because he wanted to have some fun. It was like scattering an interesting seed, and he wanted to see what it would grow into. He watched for a while, then he turned around and saw that there was another person at the gate of the Dragon King Temple. He jumped off the treetop, told the cat monster a few words, and walked out from the small door behind the Qiao family. As soon as he walked out, he smelled the unique smell of firecrackers, and the red paper was scattered all over the ground. Yin Pingji stood at the door, holding the saber on his waist, talking to a few women. There were a few idlers around, but they did not dare to talk to him, but they were reluctant to leave. They seemed to want to get close to a big shot like Inspector Yin, and maybe they could get some cheap jobs one day. Lu Laodao stood at the side and stroked his beard. The anxiety on his face was gone, and his face was glowing, as if he had temporarily forgotten about the troubles of last night. Thinking about it, the constable of the government personally came to the temple to speak, so the crime must be completely cleared. In the future, the Dragon King Temple that the constable specially worshipped would definitely be more popular, and the incense money would naturally be more. Li Yunxin walked through the crowd like a Taoist child who had no sense of existence. He entered the door and went straight to the backyard with a calm expression. After sitting by the stone table in the bamboo forest for a while, Inspector Yin and Lao Dao came in. In just one night's time, Constable Yin seemed to have figured something out. When he saw Li Yunxin again, his arrogance, apprehension, and fear were all gone. Instead, it was as if he was greeting someone of the same generation that he had known for a long time. He cupped his hands as he walked and said, "You're really good. If you want that Meng Ao, just tell me, and I'll send him out." "Why do you have to kill people with great fanfare?" Li Yunxin observed Yin Pingji's expression with interest and lowered his eyes. "Black Knife isn't one of my people. I don't have such great divine power." To Yin Pingji, this truth sounded like a mixture of truth and falsehood. Normally, Yin Pingji would take it seriously if a teenager said that. But the words of the person before him, he really didn't dare to believe it. So he changed the topic. "Whatever you say, but there's something good today. Both of you are painters. Have you heard of the fisherman fishing old man?" Li Yunxin's fingers moved slightly. Of course, he had heard of it. This painting was very famous in the secular world. Most of the precious paintings were made by ancient Taoist painters, or by the Taoist painters who were worshipped by the sect of Cave Heaven. However, this fisherman fishing old man was painted by a transcendent realm artist in Jinghua. Of course, the transcendent painter in the secular world couldn't be compared to the Taoist painters who were trained in painting. But this didn't stop some of the high-level painters in the secular world from occasionally being inspired and making excellent paintings. For example, the painter's Taoist name was Dao Meizi. He used to be a painter for the royal family. After enjoying all the glory and wealth, he returned to his hometown and took pleasure in teaching. On a rainy spring day, the old painter wore a straw raincoat and was fishing in a small boat on the river. He drank some wine. When he felt comfortable, he thought of his life and his current situation. He felt that he had no regrets in life and nothing to ask for. So he made this fisherman fishing old man when he returned home. It was said that once the painting was finished, the whole room was filled with light. It was a treasure. Not only was it a treasure for the secular world, it was also a treasure for cultivators. It could be used to understand the delusion ordeal. This Dao Meizi made the best work of his life. He had no regrets and should have been happier. But he drank wine that day and was drenched in the wind and rain. When he got home, he caught a cold. His condition became worse and worse, and soon he died. But this painting was passed down. When Lu Laodao heard about this painting, he raised his eyebrows and showed his excitement. "Of course I've heard of it. Is it the work of Master Dao Meizi? Yes, Yin Pingji said with a smile. Master Dao Meizi has a descendant. Now, his grandson, well, he is also a painter. It is said that he is a great painter of artistic conception. He came to the city of Wei. He brought the fisherman fishing old man with him. That is, Master Peijuezi? When Lu Laodao said this, he looked at Li Yunxin subconsciously. He knew that Li Yunxin was very powerful in some aspects. But in the art of painting, although Lao Dao knew that his brother Xian was much better than him, he didn't know how much better. Because the water cloud force that Li Yunxin passed on to him was mainly used to refine the spirit and body. Li Yunxin didn't say it, so Lao Dao didn't know. What he was practicing now was the most authentic and core dharma of Tianxin. He Lao Dao of the primordial chaos was indeed a proper cultivator. He wasn't a rogue Taoist in the secular world anymore. But for Lu Laodao, he had never seen the painting Taoists of the grotto heavens and sections. He didn't even know of their existence. As far as he knew, painters were only those in the secular world. According to the states of Daodong and Kenzo, there were 5 realms of Xuanjin, void form. But the 5 realms of the painter could not be compared to the 5 realms of a proper cultivator. At least in this world, there had never been a painter above the transcendent state. In Lu Laodao's mind, that was probably impossible. But on this point, he was right. Painters in the secular world did not have a guide. Even if they cultivated to the transcendent state, they didn't know there was such a thing as a heart of Tao. How could they break through to the true state? Therefore, at this moment, Lu Laodao didn't know how Brother Xian compared to Master Daomei's grandson, Peijuezi, even though he was not convinced, but he couldn't help but feel that Brother Xian shouldn't be better than him. Peijuezi was the grandson of a royal painter. He had seen a lot since he was a child. He had countless famous paintings at home. Even if Brother Xian was born in a rich and powerful family, how could he compare? Lu Laodao couldn't help but worry. He knew that Li Yunxin was a proud person. After Yin Pingji said this, it was inevitable that Brother Xian would be angry with him. Unexpectedly, he saw Li Yunxin laugh. Oh, Mr. Yin came here today just to talk about this? Did Master Peijuezi come out to travel around the world to broaden his knowledge and happen to come to the city of Wei to have a treasure appraisal convention? Chapter 68. That's right. Yin Pingji smiled. Master Peijuezi learned that there are 5 painters of artistic conception in city of Wei, so he decided to stay for a few days. He invited his fellows to appreciate the fisherman fishing old man. This meeting is called Bao Huam Meeting, which means to obtain treasures from heaven and earth. Inspector Yin's words were genteel and proper. No one knew who taught him or if he thought it out himself. But Lu Laodao enjoyed it very much. He claimed that he was one of the 5 painters of artistic conception in city of Wei, but no one paid attention to him. He had barely touched the edge of the concept, but the other 4 had been famous for a long time and were extremely wealthy. Now, that Yin Pingji mentioned him and even said that he might be able to attend the meeting, old Taoist Lu's heart was on tenterhooks. He really wanted to go, but he was afraid that Brother Xian would lose face, so he rejected him. But this worry soon disappeared. Li Yunxin smiled. Can I go? Inspector Yin frowned. What are you talking about? I came to deliver the invitation to you too. You are smart. I thought about it last night, and one more friend is better than one more enemy. Judging from young Master Li's temperament, you must be from an aristocratic family. I have offended you before, and I want to take this opportunity to apologize to you. These words were neither humble nor arrogant, and very sincere. Li Yunxin tilted his head and looked at him, then turned his eyes and thought for a while, then smiled. Okay, go. When? Yin Pingji hurriedly took out 2 gilded red invitation cards and put them on the stone table. Actually, it's tomorrow. It's already been decided. Li Yunxin knew what he meant and cupped his hands. Thank you for the trouble. Mr. Yin is very powerful. Yin Pingji didn't know what the second sentence meant, but he knew it was a compliment. But after several interactions, he slowly got used to this person's habit. He liked to say strange things that people couldn't understand. This was really like the style of an aristocratic family. As long as they were happy, it didn't matter what others did. He smiled and said politely, "You're too kind." Then, he smiled bitterly. "Now, I have to go and deal with the matter that Ingjurin left behind. Goodbye. I won't see you out." After sending Inspector Yin out, Lu Laodao quickly returned and looked at Li Yunxin without saying a word. Li Yunxin raised his eyebrows. "What's wrong, Brother Exen? If you—" Lu Laodao stammered, too embarrassed to say it out loud. Li Yunxin was a clever person. How could he not know what he meant? He waved his hand and said, "I wanted to go myself. Do you really think that Yin Pingji is trying to please me? That guy also wants to investigate me." However, he knew that he wouldn't be able to find anything, so he felt uneasy. How could a wily old fox like him be shaken by this king's domineering aura and bowed down to him? Right now, he's pretending to be weak, but at the same time, he wants to know more about me. For example, which family I'm from. If my background is really amazing, he'll be happy to kneel down and lick my boots. Right now, it's just a matter of whether I dare to go or not. It's not necessarily a plot against me. However, you're an artist, and I'm also someone close to you. If I go to that Baohua gathering, I'll definitely be involved in some kind of relationship. Once something happens, he'll take the opportunity to see if I reveal more information. That's what he's thinking. This is called an overt plot. After listening to Li Yunxin's explanation, Lu Laodao stood there with a sudden realization. Oh, so there's such a reason behind it. Brother Exen, look at things. Why are things so obvious? Then, what if you rejected him just now? Then he'll feel that my previous unyielding attitude wasn't as invulnerable as I thought. Then he'll want to find more of my weaknesses. Li Yunxin had a faint smile on his face. Yin Pingji is also a scheming B*TCH. Unfortunately, he met me. Lu Laodao let out another "oh" and blinked. But, Brother Exen, Laodao, I've always wanted to ask you a question. Speak. Where did you come from? Laodao continued to explain. At first, I thought you were a brilliant artist. You must be from some rich and powerful family that came out to travel. But you also taught me the method of cultivation. I can't figure it out. You're different from the people from the Shangxing Danding sect and the Lingshu Sword sect in the city. Those cultivators don't seem to be human at all. Li Yunxin suddenly burst into laughter. He patted the table and pointed at Lu Laodao. "Old Lu, you said I'm more human than them?" Lu Laodao opened his mouth in confusion. "All right, let's not talk about this. Let's go out to eat. Then I'll think about how to play with people." The sun gradually set. The shadows of the trees in the courtyard grew longer, but the heat of the day hadn't subsided. Song Yunzi of the Shangxing Danding sect and Pan Ninzi of the Lingshu Sword sect were sitting in the courtyard. If Lu Laodao saw them now, he definitely wouldn't think they were inhuman, because the two of them were sitting in this rather exquisite courtyard. Their usual cold attitude was different, and they were whispering like ordinary people. Pan Ninzi whispered, "She's also from your Daotong. You really don't have any news about her?" Song Yunzi shook his head. "She said she's from Daotong, but who is she? You and I call ourselves cultivators, but in her eyes, we might not be cultivators. She's the head disciple of the Langya Heavenly Cave. She has the opportunity to meet the sage. How would I know about such a person?" After thinking for a bit, he slightly frowned. "Actually, I'm wondering if she's here because of your matter." "What matter?" Pan Ninzi subtly tilted his head back. If Li Yunxin saw this, he would know that Song Yunzi was on guard. "Do you really think I only want to enjoy life in the secular world?" Song Yunzi faintly smiled. "Your Lingshu Sword sect lost 3 people, so now you're the head disciple, right?" Pan Ninzi didn't speak and only stared at Song Yunzi. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Song Yunzi twirled his beard and smiled. "After all, I'm a few years older than you, and I've been in the city of Wei for a long time. Although I don't care about cultivation and just want to be a rich man, your Lingshu Sword sect's actions in the city of Wei can't be hidden from me. I know all the bits and pieces. You're investigating, and I'm also investigating. We're all cultivators, If someone really dares to kill the three of you, who knows when that person won't come looking for me? Song Yunzi lowered his voice and leaned closer to Panenzi. What exactly is going on? Panenzi still didn't speak. I know you're worried, but at this critical moment, you're worried. If you don't tell me, when the person in the room comes out and asks about this, I can't help you. Panenzi clenched his teeth. Tell me what you know first. Song Yunzi whispered. The four of you went down the mountain to go through the killing tribulation. Panenzi's face was expressionless. You passed your killing tribulation, and so did your senior martial brother Huai Nanzi. Poor Kong Song Zi and Chi Song Zi, they didn't pass. If you ask me, how do you want to go through the tribulation? I'm afraid it's not the right path. Panenzi stared at him for a while and coldly said, there are a lot of people going through the tribulation. As long as it doesn't involve other people, who cares about the lives of mortals? Song Yunzi smiled. Then how do they die? Chapter 69. Panenzi subconsciously looked in the direction of the house. Song Yunzi waved his hand. Hey, you're overthinking. How could someone like her not know these things? It was definitely not her. I mean, did you hear about what happened in the suburbs? Panenzi felt that he could not keep up with Lao Dao's thoughts. Suburbs? What happened? That farmer's family in the outskirts of the city has lost a lot of cattle recently. They all died at night. Panenzi rolled his eyes. I don't care about those filthy people. Song Yunzi smiled meaningfully. Fellow Taoist, you are not as good as me. Those mortals are like mud scattered on the ground. They are lowly, but very useful. They were crippled and harmed. You can see the mark. I heard that Chi Song Zi and Kong Kanzi went down the mountain and separated from you guys. A few months later, they died in Qinghe County. A few days later, some farmers said that they were eaten by wild beasts. I found out that your martial brother, Huai Nanzi, died in the forest outside the city of Wei. Don't worry, the corpse was badly mutilated. I had people take care of it, but the neck was bitten off and the head was missing. Your martial brother, Huai Nanzi, had almost reached the emptiness realm. Who could bite off his head? Oh, don't worry, and probably after your martial brother died, a powerful demon came to Liaoxi's house. In the past few days, the cattle outside the city all died. These days, the price of beef in the city is cheap because of this. The first family whose cattle died was afraid that the government would punish them for killing the cattle, so they lied that they were bitten to death by wild beasts. Later, many people died, so they couldn't hide it anymore. There was also Liaoxi. He died for no reason. Song Yunzi's tone became cold. It was a demon, a rare, powerful demon. There's more than one. You have only been in the city of Wei for a few months, so you don't know much. But I have been in the city of Wei for many years. Near the city of Wei, there is indeed a powerful demon. Panenzi's eyes widened. Don't panic. Song Yunzi waved his hand. This demon is quite well behaved. Every year, it only eats a few people near the city of Wei. Most of them are cannibals outside. If that's the case, I don't care. But this time, Liaoxi died suddenly, and the cattle outside the city also died one after another. It's not the demon's doing. It should be the other one. If I were to guess, a new soul-devouring demon had a dispute with the original great demon. This was the first time Panenzi had heard Lao Dao talk about this. Surprised, he frowned and pondered for a while. Although this explanation was a little outrageous, it was barely reasonable. He looked at Song Yunzi. You said there's a big demon near the city of Wei. Are you referring to the Wei River Dragon King? Sigh. Indeed, many of those mountain and river gods were transformed from demons. But since they had built temples and conferred god names, most of them were good people. Otherwise, with so many seniors and experts roaming the world, they would have been eliminated long ago. Song Yunzi shook his head. The two sages also said that if they protect the people, that's merit. Just ignore them. As for the Wei River Dragon King, it's really a dragon. Panenzi was shocked again. Shinryu? Song Yunzi smiled. Ever since you came to the city of Wei, you haven't been to the Sanhika Dragon King Temple? You'll know once you go. The clay statues there really have Reiki. It's not the Reiki of a demon, it's dragon chi. How do you know it's dragon chi? Have you forgotten what the Shang-Qing Danning sect does? We specialize in external alchemy. Our sect has a dragon skin. It's said that 2,000 years ago, a dragon scale fell off and was collected by our sect's founder. 30 years after I entered the sect, I had the opportunity to see the dragon skin and recognize the dragon chi. Later, I got tired of cultivation and came to the city of Wei. I went to the temple at the mouth of the river. That's when I realized that the Wei River Dragon King worshipped there was Shinryu. Since it's Shinryu, how could divine creatures like dragons, cheelants, rocks, and phoenixes harm people? Punanzi opened his mouth. Then, this Wei River Dragon King, why doesn't it care about the demons? Song Yunzi sighed. Since it's a dragon, how can it only stay at the Wei River? It must be summoning clouds and rain everywhere. How can it have time to care about those demons? Then, this Ling Kongzi has come this time to eliminate demons. 2 words suddenly came from the room, answering Punanzi's question. Then, the door was pushed open and Lu Ling walked out. Song Yunzi and Punanzi were stunned. They realized that the conversation they thought they were whispering to each other, they must have been heard. You. Punanzi's expression changed very quickly, but he just stood there and stuttered. He was an emptiness realm cultivator, facing a peak transcendent realm cultivator like Dao Dong. He really didn't know how to react. Lu Ling closed his eyes and smelled the fragrance of the flowers in the courtyard. He let out a sigh and said, I don't have time to care about your business. Hearing this, Punanzi felt like he was pardoned and his expression softened. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Fairy, but Lu Ling didn't finish. After this matter is over, go back to the Ling Su Sword sect and ask for forgiveness from your sect master. Punanzi's expression changed again. Fairy, this, Lu Ling looked at his face and nodded his head slightly. Oh, so your Ling Su Sword sect isn't rotten to the bone. I was thinking that if you had acted so casually before, I would have gone to your Ling Su Sword sect to reason with you. Punanzi took 2 steps back, looked at Lu Ling, and said in a low voice, Ling Kongzi, I respect you as a transcendent realm cultivator. That's why I'm being polite to you. But you're a Daotong cultivator, and I'm a Kinzo cultivator, so we're not. Whether it's Daotong or Kinzo, there's always a rule that doesn't change. Lu Ling looked at Punanzi seriously. Although his voice wasn't fast or loud, he easily interrupted Punanzi's words. Don't take the lives of mortals lightly. Mortals are the foundation of a cultivator. Destroying the foundation means becoming enemies with Daotong and Kinzo. I've heard about what happened in the city of Wei. That's why I want to get rid of demons. Do you think it's just demons? Punanzi and Song Yunzi were both stunned. It was true that there was this rule. But just like how emperors in a mortal world said they had to be diligent and love their people, who would take it seriously, it was also true that they couldn't take lives at will. But how could it be considered taking lives lightly if they were killed for the sake of transcending the tribulation? Although it was unreasonable, there were many cultivators who did this. This was already an unspoken rule. For the sake of righteousness, big shots like the master of the heavenly abode and the sect masters would always punish the disciples who had done such things and were found out. But no one would be like Lu Ling and use the first rule to explain things, unless it was to pick a fight. Punanzi frowned. Ling Kongzi cultivator, did someone in the Ling Su Sword sect offend you? You don't have to use this to make a big deal out of it. My words in the sect still have some weight. Stubborn. Lu Ling sighed. Punanzi didn't hear it clearly and frowned again. This was the last sound he made. With a bang, Punanzi's body scattered over half of the courtyard, just like Xiao Jiaming. Song Yunzi's face was covered in flesh and blood. He didn't even see how Lu Ling did it. After a dozen breaths of time, he finally let out a shaky breath. Spare me. Lu Ling looked at him. Why do you need to beg me? You didn't take lives lightly. Song Yunzi blinked with difficulty. He heard Lu Ling ask him. The first rule, don't take the lives of mortals lightly, right? Song Yunzi nodded. Punanzi killed people to transcend the tribulation. He violated the first rule and should be killed, right? Song Yunzi could only nod. If that's the case, why is it so difficult? The rule is very clear. What do you not understand? Song Yunzi was stunned for a dozen breaths before he asked, "Did you really kill him because of the first rule?" Then what do you think? Lao Dao's expression changed a dozen times before he managed to stop himself from shouting. However, he still couldn't help but ask, "But you also killed a mortal today, so I'm the one reasoning with you, instead of you reasoning with me." Chapter 70. After saying this, she walked through the courtyard, stepping on the flesh and blood on the ground. But her feet didn't touch a single drop. When she was almost at the door of the courtyard, she turned back. "What's the matter?" Song Yunzi swallowed hard. "Tomorrow, there's a Baohua auction. The fishermen fishing for the elderly will be there. We heard that you—" The fishermen fishing for the elderly. Lu Ling stopped and thought, "Delusion, tribulation?" "Yes. I thought you must have passed the tribulation, but this painting was made by a secular painter. It's something new. I'll go." Lu Ling didn't hesitate and turned to leave the courtyard. At night, the city of Wei gathered in the guild hall. The guild hall in the city of Wei was like a hotel, but it was run by the government. Officials from all over would stay here, and rich businessmen also liked to come here. The scenery here was good, the feng shui was good, the pavilions were good, and the songs and dances were good. Master Pei Juezi stayed in the lake courtyard. But it wasn't the courtyard in the middle of a lake, but the courtyard of a girl in the middle of the lake. The beauty who couldn't stand the conquest had fallen into a deep sleep. Her bare shoulders outside the brocade quilt were silvered by the moonlight outside the window, smooth and flawless. Even in sleep, her slightly open mouth was still beautiful. Master Pei Juezi rubbed the corner of her mouth with his finger. Thinking of the two red lips and the nimble tongue, he became restless again. But he felt sorry for the beauty who said she was tired, so he just hugged her under the quilt, thinking about where to go next. It wasn't his idea to go out for a walk, but he had to go. The people of the Qin family had to travel around the world to gain experience before becoming the national master, so that they could serve the emperor. But in fact, to serve the emperor, they didn't need to travel around the world. They just needed to travel around the world with beauties. Anyway, the emperor spent most of the year in the imperial harem. It was just to add to the fun. The city of Wei was a big city in the world and deserved the praise of being a treasure. But the beauty was a little inferior. She didn't have the fair skin of the northern beauties, nor did she have the delicate cuteness of the southern beauties. But it was said that a fairy came to the city. It was said that she was a fairy from the cave, an immortal. Pei Juezi would not be like those ignorant mortals who treated cultivators as incredible gods. He was not a cultivator, but he was, after all, from a rich and powerful family. Not only did he meet cultivators, he even conversed with them and befriended them. No matter how lofty a cultivator was, he still needed the support of mortals. The emperor was the son of heaven of the mortals. When the emperor was in trouble, the cultivators would always help him. He had seen cultivators from the various sects, and he had also seen cultivators from the Grotto Heaven once. However, he had never seen the female cultivator from the Grotto Heaven, who was said to be the head disciple of the sect leader. Even His Majesty had never seen him before. Was she really as beautiful as a fairy? But what did a fairy look like? Then no one had seen it before. Grandmaster Pei Juezi was still very young, only 24, 25 years old. Thus, once one's thoughts started to wander, it was really hard to stop. He was so engrossed in his thoughts that he didn't notice that the candle in the room had dimmed slightly. She didn't pay any attention to the soft, plop sound. That was the sound of the guard falling to the ground. After a quarter of an hour, he suddenly heard a knock, knock, knock sound. The sound interrupted his thoughts. Pei Juezi frowned and turned around. He didn't know what would make the guard disturb him at this time. He lowered his voice. "What is it?" But no one answered him. The knock-knock sound continued. Pei Juezi raised his voice. "I heard it. What is it?" Still no one paid attention to him. He got angry, lifted the blanket, and went to the bedside to find a robe. He decided that no matter what, He must first open the door and teach the person who knocked on the door a lesson. But the moment his fingers touched the soft and smooth apricot silk robe, his movements suddenly stopped. He was born in a rich and powerful family, was the only son, and was alone outside. He must have something to protect himself. For example, this ghost-repelling talisman that was hung on the door every night before he went to bed. It was said that it was written by a Taoist in the transcendent state of a sect. There was also the two monarchs ghost suppressing diagram that his grandfather, Grandmaster Dao Meizi, had left behind. Right now, the two monarchs ghost suppressing diagram was already burning. The dark green flame almost completely burned this painting that was priceless in the mortal world. The black by Yanjun on the painting had a twisted and strange expression as he jumped slowly in the flame. The ghost-repelling talisman. Above, it was originally written on a gold plate with cinnabar. At this moment, the talisman written by the Taoist in the transcendent state was madly glowing red. Pei Juezi's eyes instantly widened. He felt as if his head was hit by an unknown force. After 2 breaths, he started to pant madly. He grabbed the robe in his hands and quickly put it on. Then he dragged his trembling legs and tried a few times to blow out the candles in the room. Once the room was dark, he could see the blood-red talisman more clearly and a huge figure outside the door. He stared at the figure for a while, sat on the ground, and chanted the scripture of tranquility a few times before he had the strength to stand up again. He felt for his pen on the table. The body of the pen was densely covered with complicated incantations. The tip of the pen even gave off a faint light in the night. This was both a pen and a talisman. In reality, there were more than a dozen of such pens in the treasure pouch on the other side of the room. But he really did not have the courage to walk through the dark room. He chanted the scripture a dozen more times, and the knock, knock, knock sound did not stop. The huge figure outside the door patiently knocked on the door and occasionally looked down as if it was wondering why the person inside the room did not open the door. Every time it knocked, the red light of the talisman would tremble. It became dimmer and dimmer. Pei Juezi gathered some courage and was finally able to stand up again. He walked a step away from the door and used the pen to poke the oil paper on the window frame. The quality of the oil paper in the Gathering Guild was very good. He did not break it with one poke. This almost used up all his courage. He was so panicked that he was about to cry. But he still gritted his teeth and poked again. It finally broke, but he used too much strength, and his hand trembled, so he made a long cut. Pei Juezi hurriedly took 2 or 3 steps back, but he forced himself not to fall. He really was about to be scared to death. It was the first time he had seen such a situation. Even the dual monarchs suppressing ghost diagram that his grandfather had left behind and the warding ghost talisman of the Daotong expert could not withstand the Yao power of the thing outside the door. He knew that he had no other way. But at the same time, he also knew that if he wanted to save his life tonight, he had to first see what exactly was outside the door. The black figure stopped. After a moment, it slowly lowered its head and moved closer to the hole. Pei Juezi inhaled sharply and almost fainted, but he managed to hold on and see clearly. It was a large ghost with a face like the skin of an old melon. Its eyes were like copper bells, its bloody mouth wide, and its hands like eagle claws. It was staring at him through the crack. The large ghost saw him and cackled, its voice like a bell. "Why don't you open the door?" Pei Juezi gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Pushing down the memories in his mind, he said, "When a ghost king passes by, I should welcome him. But the room is simple and crude, and there are no 3 animals." Not waiting for him to finish, the large ghost became angry and used its claws to slap the door, saying, "Why don't you open the door? Why don't you open the door?" Chapter 71. She didn't know what method the big ghost used, but no one could hear its voice. It started to smash the door. The duo monarch ghost subduing diagram had already been burned, leaving only ashes on the ground. The red light on the ghost-repelling talisman was getting dimmer and dimmer, about to be extinguished. The doors and windows were banging, and even the girl in the lake, who was used to the noise of guests, had to wake up. She stretched with sleepy eyes, revealing a pair of beautiful breasts, and asked, "Qin Lang, why are you so noisy?" When Pei Juzi saw her, he was stunned at first, and then his eyes lit up. Like an arrow, he dashed to the bed and picked up the girl in the middle of the lake without any explanation. The girl in the lake was startled to see this when she woke up. But at this moment, the big ghost didn't knock and only looked through the crack with its bell-sized eyes. The girl in the lake didn't know what happened. Her eyes were still sleepy, and she didn't look carefully. She thought that Qin Lang had something to do, and the servant didn't know the rules and knocked on the door. Now that she was awake and her body was beautiful, she couldn't help but tease her. She had seen all kinds of guests, and even more that were out of line. These days, she knew that Qin Lang had a lively personality, and he loved her, so she wasn't angry. She forced herself to stay awake, stretched out her snow-white and slender arms, and hugged Qin Lang's neck. She leaned her head on his chest and said softly, "It's already so late. Qin Lang has a lot of tricks." Before she finished, Pei Juzi had already carried her to the door. The girl in the lake blinked. "Qin Lang wants to," but her Qin Lang had already violently pulled her hand and passed it through the crack in the oil paper. "Please enjoy it, Ghost King, and spare my life." At this time, the girl in the lake saw the ghost outside the window. She saw the ghost open its bloody mouth and bite down on her hand. Qin Lang couldn't bear it and turned his head. The girl in the lake wanted to scream, but the pain she expected didn't come, and she only felt her hand go slightly numb. She lost her strength and consciousness. Pei Juzi was also dumbfounded. This ghost didn't eat blood? It ate souls. He loosened his hand, and the girl's corpse fell to the ground. The big ghost ate the girl's soul, and it seemed to have become much stronger. It stared at Pei Juzi through the oiled paper. "Open the door. Open the door." Every time he spoke, he would knock on the door. After 3 times, the ghost-repelling talisman on the door finally lost its light. The cinnabar that had been written into a talisman turned into powder and fell to the ground. The door was pushed open with a bang. The large ghost lowered its head and entered through the door. It grabbed Pei Juzi, who was terrified. The young painting master's body lit up one after another, but soon disappeared. The protective talisman that was placed on him to protect his life was easily crushed by the Ghost King. "I am." He let out a final cry of despair before he stopped moving. After eating his soul, the big ghost sat on the ground and thought for a while. Then it closed the door and pulled Pei Juzi's body between its legs. Using her sharp fingernails, she carefully peeled off his clothes and underwear, revealing his torso. Then she leaned in closer and scratched the top of his head with the tip of her fingernail. Then he puffed up his cheeks and blew a gust of cold wind into the hole. What a sinister wind! Once it saw the flesh and blood under the skin, it instantly melted away. After 3 breaths like this, Pei Juzi's body had become a soft water bag. The large ghost picked up his legs and shook them. Smelly corpse fluid flowed out from the top of his head. When the skin was clean, the large ghost cut a hole in the back of the skin. First, it reached in with a hand, then squeezed in with a head. Just like that, such a huge body was actually squeezed into the skin bag. This Pei Juzi stood on the ground for a while, straightened his nose, and started to speak. At first, the voice was extremely rough, but gradually became gentle. After saying a few words, the voice had become the original Pei Juzi's. He walked a few steps left and right before flipping onto the bed and wrapping himself in the blanket. Clearing his throat, he suddenly shouted, "Someone come! Someone come! Someone come!" This voice was extremely shrill and spread far into the night. At this time, someone finally heard it. About 10 breaths later, the sound of chaotic footsteps and weapons clashing could be heard. A few guards held onto their hats as they charged in. Once they entered, they saw the female corpse on the ground and the smelly liquid. They didn't even have time to admire the beautiful female body before they stumbled from the stench and hurriedly covered their mouths and noses. Seeing the guards like this, Pei Juzi hurriedly covered his mouth and nose and scolded, "Trash! A monster killed someone in the night. A bunch of trash. With such a big matter happening, the guards couldn't care about the smell anymore. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and said in a sorrowful voice, "Young master, please investigate clearly. Just now, we were ambushed and only woke up when we heard you shout. It wasn't this subordinate Pei Ju Zi slapped the blanket and waved his hand. Get out. Get out. Carry her out. Don't speak of what happened tonight." The guards who wanted to escape punishment first paused when they heard this, and then hurriedly thanked him. They hurriedly carried the corpse of the girl in the middle of the lake out and left a few people to use the remnants of their robes to wipe the floor. Of course, they didn't understand why their master let this matter go so easily. If they had to guess, they could say he was scared, or it wasn't too harsh to begin with. But in the end, it was the ulterior motive of the big shot. After such a busy night, the accompanying steward came to apologize and ask for the reason. However, the large ghost disguised as Pei Ju Zi only said that he didn't know anything and went to negotiate with the guild hall on his own. The girl in the middle of the lake was not an ordinary prostitute, but her identity was not worth mentioning compared to the frightened master Pei Ju Zi. The guild was indeed sad for her, but they had to suppress it and promise to keep their mouths shut. At the guild, what ghost? It was just that he had gone overboard and someone had died. 3 or 4 girls died like this every year in the guild. When the sun was about to rise, this matter was finally over. The steward originally wanted to cancel the Baohua gathering at night so that his master could have a good rest. But there was news yesterday afternoon that Ling Kongzi, the head disciple of the Langyi Cave, was also in the city of Wei and wanted to attend the gathering. How could it be postponed? Even the emperor might not give face to such an immortal figure. When he asked his master, he found that his master was in a good mood. Usually, he liked women but did not like good food, so he ate very little for every meal. Madame had been worried about him since he was a child, but after the scare last night, his appetite was greatly increased. He tasted all the pastries he brought from Jinghua and ordered a few more tables of dishes. After ordering, he only tasted a little of each dish and waved his hand to dismiss the servants. After eating 100 dishes in a row, the quantity was also astonishing. The steward was happy to see this, so he gave the unused dishes to the servants, guards, and even the servants in the restaurant. But maybe because it hadn't rained for a long time, the vegetables and fruits were not growing well. When they ate the leftovers, they found it tasteless. It tasted like wax. Chapter 72. Just like that, the morning passed. At noon, the steward delivered the name list for the evening meeting. But he found that his master was only standing in the courtyard, looking towards the northwest. It was not appropriate to say that he was looking. His eyes were darting around. The old steward was so shocked that he stopped and felt a pain in his heart. It was as if he had been bewitched. But when he took a closer look, he saw that his master was fine. He was only rubbing his hands, as if he was afraid that his hands would wrinkle. He handed over the name list and asked, but he did not read it. He only glanced at it and said, "Good, good, very good. Go, go." This was not Grandmaster Pei Juezi's usual bearing as a prominent member of the capital. But the old steward thought that his master knew that Fairy Ling Kong was coming and lost his composure because he was too anxious. So he held the name list and slowly left. Only the Pei Ju Zi in human skin was left. He suddenly raised his head to look at a thin line of clouds in the sky and laughed strangely. At this time, Li Yunxin was changing into a Taoist robe. He did not like luxurious clothes, but he would not force himself to wear coarse clothes. The textile technology in this era was not very advanced. Even the cotton cloth that people bought from the shops was slightly coarse, not to mention coarse linen. But he was the Taoist apprentice of Han Yuanzi, one of the 5 painters of artistic conception in the city of Wei, so he could not wear a brocade robe. Lao Dao wanted to broaden his horizons and see the world. Li Yunxin wanted to go for the fisherman fishing old man painting. For cultivators, reading pictures was a clean shortcut. As a transcendent painter, Li Yunxin was actually similar to those alchemists, a provider. But the problem was that he could not make something that could help him pass the delusion tribulation. He had not passed the tribulation himself. He had experienced many extreme emotions in his past life. But after thinking about it, it did not include this kind of experience, peace and tranquility without any desires. As for these paintings, they were also divided into different levels. When an ordinary mortal learned how to paint and created a painting, no matter how much emotion they put into it, it would still be an ordinary painting in the end, because he didn't cultivate spiritual energy. However, the painters obtained all kinds of superficial cultivation techniques left behind in the world and cultivated spiritual energy. Their paintings were no longer ordinary paintings. They could imbue their feelings into the painting with their spiritual energy. If a painter at the peak of the artistic conception realm happens to have a stroke of good fortune, giving birth to a strong feeling, and also happens to be at the peak of his spirit, chi, and spirit, then he can produce a famous painting scroll. That is, a famous painting scroll. A famous scroll was the highest achievement a painter at the pinnacle of conception or even below could achieve. Below the famous scrolls, there were also masterpieces, as well as those that couldn't even be considered masterpieces and could only be sold for a few cents of silver to hang in the homes of ordinary people. If the painter broke through the concept and reached the emptiness realm, if a painter at the peak of the emptiness realm happened to be blessed with a strong sense of enlightenment, and if his spirit, energy, and spirit were all at their peak, then he would be able to create a precious painting scroll. Precious painting scroll. The fisherman fishing old man painting was a rare scroll. This was the highest achievement a painter in the mortal world could achieve. Most of the painters in the mortal world didn't know what happened 2,000 years ago. They didn't even know that the art saint existed. Therefore, even though they knew that there was such a thing as a treasure scroll in the world, they only thought perhaps a powerful ancient being was blessed by the heavens and created a treasure scroll. But in reality, a painter at the peak of the transcendent realm could create a treasure scroll. In the past, the Taoist painting masters could create Ling-Tu after they broke through the transcendent realm and entered the true state. As for the spirit map, even for the ancient Taoist priests, this was already their limit. Ling-Tu were extremely rare in the world. Cultivators would occasionally mention their names, but there would be no more than 3 of them. Even the Taoist painting masters of the Grotto Heaven had to carefully store these things, let alone the mortals. Although they didn't know about Ling-Tu, almost all painters in the world knew about something even higher than Ling-Tu. The 8 Treasures Ancient Scroll. What all the painters in the world knew was that a certain shockingly talented expert had created 8 works of art. Each of them far surpassed the treasured scroll and could no longer be classified as a grade. Therefore, the 8 works were collectively known as the 8 Treasures Ancient Scroll. As for the other cultivators who knew of the painting saint's existence, they knew that the Octave Treasures Ancient Scroll was created by the painting saint. However, no one knew if the 8 Treasures Ancient Scroll had been lost or had been taken away by the 2 saints. The only thing they knew was that the first scroll of the 8 Treasures Ancient Scroll was called Misty Nunda Kai Di Mao. When Li Yunxin heard this name from her parents for the first time, she was dumbfounded. So he asked his parents to write the words down. It really was just a few words. He asked his parents what the name meant and what the painting was about. But his parents said that they had never seen the 8 Treasures Ancient Scroll and couldn't understand the meaning of the art saint. But by then, Li Yunxin thought it was right that they couldn't understand it. As for the deeper meaning, he still had to think about it. Thus, the paintings created by the Taoist painting masters were divided into 8 Treasures Ancient Scroll, Spirit Map, Treasure Scroll, Rare Scroll, Famous Scroll, and Masterpiece. Apart from the 8 Treasures Ancient Scroll, the remaining paintings were also divided into 5 grades, which corresponded to the 5 realms of cultivators: profound truth, emptiness. If a cultivator of the intent realm wanted to face the tribulation, they only needed to look for the masterpiece and carefully study it. However, if they didn't have enough understanding of the masterpiece, one painting wasn't enough, They had to find a few more and compare them to be able to understand it thoroughly. But first, paintings of the same type might not be found at the same time. Second, there were good and bad works mixed together. It was hard to say if the painter was biased or mixed with other emotions, which in turn affected the perceiver. Thus, when cultivators faced the tribulation, they mostly didn't use these kinds of things. These kinds of paintings were usually collected by wealthy merchants and high officials. Cultivators with low realms often used famous scrolls. Emptiness realm cultivators slowly considered the problem of facing the tribulation, so they collected these kinds of paintings. But the number of Taoist painting masters was already very small, so they didn't produce many. After facing the tribulation of 1,000 years, there were even fewer of them. Thus, only the disciples of the heavenly grottos had the fate to comprehend the high quality and rare famous scrolls. As for the disciples of the sects, even the head disciple of the sect master like Huai Nanzi couldn't find a suitable famous scroll to face the tribulation of slaughter, so they could only walk the path of slaughter. When a cultivator's realm was higher, the number of tribulations they hadn't faced would decrease, and the remaining relationship tribulations would become stronger. Thus, many people felt that cultivators with low realms still looked like humans. But the higher the realm of the cultivator, the more they didn't look like humans. Since the tribulation became stronger, famous scrolls would probably have a limited effect. Then they would have to look for rare scrolls and treasure scrolls. And this was the reason why Li Yunxin had to go to the Baohua Association. Yin Pingji thought that he had played an overt trick on Li Yunxin and created a difficult problem. But he didn't know that he had given him a benefit. Chapter 73. By the time they changed their clothes, the sun had not set. Lao Dao sat by the stone table, drinking cup after cup of tea. In fact, he didn't have lunch at noon. He had been drinking tea since morning. In the words of the old Taoist, this Baohua gathering was a grand gathering that has never been seen in the city of Wei. The great painter from the capital, the only son of a noble family that had been favored for generations, had come here to attend the gathering. How could he lose face for a noble family? He wouldn't even eat at the Mu Nanju's main restaurant. He must have booked the best table at Xianghua Building. One table cost 50 taels of silver. He, old Taoist Liu, had never eaten at a banquet that cost 50 taels of silver. No matter what, this time, he must eat to his heart's content. Li Yunxin found it funny to see him like this, but it was understandable. He ordered some food and wine from the Mu Nanju at the corner of the street, and ate slowly on the stone table. He didn't like drinking before, but after he came to this world, he liked it. But he didn't like hard liquor. He only liked the Mu Nanshan of the Mu Nanju. According to the taste, it was about 10 degrees. It had the fragrance of fresh fruits and grains. He drank 1 or 2 cups each time to soothe his nerves, because he was too tired recently. Although he was staying in the courtyard, his thoughts, apart from sleeping, hadn't stopped for a moment. He was trying to make an important decision. This decision was against his original intention of coming to the city of Wei. But the situation was different, because he realized that the 9th young master had other secrets besides the identity of the 9th son of Qi-Wen. And he met Ling Kongzi at the Qiao family yesterday. Li Yunxin felt that he had a dark mind, so it was hard for him to believe in coincidences. When the Daotong cultivator Ling Kongzi met him, he knew that he was not immortal. If he didn't solve this problem, his identity would not be safe. But thinking about it further, his identity was only to save his life. But there were many other ways to save his life. He was trying to avoid a bad result and get a good one. However, there were many times when the success or failure of a matter depended on luck in addition to strategy. It was precisely because he knew this that he had planned for the worst from the very beginning, to use Li Yaoxi and the Qiao family members as experimental subjects to verify a certain method. Now that the method was proven to be effective, it was time for him to start planning for his future. He had been living peacefully for more than 10 years, but he was suddenly being hunted down. Then, one after another, he would be surrounded by capricious fellows who might harbor ill intentions towards him. It was said that pressure was the motivation to move forward, but he did not want this kind of pressure at all. Compared to carefully observing other people's expressions for survival and praying that he would not be eaten, he wished even more that he was the villain. Tonight would probably be the first act of the upcoming drama. He had to achieve his first goal. Night fell and the lanterns were lit. Just as Lu Laodao had said, the venue tonight was Qianghua Building. Since it dared to use such a name and was really famous in the city of Wei, Qianghua Building couldn't just be described as magnificent. Therefore, when Li Yunxin and Lu Laodao walked for nearly an hour to the outside of this building, he was very surprised. He used to live in a mountain village and then in the wilderness. He came to the city of Wei and lived in Lu Laodao's Dragon King Temple, so he rarely came to such a prosperous place. Therefore, his general impression of the buildings of this era was beautiful and ancient, but limited by the technical conditions. He could only make the ancients sigh, but not himself. But at the first sight of this building, Li Yunxin knew that he had underestimated this world. There were almost no walls on every floor of this Qianghua building. Every floor was like an enlarged version of a pavilion, with a 360-degree panoramic view, supported only by the vermilion wooden pillars painted with gilded patterns of flowers and birds. Just looking at the first floor, it could easily fit 3 Mu Nanju stores. Then the floors slightly shrunk to the 6th floor, which was covered with a gilded roof. At this time, thick candles were lit on the roof and by the windows, illuminating the whole Qianghua building under the night sky. It really looked like a pagoda in the hands of a divine immortal. There was a lot of traffic downstairs. At a glance, all kinds of luxurious carriages and horses gathered on the street, and manservants in all kinds of clothes were running back and forth. There were high-ranking officials and nobles dressed in silk and satins, women and young ladies escorted by their servants, walking towards the main entrance. There were also well-dressed guards looking around with bright eyes. After he came to the city of Wei, he knew that the clothes of ordinary people were not special and could only be described as rich. But at this time, seeing the scene in front of Qianghua Building, even a person like him felt dazzling and gorgeous. This should be the upper class of the city of Wei. He and Lu Laodao turned out of a small alley. As soon as they came out of the alley, they saw such a scene and only felt a wave of noise hit them in the face. Lu Laodao was a little absent-minded and couldn't help but stop, but Li Yunxin didn't like this kind of noise. At this time, the street was only paved with green stone slabs, and there was yellow soil on both sides. It hadn't rained for many days, and it had long been dry. On the street, there were not only people and servants attending the meeting, but also people from the city who came to see the scene. When there were more people, the shouting, hawking, and crying of children mixed together. There were also some leftover melons and fruit pits, and dirty water from an unknown source, all over the ground. It was very noisy and dirty. The two of them walked out of the alleyway. Unlike the officials and wealthy merchants who had carriages and horses to clear the way on the stone streets, they only paused for a moment at the entrance of the alleyway. Their brand new shoes and clothes were already covered in a thin layer of dust. He sighed and pulled the corner of Lao Dao's clothes. He wanted to walk out from the crowd, cross the street, and enter Qianghua Building. But after a while, Lao Dao didn't move. "What's wrong?" he asked. Lu Laodao looked at his Taoist robe, and then at Qianghua Building and the people in fancy clothes and horses in front of the building. His previous energetic expression was gone, and now he seemed to be a little timid. He raised his hand, as if he wanted to wipe his forehead with his sleeve, but looked at the people on both sides and put it down. "Brother Exit?" Lu Laodao hesitated for a while, and then said, "How about, I don't go." Seeing him like this, Li Yunxin didn't say anything. He looked at Lu Laodao and stayed silent for a short while. Of course, it was only for a short while. Because of the appearance of this Lao Dao and the scene today, it overlapped with a certain scene and a certain person in his memory, although it was only for a very short moment. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lao Dao thought that he was angry with him and hurriedly said, "Alas, Brother Exen, Lao Dao." I am actually a lass. But before he could finish his words, Li Yunxin suddenly smiled. Seeing his smile, Lu Laodao didn't know why he felt that it was not right. He had seen Li Yunxin smile before, but most of them were disdainful, mysterious, cruel, and absent-minded. But at this moment, this smile Lu Laodao felt in this dark and noisy alley, the smile on his face was indeed very warm. Then he heard Li Yunxin say, "It's nothing. I'm here." He didn't know whether it was because it was too noisy or because he was too nervous. Lu Laodao also thought that he saw Brother Xian's lips move slightly and quickly after saying this, and then he spit out a word. His eyes seemed to see through him in a moment, looking at other places or people. That word seemed to be grandpa. Chapter 74. But at least Li Yunxin's smile made him feel at ease. In the 50 or 60 years of Lu Laodao's life, very few people showed him such a smile and said such words to him. Today he looked at the young man he picked up from the roadside and suddenly realized, he was no longer alone. He was no longer the one who took care of the Dragon King Temple, walked the streets and watched people's faces, was happy for a few days after he sold a few paintings, went to bed early at night, and woke up the next morning in a daze in the vestibule. If he was no longer alone, then the other person didn't care about how he looked in other people's eyes. What did he care about? It had been so many years. The fear that Lu Laodao felt when he saw the luxurious and prosperous scene in front of the building suddenly disappeared. He laughed mischievously. "Okay, I have you, Brother Xian. Let's go," Li Yunxin said with a smile. "You've been hungry all day." The two of them squeezed out of the crowd and joined the bustling scene in front of the building. But after walking 2 or 3 steps to the side of the street, Lu Laodao suddenly stopped again. Li Yunxin thought that he still felt ashamed and frowned slightly. He felt that he had to spend a few minutes to carry out a psychological intervention on him. This was a piece of cake for him, especially for someone like Lu Laodao who trusted him. It was not impossible for a professional, especially a professional among professionals like him, to use a few minutes to build a temporary and solid psychological defense for a person who was originally not wary of him in a relatively short period of time. But he had never thought of doing this before. He felt that he probably preferred the original old man, because it was very interesting. But just as he was about to speak, the old man had already turned to the right and said in a clear voice, "Fellow Taoist, sure. See you here. How have you been?" Li Yunxin looked to the right and raised his eyebrows. Lu Laodao's voice and tone were only used when speaking to believers who came to offer incense in the hall. His pronunciation was perfect, and there was a hint of clarity in his deep voice. It was rare for someone of his age. However, in these 3 sentences, there was an imperceptible tremor and rise at the end of each sentence. "I'm very excited right now." But he was excited because of some strong positive emotion. When Li Yunxin saw fellow Taoist Sure again, he faintly smiled in his heart. Sunset glow was the most beautiful. Fellow Taoist Sure is a woman. He was about 40 or 50 years old. When the women in this world reached the age of 40 or 50, most of them looked like the 60 or 70 years old women in his world. However, this fellow Taoist Sure actually seemed a little. Her charm was still there. It was probably because, even though it was an unorthodox cultivation method, it was more or less effective. She was also wearing a green Taoist robe and had her hair combed into a bun. There were wrinkles on his face, but they were not unpleasant. His skin was smooth, and he looked a bit like a treasure. At first glance, he looked like a Taoist with some cultivation. Standing together with Lu Laodao, people in the secular world would really feel that he was refined and had the demeanor of an expert cultivator. When this fellow Taoist Sure saw the old man, she was slightly stunned at first, and then her eyes narrowed happily. She returned the greeting. "Lu Laodao, nice to meet you too." The tone and voice of these 2 sentences made Li Yunxin have a good impression of her. Although the woman was old, she seemed to be a cheerful and lively person. In this world, at her age, this was very rare. Laodao hurriedly said, Good, fellow Taoist Sure. is also coming to the Baowa gathering? That's right. That fellow Taoist sure was still smiling with her eyes narrowed. I thought such a grand gathering had nothing to do with us small temples. Who knew that they really sent an invitation? The person who sent the invitation said that it was the intention of the first disciple of the Langyu Cave, Taoist Ling Kongzi. Last night, I received the invitation and set off immediately. I hurried over and only just arrived now. Lu Laodao blinked. Fellow Taoist sure said. It said that Taoist Ling Kongzi has something to say at the gathering. The invitation was very polite, saying that he wants the cultivators near the city of Wei to work together. In fact, I think he probably wants to send us some things to do. People like us can't be considered cultivators. It's that expert who is being too polite. Lao Dao responded twice and was silent for a short while. Li Yunxi knew that this was the old man's awkward silence. He smiled slightly and went forward to greet Taoist Shi, saying, "Greetings, senior." The woman had been looking at Li Yunxi before. Now that she heard him speak, she smiled even more happily. "Oh, Lao Dao, is this your disciple? He's so handsome." Lao Dao hurriedly said, "Oh, I'm Yunxinzi." Li Yunxi knew that Lao Dao was embarrassed and said with a smile, "He's my master's new disciple. Greetings, senior." Lu Laodao gave him a grateful look. If Li Yunxin didn't say it, he really didn't know whether he should say, "This is my disciple." At this time, he hurriedly introduced, "Disciple, this is the temple attendant to the mountain god temple in Daga Mountain, 20 miles away from the city of Wei, Taoist Shirquizi. She's my old friend." Li Yunxin bowed again, and Shirquizi bowed back. Lu Laodao stepped aside, and the two walked side by side into the Qianhua building. The old man seemed a little uncomfortable at this time, and Li Yunxin also laughed in his heart because of this little episode. He never thought that Lu Laodao had such a relationship. He could see that Lu Laodao loved Shirquizi, and that the female Taoist didn't hate Lu Laodao, and even had a little favorable impression of him. But the two were so far away from each other, and it wasn't convenient for him to fall in love with them. What was the story between them? Passing through the carriages and horses on the street, they arrived at the front of the Qianhua building. Someone blocked the view before, so they couldn't see clearly. But now they found that there were already some people waiting by the big stone lion on the left. The big stone lion in front of the Qianhua building was as high as two people. The middle of the stone lion was spacious, and the door was wide open, just like the door of the abandoned palace of the former dynasty in the city of Wei, which expanded a small square. A group of Taoists in green Taoist robes were waiting by the stone lion on the left. Two manservants were also waiting there. Seeing those in simple clothes, they politely led them over, looked at the invitation, said a few words, and asked them to wait there. So they knew that they were probably here to welcome guests like them. Those in fancy clothes and horses would go straight to the front door and wouldn't be stopped. But it was not a rude thing. In such an era, in such a world, there was a difference in status. If these unruly Taoists who were invited to come in with those high-ranking officials and dignitaries, they would be like Lu Laodao, feeling even more uncomfortable. Seeing the three of them coming, a tall and thin manservant came forward and bowed. "Three Taoist masters, are you here for the meeting? Do you have an invitation?" Shirquizi bowed back, took out a small red invitation, and handed it to the manservant. Then another one led her over. Lao Dao frowned slightly and took out his invitation hesitantly from his sleeve, because it was different from Shirquizi's. Chapter 75. The manservant was just taking a look at it as usual. He just glanced at it and then passed it. For such a grand event with so many big shots, those who dared to come were not here to make trouble. He took a look at it and said, "This way." However, after saying these 4 words, he paused. He subconsciously looked at the invitation again, then raised his head to look at the old Taoist and Li Yunxin. He knew the style of the invitation that Lu Laodao handed to him, gilded, delicate, and complicated. There were a total of 12 copies, all for the top figures in the city of Wei. Now this thing appeared in Lu Laodao's hands. He stared at Taoist Lu for a while before asking politely with an apologetic smile, "Master Taoist, you look a little familiar. May I ask if we are fated to meet before?" Xianghua Building was the top place of entertainment in the city of Wei. Those who work here and come out to welcome the guest today must be clever people with clear minds. They would not be like the people in the fairy tales Li Yunxin had read, who only looked at people with their eyes but did not think with their brains. Therefore, he asked cleverly if Lao Dao was from the city of Wei. If he was, he should be able to recognize him with this invitation. The old Taoist was not a brat. He knew that something might have gone wrong. He said, "Well, I am from the city of Wei, the Dragon King Temple on Taoshi Road in Liuhe Prefecture. I am the temple attendant there." The manservant thought for a while and smiled. "Master Tao, please wait a moment. Something might have gone wrong. I dare not make a decision and have to report to the manager. There is a chair here. Would you like to take a rest?" There were tables and chairs in the reception area for the two manservants to record the guests. They gave them to the manservants. Lao Dao saw that he was polite and hurried to say, "It's okay, it's okay. You can go now." The manservant gave way again and excused himself. He held the invitation and trotted into the building. Originally, no one would have noticed this place until such a small interlude happened. Shirqueezy walked into the crowd and greeted a few people. When she turned to look at Lu Laodao, she found that the master and disciple were stopped. Those who were waiting here were all familiar with each other. Since there were cultivators in this world, the Tao must be flourishing. Rogue Taoists did not have the heavenly heart technique to practice, but they did have many ways to strengthen their bodies and meditate to refine their qi. This was also a world where demons and mythological beasts did exist. Therefore, there were many Taoist temples and temples near the city of Wei. Cultivators knew each other's sex, and these rogue Taoists at least knew each other. A few people saw that Shirqueezy came with Lao Dao, so they asked about Lao Dao's identity. Seeing that he was stopped, they couldn't help but start discussing. There were about 20 to 30 people waiting on this side. From time to time, they would glance in that direction, and Lao Dao would feel uncomfortable. Shirqueezy walked over slowly and asked, "What's going on?" Li Yunxin smiled in his heart. This Taoist nun really liked Lao Dao. She wanted to come and talk to him so that he would not be too embarrassed. The old Taoist told her the reason. When Shirqueezy heard him say this, she let out a soft sound. "There's such a thing? Maybe it's a mistake." Hearing the invitation from Lao Dao, she knew that it was for a distinguished guest. She and Lu Lao Dao had known each other for a long time, so she knew that he would not be that kind of distinguished guest. But she was worried that Lao Dao would feel uncomfortable. So she smiled and turned to Li Yunxin, saying, "You should know that your teacher is actually very capable." Lu Laodao was embarrassed. Shirqueezy thought that he was being modest, and said, "There are 5 painters in the city of Wei who have the artistic conception, and your teacher is one of them, although he is not as good as the other 4. While saying this, she smiled and glanced at Lu Laodao. "But compared to us, he is a real master. Your teacher cultivated and understood the Dharma access by himself. When he was in his 20s, he met your grandmaster and was taught the method of cultivation. Alas, fate makes fools of people." Shirqueezy sighed sincerely. If your teacher was lucky enough to meet a monk from the cave sect who came out to travel the secular world when he was young, maybe he would be a celestial being today. Li Yunxin looked at Lu Laodao in surprise, but Shirqueezy thought that he never knew that his teacher was so good. But he really didn't know. Li Yunxin was taught by her parents and the 2 Taoist painters, little by little. His starting point was higher than that of any painter or Taoist painters in the world. Therefore, even the 4 painters of artistic conception in the city of Wei and the Emptiness Realm painter in the capital were like children's play in his eyes. Why would he care about the level of Lu Laodao compared to those unruly Taoists? It was like, in his previous world, a billionaire wouldn't care about the difference between a billionaire and a millionaire. In fact, in his eyes, they were still a little bit rich. From the looks of it, what old Taoist Lu said to him in the past was not all bragging. He used to be on the edge of artistic conception, but now he could be considered a serious painter of artistic conception. He also paid attention to the situation of the 4 painters of artistic conception. They were all born in the rich and powerful families in the city of Wei, and they got to where they were with all kinds of Dharma access and resources. It was not unreasonable to say that it was hard for a poor family to have a noble son. But a person like Lu Laodao, who had no roots and no foundation, really relied on his own ability to get to where he was today. Li Yunxin felt that he probably looked down on him in the past. Just as the old Taoist was about to say a few humble words, the manservant had already rushed over with the steward. Without waiting for Lao Dao to speak, the steward hurriedly bowed and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting. It's my servant who is inexperienced and missed your time. I have reprimanded him. Today, I don't want him to be an eyesore. Please come with me. I will lead you into the building." Lao Dao and Shirqueezy were stunned. The people waiting there also heard the steward's words and looked over. Those who knew Lu Laodao frowned slightly and thought about what happened. Those who were not familiar with him were listening. Lu Laodao asked subconsciously, "That invitation, didn't it say that something went wrong?" The steward had seen many nobles who came to the building and knew that some people looked kind, but were actually very strange and not easy to joke with. He thought that he was teasing him because he was unhappy, so he hurriedly smiled and said, "That's because the children have eyes but don't recognize Mount Tai. You, Taoist Hunyuanzi, are one of the 5 painters of artistic conception in the city of Wei. This invitation is for you. There are 12 invitations in total. Except for the 5 of you, the other 7 invitations are all top-notch figures. How could there be a problem?" The steward only thought that Lao Dao felt that he had lost face because he was stopped in front of these wild Taoists. Therefore, in order to help him gain face and appease his anger, she used a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, but was just loud enough for the people nearby to hear. But Lu Laodao's reputation as one of the 5 painters of artistic conception in the city of Wei was mostly said by himself, and others listened to him. At this moment, the steward said it seriously, and seriously, the group of people were stunned. After a short while, before they could say anything, they heard a young man sneer from the side of the main entrance. "Can you even say such a joke here?" Chapter 76. In fact, the person who spoke looked to be about the same age as Li Yunxin and was dressed similarly. Although he was not as handsome as Li Yunxin, he was still a delicate boy. He was also wearing a green Taoist robe with a bun and a wooden hairpin. But if one looked closely, the craftsmanship of his Taoist robe was quite different from that of Li Yunxin. If the green Taoist robe was opened, one would find that the inside was made of satin, and the ordinary-looking wooden hairpin on his head was made of agarwood. Looking at the person beside him, it was an old man about 50 years old. He was dressed similarly, looking clean and simple, but in fact, it was low-key luxury. The people waiting here were all older than the young man, but no one rebuked him, even though he interrupted with a disdainful tone. Because of the identity of the old man beside him, those artists who often went in and out of the city of Wei all knew that he was indeed a painter of artistic conception. The Yu family in the city of Wei was called Yu Mengda, and his Taoist name was Xianqingzi. And this Yu family was indeed the Yu family of Yumeng. Although it was not the main family, it was also a wealthy family in the city of Wei. The young man saw that everyone was looking at him, but he did not feel uncomfortable. He had been with Xianqingzi for a long time and had seen a lot of things, so he naturally had a calm and arrogant temperament. He said again, "I only know that there are 4 painters of artistic conception in the city of Wei. When did the 5th one appear? Some words can be joked in private, but it's not appropriate to say it on such an occasion." When he finished, he glanced at Lu Laodao and nodded slightly. "It's not against you. But today, the Qianghua building is full of distinguished guests. Some words are a joke, and also a disgrace to the painters of the city of Wei. I think you can understand?" Xianqingzi beside him did not say anything, but did not leave either. He only looked at Lu Laodao with his eyes. Perhaps it was inconvenient for him to say something because of his status, so he let this clever little Taoist boy beside him say it. The young man did not speak seriously and said too much, so he just scolded him casually. Originally, with his status and position, he would not bother with someone like Lu Laodao. But before he came, he had indeed heard that the fifth conception painter would be coming today. It was because his good friend, Daoist Pananzi of the Ling Su sword sect, had returned to his sect and couldn't come. So he gave the invitation to Daoist Hunyuanzi. Xianqingzi wanted to be friends with Pananzi for a long time. However, most cultivators were perverse and temperamental. It took him a long time to establish a good impression of them and meet them a few times. Originally, he wanted to go to Cheonghua Tower today. Now that he had paved the way, he wanted to deepen his relationship with Pananzi and try to ask if he could get some Xianmen techniques. Who knew that after operating for so long, he would suddenly return to the sect? Cultivators have long lives. It was unknown how long it would take for them to return. Xianqingzi, on the other hand, could not wait for long. It was even more likely that all of his plans would be ruined. Thus, he was already rather unhappy. When they were about to enter the door, the Taoist boy beside him heard their words and scolded them, so he simply let them be. Besides, what was Hunyuanzi's identity? He had heard of him before. He was just a temple attendant of the Dragon King Temple. Seeing these wild cultivators flatter each other in front of the tower, he already felt it was very funny. Now, this person was really going to sit with him? It was simply ridiculous. It has to be said that although Pananzi didn't come today, another immortal was coming. A rare disciple of the heavenly grotto heaven. If someone like Hunyuanzi went to the table, wouldn't it be a joke? Thus, when the Taoist boy asked that last question, he still didn't say anything. Now, Lu Laodao's expression was not good. Shirquizi also frowned. Everyone knew what kind of person Xianqingzi was. He could endure a few words from the Taoist boy. After the two of them talked and left, although these people felt awkward, they could still joke around and forget about it. But today, after the Taoist boy asked, "I think you understand," he slightly raised his chin and didn't leave. He was waiting for Lu Laodao's reply. Being lectured by a teenager in front of so many people, and now he had to respond. Anyone would feel embarrassed. If he really said, I understand today, then he would really become a joke. But if he ignored it because of his backbone and made Xianqingzi embarrassed in this situation, then he would probably be in a more terrifying situation in the future. Lu Laodao's eyes quickly swept over Shirquizi, and his face turned red. The wild cultivators behind him also became silent. Even those who were not familiar with Old Taoist, Lu felt a sense of sympathy for the death of a rabbit. In just 1 or 2 seconds, the atmosphere became extremely awkward. However, just as the little Taoist boy suddenly interrupted, another equally young voice rang out. What's wrong with learning at such a young age? Learning to show off. Everyone was stunned at first, and then looked at the disciple, Yanxinzi, beside Lu Laodao, who stood up for his master, with a "Are you crazy?" look. But they didn't know where this handsome little Taoist boy came from. In the eyes of so many people, facing Xianqingzi's suddenly gloomy face, he was still calm and composed, and even, they didn't know if it was an illusion. There was even a relaxed and happy smile on his lips. The Taoist boy beside Xianqingzi was stunned at first, and then he gasped and said in an incredulous voice, "Are you talking to me? How dare you?" Li Yunxin sighed. "I say, why are you so troublesome? Here, look, which one of them isn't your elder? A group of seniors are talking here, and you just had to interrupt. If no one paid attention to you when you interrupted, you should just leave quickly. Why do you have to stand here and wait for someone to answer? There are so many people coming and going, and they all see you, a child, rolling around here without any discipline from an adult. You said you're afraid of making a fool of yourself today. Do you think this is considered a joke? Everyone knows that the little Taoist boy beside the great painter Xianqingzi of the city of Wei has no manners, no respect for his elders, and is suffering from Chinibyu in broad daylight. I simply can't bear to look at it." Li Yunxin spoke with great emotion, and, at the end, he gave an expression of can't bear to look at it. The little Taoist boy was dumbfounded by his words. He was at a loss for words, but more than that, He was astonished. This person dared to talk to him like this. He gritted his teeth, and a burst of anger came out of his nostrils. When he was about to retort, he saw Li Yunxin nodding to Xian Qingzi. "I'll help you to discipline him. I think you can understand?" It was just as he had expected. Xian Qingzi looked at him without saying a word. Then the gloomy look on his face suddenly disappeared, and he nodded slightly to the steward. "Take good care of this Taoist, Han Yuanzi. Don't neglect him. After all, he's a distinguished guest." Then he nodded to Lu Laodao. "Fellow Taoist, see you upstairs." After that, he flung his sleeves and strode into the door. The little Taoist boy didn't say anything. He glared at Li Yunxin and quickly followed. A person of Xian Qingzi's status. Of course, he wouldn't argue with an ignorant kid here in public, because he didn't expect that someone would dare to not give him face here. Seeing that they had left, Lu Laodao hurriedly pulled Li Yunxin to the side and whispered, "Brother X, why?" He knew that Li Yunxin had a clever heart. He also knew that Li Yunxin initially planned to live in seclusion in the city of Wei and didn't want to cause too much trouble. But today, he angered Xian Qingzi on such an occasion. Lu Laodao wasn't worried that Brother Xin had no way to solve the problem, but he was afraid that the other party caused this trouble just for him. The people behind him saw that Lao Dao pulled the little Taoist boy to the side and whispered to him, and thought that it was to teach him a lesson. It was a moment of sharp-tongued venting. But everyone saw Xian Qingzi's performance. He was definitely going to embarrass Lu Laodao upstairs. But Li Yunxin just smiled slightly. "Don't panic. I'm playing a big game of chess." He just came over to ask for a beating. Besides, no one will step on me when I go upstairs. How can I happily show off? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Author's note. If any of you think, how would the ancients understand the meaning of the word show off? Author, you're not following the script to show off, then don't be anxious. The setting here is clear. As for why it is clear, it's not a forced setting. There are explanations. Chapter 77. Seeing Li Yunxin's expression, Lu Laodao realized that his brother Xin was plotting something again. He didn't have any ambition. He just followed Li Yunxin and got involved in a lot of troubles. But even until today, he didn't feel regret. Instead, he felt, well, it seemed to be good. Compared to the previous days, he felt much better. So he was relieved. Then, Lao Dao, what should I do? You just need to eat and drink properly. Li Yunxin said casually, "Today I just showed my face." "Oh, are those temple attendants around the city of Wei? How's the incense there?" Lao Dao didn't know why his brother Xin cared about this, but he knew he couldn't keep up with his imagination. So he said, "In fact, the incense is better than our temples, better than ours now. The people in the city of Wei are more knowledgeable. Their minds are more flexible and not sincere. But when we go to the villages outside, the folk customs are much simpler and the people are much more pious. Moreover, there's only one temple in dozens of miles. Although there are not as many people as in the city of Wei, there are fewer temples. So in this way, it's better than ours." "That's not bad." Li Yunxin thought for a while. "I've seen a few temples in the city. They're all clay sculptures. Many of the clay sculptures are just clay sculptures, without any divine position. Are those also clay sculptures in those temples? Why don't they use portraits?" At this time, Shirqueezy walked over. Hearing his question, she was slightly stunned. She thought Lao Dao was teaching Li Yunxin a lesson. She had a good impression of this little Taoist boy. She felt that, although he got into trouble, he was really good to his master. So she wanted to speak up for him. But she found out that they were talking about this matter. But it didn't sound like a conversation between a master and a disciple. But she still couldn't help but say a few words. "When you go upstairs, bear with it as much as you can. You're a filial child, but your master is in a difficult position. You can't be like this in the future." Li Yunxin didn't mind Shirqueezy's tone. It was a kind of advice from an elder, and it was all out of kindness. He only smiled and nodded. "Yes." Shirqueezy was surprised again. This little Taoist was a little strange. At this moment, he became calm and composed again. He was like a completely different person from before. What was going on with him? The manager of Cheonghua Pavilion also came over and sighed. Taoist master, please follow me upstairs. Originally, when a steward confirmed that the invitation in Lao Dao's hands was correct, the Taoist priests felt honored. After all, they were of similar origins. However, after what happened before, they all felt that Lu Lao Dao was most likely going to suffer. Therefore, when she looked at him now, she could only sigh in her heart. However, Lu Lao Dao's face did not show much apprehension. Instead, he walked in front of a steward while talking to Li Yunxin. They were talking about what happened just now. Although most of the temple attendants are painters, only a few of them can draw decent paintings. Most of them draw something that calms the heart and calms the house. They are sold to pilgrims, but their effect is limited. As for drawing a portrait of the real deity in the temple like Brother Exine, it's unthinkable. If you have the ability to draw the Reiki of the deity, you don't need to be a temple attendant anymore. Oh, how about I draw for them? Well, I trust Brother Exine's ability. Lao Dao listened to his words and paused. But it's hard to say about the others. That temple is the temple where they settled down. Some of the statues do have deities on them. If Brother Exine wants them to destroy the deity and replace it with a new one, probably only a few people can trust me, Lao Dao. But the others, I understand. Li Yunxin nodded. When we go upstairs, just answer whatever they ask you. I'll take care of everything. At this time, the two followed the steward through the lobby on the first floor and went to the second floor. In the past, when Lu Lao Dao came to Cheonghua Tower and saw the jewels in the tower, he would look at them carefully and keep them as a topic of conversation in the future. But after hearing what Li Yunxin said, he suddenly panicked for no reason. He didn't know why, but he felt something was wrong. Brother Exine was still Brother Exine, but today, or recently, Brother Exine was not right. The old Taoist had a feeling that he might be doing something very big. So big that he might never see him again. When they stepped on the last step, the steward stepped aside and said, "Please come in. I'll lead you here." Lu Lao Dao stopped thinking and looked forward. The second floor of Cheonghua Tower was very spacious. It was a complete lobby, supported by only 2 rows of pillars in the middle. According to Li Yunxin's impression, it was very similar to the layout of the main hall of the Imperial Palace that he saw in movies and TV series. On the other side of the lobby, there was a huge gilded screen facing the entrance of the stairs. In front of the screen was the chair. The seat was naturally the table. The table in Cheonghua Tower was actually quite old-fashioned, the separate dining system. In fact, this was also a more formal banquet system in the Daqing state. Everyone had a table in front of them, sat on their knees, and drank several rounds of wine in a row. Seeing this scene, Lu Lao Dao showed a bitter face. He had never seen this kind of situation, and he didn't know anything about etiquette. There were 13 seats in the lobby, the chair in the center, and 6 seats on each side. Thinking of the steward saying that there were only 12 invitations, he guessed that they should be for the 12 people. But no one had taken the seats yet. There were 30 to 40 people in the lobby. They were chatting casually in 2s and 3s, as if they were waiting for the host. This scene was familiar to Li Yunxin. If everyone had a glass of wine in their hands, he would feel that this was more like the upper-class gatherings in his world. The people in the hall only glanced at them for a while, then turned their faces away and ignored them. Li Yunxin smiled. We also ignore them. He knew that it must be the Taoist apprentice of Xuanqing who came in and said something. In fact, among these people, just a few words were enough to exclude the old Taoist and himself. They were not in the same circle to begin with. Since they ignored them, he was not in a hurry. He walked to the window with Lu Lao Dao. Beside the window of Cheonghua Tower was a fence that looked like a gazebo. There were seats and small tables. There were some cold fruits on the small tables. They were yellow, green, red, purple, and purple. It was very beautiful. The two of them sat down and rested here, watching the people in the hall talk loudly. The Taoist apprentice of Xuanqing had been looking for an opportunity to meet Li Yunxin's eyes, so that he could express to him, "Just wait and see. I'll teach you a lesson later." Unfortunately, Li Yunxin had long since passed the age of arguing with a teenager. He only glanced at the layout of the lobby and then thought about his own matters. At first, he thought that Yin Pingji had set up an overt plot for him. But just now, when he was outside the building, he knew that this was not something that Yin Pingji could do. Then the others would not target Lu Laodao, but himself. Someone had brought him here. Through Yin Pingji, he had fallen into the wrong thinking and lowered his guard. This person was very clever. As Li Yunxin thought about it, he slowly looked at the crowd. Who could it be? He actually made him suffer a small loss. Chapter 78. But after looking at it for a while, Li Yunxin was stunned when he accidentally met the eyes of the little Taoist boy. Just now, when they were downstairs, Queasy said that they received the invitation yesterday and hurried over, only arriving today. 10 kilometers was not a short distance in this era. The person who sent the invitation must have left earlier. If they had ridden horses or taken ox carts, they should have left yesterday morning. So the decision of Ling Kongzi inviting them to the meeting should have been made by him yesterday. That was to say, Ling Kongzi had already arrived in the city of Wei before meeting him yesterday. Yin Pingji couldn't get one of the 12 high-level invitations. So it was made by Ling Kongzi. It was not a coincidence that the woman went to the Qiao family to see him yesterday. Li Yunxin was stunned, and the little Taoist boy became complacent. He thought that Li Yunxin talked back to him before because he didn't know who he was. Now seeing him here, the little Taoist boy was shocked. He thought that he shouldn't dress too low-key when he went out. Today, a powerful person was coming, and he didn't know what that person would wear, so he dressed like this. If he went out in luxurious clothes, the guy by the window probably wouldn't dare to say a word. But he couldn't let them go because of this. The little Taoist boy smiled at Li Yunxin insidiously and pointed at him. This idiot! Li Yunxin turned his eyes away and continued to think about his own things. There were probably 2 reasons why the first disciple of the Langia Cave Heaven paid attention to him. One was the death of the 3 swordsmen of the Lingshu sword sect. The 2 cultivators in the city of Wei were idiots, but it didn't mean that all the cultivators in the world were idiots. It was reasonable for Ling Kongzi to suspect him. After seeing what he did in the Qiao family that day, his suspicion could almost be confirmed. But he didn't make a move and behaved politely. The other thing was, it was the Jade Slip of Enlightenment. If it was because of the Jade Slip of Enlightenment, it would be even worse. In fact, if either of these 2 things were confirmed, it would be a matter of life and death. However, as Li Yunxin sat by the window and deduced these 2 thoughts, he smiled instead. Lu Laodao was carefully picking the fruits from the corners of the fruit platter to eat. He didn't want to look too ugly and ruin the decorations. At this time, when he inadvertently looked at Li Yunxin, he found that his brother Xian had a strange smile on his face. This was the second time he saw Li Yunxin's unusual smile today. But this time, it wasn't a warm smile, but after all, Lu Laodao did not have much experience. But if it was a scoundrel who mingled in the streets all year round, he would find the smile on Li Yunxin's face to be quite familiar. It was the dangerous and excited smile of a skilled gambler who was faced with an unavoidable gamble. At this time, Ling Kongzi stopped at the back street of the Jade Flower Pavilion and said to Song Yunzi, "You don't have to come today." Lao Dao of the Pill Cauldron sect of the Shangqing sect froze. "Fairy, what do you mean? I came here to do 2 things. Ling Kongzi raised his head slightly and looked at the second floor. One of them is to investigate the deaths of the 3 swordsmen of the Ling Su sword sect. The death of 3 swordsmen in the mortal world is not a small matter. Before I came here, I met the sword sage. The sword sage knew that I was going to travel, so he gave me some instructions." "You met the sages?" Song Yunzi's eyes widened, because no one had seen the 2 sages for almost 100 years. However, Ling Kongzi didn't answer this meaningless question. "I was investigating you in Penanzi before, but now I don't think you did it. You're not smart enough. So, you don't have to come to the Baohua Guild to avoid delaying my business." Song Yunzi didn't know if he should be happy or sad after hearing this. He hesitated for a while and said, Fairy, what about the other thing you did? Ling Kongzi narrowed his eyes and looked at the second floor. Killing demons. After saying this, she paused and added, the remnants of the arch-sage. Song Yunzi frowned slightly. Huh? Oh, you don't know about the arch-sage. Ling Kongzi nodded. Do you want to know? Song Yunzi was stunned for a while. However, Ling Kongzi didn't seem to be asking for his opinion. You only know about the 2 sages, but you don't know about the 3 sages. 2,000 years. It's long enough for you to forget everything. Then you should know about Taoist Danqing. Taoist Danqing's cultivation method is different from Daodong and Kinzo, but it's the heavenly heart Dharma. Aren't you curious about it? That's a well-organized, systematic, and solid cultivation method, but there's no higher, transcendent cultivation method. Don't you think it's strange? Because in the past, other than Daotong and Kinzo, there was also the painting sect. The Grand Master of the painting sect was called the Art Sage. Unfortunately, the Art Sage became a demon and was killed by the Devis, the 2 sages, and other cultivators. The remaining Taoist Danqing used to be the disciples of the Art Sage. Look at the painters in the market. Now that they worship the 2 saints, they feel that the mediocre techniques they cultivate are just leftovers left by the cultivators of the orthodoxies and sword sections. But they don't know that those are the remaining cultivation methods of the painting sect, passed down by the Art Sage, who was killed by the 2 sages. I shouldn't be called the Art Sage. It's the Art Demon. I'm here to kill the demon. Do you understand now? Song Yunzi was dumbfounded. This was because Ling Kongzi had just poured out all these secrets of the past that were related to the 2 saints to him, just like that. He didn't want to hear it at all. There must be a reason why no one knew about these things for thousands of years. But now he knew everything. Song Yunzi spaced out for a while and suddenly felt a chill. Fairy, are you saying that the demon you want to kill this time is also at the Baohua gathering? Fairy, what do you want me to do by telling me all this? You can't do anything. Your level is too low, and your brain is not smart enough. Ling Kongzi said as she walked. Go back. I'm telling you, but I'm too annoyed to keep these things in my heart. It's better to say it out. Now you know, if I accidentally tell others, I'm also a demon. I'll kill them all. After saying this, she took a few more steps and walked up to the sky, as if there was a row of invisible steps in the air. After a dozen more steps, she arrived at the 2nd floor of Cheonghua Building, behind the gilded screen. She stopped and looked at the people through the gap of the screen, then at Li Yunxin. How did you do it? She looked for a while, and suddenly tilted her head slightly. She said in a low voice, interesting. Chapter 79. Behind the gold-plated screen was a large, soft couch. Usually, when one was tired from banquets, they could come here to rest, or when they were in the mood to laugh with the dancers. Ling Kongzi looked at Li Yunxin for a while, then turned to look at the soft couch, as if he wanted to rest on it. But he seemed to have thought of something or seen something, and he frowned slightly. At this time, the voices in the front hall suddenly grew louder. The originally small chatter turned into a wave of greetings and compliments. One of the leaders of today's Baohua gathering, Great Master Peijuzi, had arrived. Lu Laodao also hurriedly got up. Li Yunxin was still leaning against the railing by the window. In any case, his identity today was that of a little Taoist boy. With so many people here, no one would pay attention to him. What's more, when Great Master Peijuzi and his group came up, there was a group of wild Taoists following behind them. The main character had arrived, so they could also take the stage. But in the end, there was still a difference in status. Originally, these tables by the window with plates of melons and fruits were prepared for these people. Li Yunxin narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Peijuzi. He originally wasn't interested in Peijuzi. He only glanced at him out of instinct. But after this glance, he couldn't move his eyes away. This person, something was wrong. Everyone had their own characteristics and unique hobbies, no matter how unconventional they were. It wasn't that the big shots always had a high and mighty face, and the poor always had a submissive appearance. But this Peijuzi in front of him Li Yunxin felt extremely strange. Looking at his clothing, skin color, and appearance, he was indeed a person who lived in luxury. But looking at his expression, it was quite awkward. Others might not dare to stare at him out of respect or fear. But Li Yunxin found that he was actually pretending to be reserved. He seemed to be trying his best to keep a straight face and not smile. But his eyes were wandering, and his body language was saying, "Is there anything fun? Delicious food? Why is it different from what I imagined? What's going on?" Li Yunxin made a soft sound of surprise and sat up straight. Today was more fun than he had imagined. It was also at this time that the sky slowly darkened. Looking out of the window, one could see that the setting sun had been shrouded by thick clouds. A thick layer of burning clouds appeared in the western sky. But as the clouds became thicker and thicker, even the light of the sunset disappeared. Night arrived an hour earlier than usual. However, the banquet had already been prepared, and the candles were already prepared. The servants quickly filed in, lit the candles in the hall, and covered the hall with a windproof cover. Although the eaves of the Jade Flower Building were cleverly designed so that normal wind and rain couldn't blow through the windows, it was difficult for the wind and rain to blow in. But seeing the dark clouds looming over the city tonight, a steward still asked if the thick curtain should be lowered. Qianghua Building was located in the center of the city of Wei. The lights of the city of Wei, seen from upstairs at night, was also one of the 8 famous local sceneries. At least the boss of Qianghua Building hoped that Master Pei Juezi would like to see it and mention it after returning to the capital. The group of people looked out the window, eagerly offering advice to Grandmaster. But most of them suggested to lower the curtain to prevent Grandmaster's precious body from catching a cold. However, at this moment, a not loud voice suddenly came into everyone's ears in the midst of the noise. The dark clouds looming over the city are about to destroy the city, and the storm is coming. This is the perfect time. No need. Then the person who spoke walked out from behind the screen, walked to the chair, and knelt down. "Where is the fisherman fishing, old man? Bring it to me." After a short panic that lasted no more than 3 or 4 seconds, the entire hall became silent. All the bigwigs present should know who this plainly dressed woman was. Their servants might not know, but those who could follow them today were all clever people, so they didn't dare to make sound. Everyone moved their eyes away from Pei Juezi and looked at the woman in white. After a few seconds, a steward next to Pei Juezi said, "I wonder when Fairy Ling Kong will come. Fairy Ling Kong is really good at Taoism. Good at Taoism." With this flattery, everyone came to a sudden realization, and they all chimed in. However, these echoes were done carefully. When they praised Pei Juezi, they used as much force as they could. Even if Grandmaster Pei Juezi was a descendant of a noble family, he was still a mortal. Mortals couldn't escape the emotions of mortals. These people were all smart people, so they could easily deal with Pei Juezi. But facing this Fairy Ling Kong again, they felt powerless. High-level cultivators might find it hard to treat these people of the mortal world as their own, and the people of the mortal world would find it hard to treat them as their own. Even though it was vulgar, the most direct example was that when cultivators reached the transcendent state, their bodies would gradually break away from the category of traditional humans. Slowly, even if they ate and drank, they wouldn't even have excretion. Their extremely powerful physiological functions would absorb and resist everything. It was just that they looked like humans in a certain sense. Facing such a Ling Kongzi, and a woman at that, after a storm of careful praise, they didn't know what to say. Originally, they were supposed to come first and wait for the important person to appear. Pei Juezi came, everyone chatted for a while, then sat down and waited for Fairy Ling Kong to arrive. When a master from Daotong arrived, according to the etiquette, masters had a long lifespan, so they followed the ancient etiquette. They led the master to a seat, then bowed to each other, asked the ceremonial officer to serve food and drink, responded with some words, and then Grandmaster Pei Juezi presented the painting. But now, everything was messed up. Ling Kongzi laughed lightly. "Of course I walked out from behind the screen. Which one is this Pei Juezi? Where's the painting? At this time, Li Yunxin also asked Lu Lao Dao in a low voice, "Dark clouds looming over the city. The storm is coming. Have you heard of these two lines? Which poet wrote it?" Lao Dao was staring at the majestic fairy Ling Kong and was a bit dazed for a moment. When Li Yunxin asked again, he came back to his senses, thought carefully, and said in a low voice, "Hichem, Brother Xian said it well. These two lines, although they don't match, the tone is also wrong. But they are both wonderful lines. Lao Dao, I have never heard of them. These lines should be written by a fairy, right?" She chose two lines from her usual poems and recited them casually. If it was written by someone else, just based on these two lines, the whole world would know. "Ah, you have never heard of these two lines." Li Yunxin nodded meaningfully. Wow, Lao Dao had never heard of these two lines. Although Lu Lao Dao was not a scholar, since he was a painter, he was not an ignorant person. This meant that these two lines originally did not exist in this world. He knew these two lines. That person, that painting saint, should also know these two lines. It was very likely that he had said these two lines in the past. Similarly, because Lu Lao Dao had never heard of these two lines, it meant that these two lines were only circulated in an extremely small circle of cultivators. Otherwise, according to Lu Lao Dao, once these two lines were circulated in the secular world, the world would already know of these two lines. Among cultivators, there was an extremely small circle related to the painting saint. Ling Kongzi said these two lines, which meant that she was in that circle. This meant that she might know of the painting saint's secret. This meant that she might know of the Jade Scroll of Enlightenment. This meant that she might have come for the Jade Scroll of Enlightenment. This woman, he cannot stay. Chapter 80. The first drop of rain hit the wooden railing, creating a patch of water. The wind became stronger. The strong wind blew the gauze curtains, making them flutter. The hall that was supposed to be filled with fluttering clothes and gauze curtains was now filled with a murderous aura. After one breath, the heavy rain fell like crazy, and the world was filled with water vapor. In the strong wind, the flying gauze, and the pouring rain, Ling Kongzi sat upright in front of the table, with a calm and gentle expression on his face, and his clothes didn't move at all. She said not to put up a curtain, so no one dared to put it up. The strong wind rushed in through the window, carrying raindrops with it, and everyone's clothes were blown through. The might of the heavens and the earth combined with the imposing aura on Ling Kongzi's body caused practically everyone to hold their breaths. Some people even wondered if this storm was summoned by this fairy. The might of an immortal was not something mortals could fathom. A few seconds after she said that, the steward next to Pei Ju Zi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and gently pulled on the corner of his master's clothes. Tonight, the steward felt like he was going crazy. He didn't know if his master was scared, but he didn't seem right the whole day. Normally, no matter how high his status was in the secular world, no matter how good his family background was, in front of the first disciple of the heavenly paradise, he shouldn't act pretentiously. Was the status of the royal family high? But it was said that the royal family of the previous dynasty angered a master of the heavenly paradise, and at the same time, lost the favor of the Dao Tong and Kenzo. Thus, the first emperor of the Daqing state revolted and killed the royal family of the previous dynasty. No cultivator intervened. But now his master seemed to have become stupid. That fairy Ling Kong had said twice that she wanted to see the painting. He still stood in the same place, and just like before, his eyeballs were rolling. No one knew what he was thinking, until the steward pulled again, and almost everyone was urging him with their eyes. He seemed to wake up from a dream and untied the cloth bag on his waist. Then, without the slightest scruple, he pulled out the painting, walked over to Ling Kongzi's table, and placed the painting on it. Then, like a puppet, he retreated a few steps back to the steward's side. His series of actions caused everyone present to break out in cold sweat. This was the first time they had seen Pei Juezi. They had never thought that this expert who was about to take over the position of the Imperial House Great Painter would have this kind of conduct and personality. Her wild and uninhibited and careless temperament could be used by any one of them here, But who dared to be like Fairy Ling Kong? Cultivators were naturally temperamental. No one would be surprised if Ling Kongzi were to fly into a rage and kill Pei Ju Zi in the next moment. Fortunately, the white fairy didn't seem to want to do that. She raised her head to look at Pei Ju Zi. Her gaze paused briefly on him before returning to the painting. Then he slowly unrolled the painting on the table and continued to sit there attentively, looking at the painting. At this moment, everyone realized there was no singing or dancing, no small talk, no etiquette. The Baohua gathering had already begun. Perhaps this was how cultivators did things? This was simple and direct. The Fisherman Fishing the Old was a rare painting. Most of the people present had a rare chance to see it. Thus, even those who were afraid of Ling Kongzi's unfathomable and temperamental stretched their necks to look more closely. The four painters could see some things, but not enough. As for the ordinary people, they could only look at the painting and the feelings it gave them. Lu Lao Dao was so anxious that his eyes widened, because a group of people were slowly moving over and blocking the painting. After a while, there would probably be people holding the painting and letting the wild Taoist by the window take a look from afar, but how could it compare to seeing it up close? Li Yunxin smiled and patted his arm. Go over and look. You're in the 12 seats. What are you afraid of? At this time, the people in front covered Ling Kongzi's figure, and the wild Taoist by the window also dared to talk in low voices. Only then did they shiver and greet each other in the howling wind and rain. Shirqueezy crossed her arms and moved to Lu Lao Dao's side. Go. When you see it, come back and tell us. When Li Yunxin spoke, Lao Dao hesitated slightly, but when Shirqueezy urged him, he no longer hesitated. He stood up and swept his gaze over the Taoists around him. He smoothed his beard and said, Okay, I'll go now. No matter why he was invited, at least at this moment, he felt that he had gained face in front of his fellow Taoists. When Lu Lao Dao left, Li Yunxin's smile disappeared, and he stared at Pei Ju Zi again. He had originally come for the Fisherman Fishing the Old, but when he looked, he found something even more interesting. That Pei Ju Zi wasn't human. At first, he only felt that his expression was strange. But ever since the thunder rumbled in the sky and the rain poured down, Pei Ju Zi's expression became dull. Li Yunxin felt that this dullness was because he was trying to focus on dealing with something, fighting against some kind of power. That was why he became like this. He was trying his best, and even at a certain moment, Li Yunxin saw something burrow out of his body. It looked like a leg with thick black hair. But only for a moment, it shrank back as if it was electrocuted. This Pei Ju Zi, he wasn't the original Pei Ju Zi. What he saw was that the thing that possessed his body, because it was trying too hard to fight against some kind of power, almost came out of its body. The most reasonable explanation was that it was fighting against Ling Kongzi. But when Li Yunxin looked at Ling Kongzi, he felt that this woman didn't notice the abnormality of the great painter. This was also very strange. She was a cultivator at the peak of transcendent state, but she couldn't see through a ghost that possessed her body. Li Yunxin tried to close his eyes and only use his spirit energy to sense. The result was a real shock. Indeed, he couldn't sense the ghost chi. This thing had some tricks up its sleeves. Then it was probably fighting against some kind of power from another existence. He opened his eyes and glanced at the dark clouds outside the window. Interesting. Tonight, there would be a parade of demons and ghosts. The people of high status had all gone to look at the paintings, and their attendants had retreated to the window, waiting for the host to start the banquet. The little Taoist boy who had been taught a lesson by Li Yunxin outside the building walked over, trembling. He purposely moved closer to Li Yunxin and looked at him with a proud expression. You still have a mood to sit. Do you know what will happen later? Li Yunxin was thinking about something and made some last-minute changes to his plan, so he answered casually, I don't know. The little Taoist boy saw that he was a little dazed and thought that he was distracted by tonight's scene, so he became even more proud. Then, do you want to know? Li Yunxin rolled his eyes, annoyed that the boy was interrupting his thoughts. No. The little Taoist boy was stunned, and then he became angry. Hey, you are so stubborn. Let me tell you, in a while, my master will ask your master to give the painting to the immortal. You know what your master is capable of? It must be very crude. Hey, at that time, my master will say that your master is disrespectful to the immortal. Since he is one of the 12 masters, how can he be so weak? Of course, he didn't do his best. At that time, no matter whether the immortal is angry or not, the governor and the governor who are sitting with him will definitely be angry. Just you two. Chapter 81. Li Yunxin stood up, sighed slightly, and gave him a slap on the face. He had already carefully controlled his strength to prevent himself from slapping him to death and causing more trouble. He only wanted to interrupt him so that he could think properly. But even so, the little Taoist boy still made a sound. He spun around dizzily and fell to the ground with a thud. The wild Taoists around widened their eyes as they watched this scene. Li Yunxin sat down again and thought about his plan. This sound alarmed the few big shots in front of him. They frowned slightly and turned around to look. They saw the little Taoist boy crawling up from the ground with his hands and feet. He spun around and covered his face as he looked for someone to look at. But when he saw their eyes, he quickly stood up straight and put down his hands. What's wrong? Xian Qingzi scolded him in a low voice. I am in a storm. The little Taoist boy gritted his teeth and pursed his lips. He was so angry that he was about to cry. I fell myself. Xian Qingzi glared at him, then looked at Li Yunxin. Li Yunxin smiled at him. Then he mouthed, hit me. Xian Qingzi's face instantly turned red. He turned his head away hatefully. Shirqueezy hurriedly tugged at Li Yunxin's sleeve. You child, she said in a low voice. You child, why are you so? Auntie, you also know that naughty children are difficult to manage. Li Yunxin looked at her and sighed. He's very annoying with his nagging. I don't want to argue with naughty children, and I don't want to hit him. But if I persuade him, he will use his rich experience to defeat me. What else can I do? Shirqueezy also sighed. I sigh. But you made things difficult for your master. You were a good child, but what he said just now, although he might not do it, he will still make things difficult for you in the future. Li Yunxin smiled and shook his head. You are wrong. What he said just now, it's not that he might not do it, but he will definitely do it. You're a kind person, and you may not think badly of others. But those people like to go to the extreme, especially when they're dealing with people who are not on the same level as them. For example, I won't persuade the naughty child to stop babbling. I'll just slap him in the face and interrupt him. Simple violence. As for them, they won't teach us a lesson or teach us a lesson. Killing people like us is as easy as crushing an ant. So, it won't be difficult for them to simply crush us. Why would they bother to think about other things? Either I don't care about you at all, or I'm going to take extreme measures. That's how I and the rest of them are. Neither of them are good people, and we know each other very well. He had already thought of some things, so he was in the mood to chat with Shirqueezy. Shirqueezy heard his words, and so did the people nearby. The young Taoist covered his face and walked over hatefully. He also heard the last few sentences. For a moment, they were a little surprised. Hunyuanzi's little Taoist boy could actually say such words. It wasn't something he could say at all. Xian Qingzi's little Taoist boy gritted his teeth and held back his tears. He pointed at him and said with a trembling voice, Good, good, good. It's good that you know. You. Li Yunxin acted as if he was introducing him. He stretched out his palm and said, Andy, look, just like this. He's such an old child, and he doesn't have any sense of right or wrong. He could be the most ruthless, and he can also be the most ruthless. Sometimes school bullying, oh, you don't know what it means, is done at this age. Just like today, he did it or wanted to do it, but no one can stop him or punish him. There's no fair environment. What should he do? Then kill him. Li Yunxin turned to the little Taoist boy. For example, this little bastard, a disobedient child who likes to harm others. What should we do? Just beat him to death. Then, you see, you and your master plan to kill us, and now I'm not happy. So, I plan to kill you and your master later. Let's make a bet. Do you dare to bet? As Li Yunxin spoke, his whole body exuded a murderous aura. The murderous aura and killing intent of ordinary people was a kind of force. But the murderous aura emitted by people like him actually contained some spiritual energy. He was really afraid of people. When the little Taoist boy saw the look in his eyes, he finally felt a little afraid. He stretched out his hand, but couldn't say anything. He only said, you a few times in a trembling voice, and then hurriedly walked to the side. Li Yunxin then sat down with a normal expression. At this time, Shirkuizi only looked at him and didn't say anything. The wild Taoist boy beside him also didn't say anything. Although he had only cultivated some minor techniques, he could more or less feel some spiritual power. So, they all felt the real murderous aura from Li Yunxin. It was also at this time that they realized that this little Taoist boy, who looked different from the others, might not just be a Taoist boy. Li Yunxin thought about it and smiled at Shirkuizi. All right, let's say it. In fact, I'm not Hunyuanzi's Taoist boy. I originally planned to stay in the city of Wei for a few more days, but it seems that I can't stay for a few days. But I have a good impression of Lao Dao. So I'm more afraid that after I leave, someone will cause trouble for Lao Dao. For example, that Xian Qingzi, I touched him once outside the building, and just now I touched him again. In fact, I did it on purpose. I purposely wanted him to go against me, so that it would be convenient for me to do something later. But in this way, he will hate Lao Dao. Then, for the sake of Lao Dao's future, I probably have to kill him. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. To deal with these people, I have to beat them until they are convinced. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles in the future. Hearing his words, the others were even more dumbfounded. Shirkuizi was a woman, so her psychological endurance was probably slightly stronger. After being dumbfounded, she slowly thought about his words and then frowned. Let's not talk about whether what you said is true or false. But your words don't make sense. You said that you provoked that Xian Chengzi to make things convenient for yourself. Shirkuizi frowned and slowly organized her words. Then, you were unreasonable first. But now that you've used him, you said that you were afraid that he would not stop pestering you. So you wanted to kill him. Your reason. Are you bullying me? Li Yunxin suddenly laughed. Haha, you are after all the woman that my teacher likes. You have good values, and I also like you very much. That's right. I'm bullying people. But he has no choice. In the future, you have to remember one thing. Don't reason with evil people. Unless the environment you are in can support you to reason with evil people. A good person will not want to kill me because of such a small matter. So he is not a good person. Then his death is not to be regretted. Shirkuizi finally couldn't help saying, Didn't you want to kill him because of these things? Li Yunxin smiled and winked at her. So, I'm also not a good person. But since you are the woman that my teacher likes, I will give them a chance for your sake. If they don't court death later, then they won't die, all right. Chapter 82. As he said this, he was standing by the window with the wind and rain behind him. The candlelight in Xianghua restaurant was dim. His sleeves were fluttering in the wind. A flash of lightning suddenly flashed in the sky. His entire person was black and white like the background. At this moment, Shirkuizi suddenly felt that Li Yunxin did not look like a human. He looked more like a demon. It was also because of this bolt of lightning and the words he had just said, I'll kill you when I'm done. Shirkuizi suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Sitting by the window and feeling the wind made her cold, but this cold came from her bones. Explaining these words to them now, was he going to make use of them too? He wouldn't even let a young man go. But this thought only appeared for a moment before it was interrupted by Ling Kongzi's voice. Ah, this is a treasure of the secular world. Oh, not bad. Ling Kongzi looked at the painting for a while and then sat up straight. Once she stood up, the others didn't dare to look anymore. Although they only saw a little bit and didn't understand the true meaning, they could only leave. The steward beside, Pei Juezi, pulled the master to sit next to Ling Kongzi, and the others took their seats. When everyone was seated, Lu Laodao found his seat. He looked a little uneasy and even reached out to wipe the sweat off his forehead. His seat was at the end, which was reasonable. However, what made him feel very uncomfortable was that he was being stared at by almost everyone. Xian Qingzi stared at him, of course. The others also cast a few glances at him. Not to mention those wild Taoists by the window. They all had different expressions. When a master sat down, the servant walked over and served him. The little Taoist boy ran to Xian Qingzi's side and whispered something. He looked a little hesitant. No matter how arrogant he was still a young man and was easily influenced. At this moment, he was a little worried about Li Yunxin's harsh words. But when Xian Qingzi heard this, his originally gloomy face suddenly broke into a faint smile. He glanced in the direction of Li Yunxin, then turned away from Lu Laodao and started chatting cheerfully with the prefectural magistrate sitting next to him. Li Yunxin understood that this was because in the eyes of the artistic conception great painter, she and Lu Daoist were already dead. It wasn't worth any more attention. The storm was still raging. No one knew what was wrong with Pei Juzi today, but someone had to liven up the atmosphere. Xian Qingzi had something on his mind, and his status was high enough. It was appropriate for his status to be in between the Taoist and the secular world, so he was duty-bound. He cleared his throat and said, "I've also admired this fisherman fishing old man painting. It's an eye-opener for us. Fairy Ling Kong comes from an immortal sect, so her vision is naturally higher than us mortals. To be able to receive the word 'not bad' from the fairy's mouth is already a blessing of 3 lifetimes." The others clapped their hands in agreement. Ling Kongzi's face was expressionless. He only nodded slightly, but this kind of attitude made everyone feel relaxed and happy. The scene gradually became lively. Someone else suggested composing a poem to record this event, and others agreed. The officials were all scholars and naturally loved this kind of thing. They were interested and said they wanted to write. Ling Kongzi watched them play for a while and then looked at Li Yunxin. He found that he was talking to Lu Laodao about something. The expression on the old man's face changed. It was impossible to tell what he was feeling. After the officials recorded a few poems, Ling Kongzi said, "The storm is a bit strong." Everyone was staring at the fairy's expression from beginning to end. Hearing her speak again, they hurriedly said, "Yes, the storm is a bit strong. We should have a banquet and drink some wine to warm our bodies. Fairy Ling Kong is a cultivator. Do you drink wine? There's no need for a banquet. I don't like those." As Ling Kongzi said that, he glanced at the cultivators by the window. Then he said, "You guys are also suffering from the cold. Take a rest." Saying so, he raised his hand and pressed it down. Just as everyone was about to carefully understand what Ling Kongzi meant by take a rest, they suddenly found that the entire world had become silent. Their ears were filled with the sound of wind and rain, and their bodies were buffeted by the moist wind. After Ling Kongzi finished speaking these words, the sound of wind and rain suddenly vanished. The wind also disappeared. The storm outside was still pouring, but no matter what, it couldn't enter the hall. After a moment of surprise, the hall was filled with praises. Most of these praises were sincere. The wild cultivators didn't think that Fairy Ling Kong would care about their feelings and used her thaumaturgy to stop the wind and rain. She was truly merciful. But only Li Yunxin let out a soft cry of surprise. When Xian Qingzi mentioned the banquet, Ling Kongzi subconsciously glanced at the window. Li Yunxin felt that if his previous experience wasn't wrong, this was a related reaction. Because of the banquet, she looked at the window. There were 2 things by the window. One was a person, and the other was a fruit in front of the person. Li Yunxin couldn't clearly see the expression on Ling Kongzi's face, but he could see her neck. Her real face should be extremely fair, because the skin on her neck was white and delicate, without a single wrinkle or spot. Just now, the 2 sides of her smooth, snow-white neck slightly tightened. It was an extremely imperceptible, swallowing movement. But just after that movement, it was forcefully suppressed. This might be Li Yunxin's illusion. But the tone of her voice after that was slightly lower, and she made a gesture to suppress it. When these three things were combined, it was very obvious that this Ling Kongzi was subconsciously suppressing her strong desire. And she stopped the wind and rain just to explain her looking at the window action. She didn't need to show off like a secular person. If she really wanted to, why did she wait until now to pay attention to those cultivators who were suffering from the wind and cold? This Ling Kongzi, she lied. It wasn't that she didn't like the banquet, but she couldn't for some reason. Her performance was extraordinary, and she was definitely a cultivator different from mortals, but she actually told a small lie about this issue. So her image in Li Yunxin's mind became clearer. The wind in the hall disappeared, and Ling Kongzi said again, "Today, I came to the Baowa gathering for another matter." At this point, she straightened her upper body and glanced at the people in the hall. "I want to go through the tribulation of killing." As soon as she said this, everyone's reaction was interesting. But at the same time, it also made Li Yunxin a little shocked. Except for Pei Juezi and Lu Laodao, the expressions of the other 9 people changed slightly, and their emotions were extremely complicated. With just a glance, he realized the people in the upper class of the city of Wei all knew. They all knew that the swordsmen of the Lingshu sword sect kidnapped people, killed people, and went through the tribulation. Chapter 83. For a moment, they were afraid that Ling Kongzi was going to kill them to pass the heavenly tribulation. But then they realized that it was not possible, and they were worried that Ling Kongzi wanted them to find someone for her. That would be troublesome. Ling Kongzi also saw their expressions. At this moment, she finally smiled and said, "Are you afraid that I will kill someone? I won't." She ignored their shocked expressions and said, "Passing the heavenly tribulation by killing people is a stupid thing to do. After all, it's not that you have cut off the desire in your heart, but that you have to rely on external forces to solve the problem. Maybe you can reach the transcendent state that way, but if you want to go further, you will not be able to fool yourself. Some people feel tired of killing and don't want to kill anymore. That is the heavenly tribulation. But the real heavenly tribulation is not because you are tired of killing, but because you have let go of it. You're tired of it, and you don't want to touch it even if you want to. In essence, you care about it. And if you let go of it, you don't care about it. If you want to pick it up, you can pick it up. If you pick it up, you can put it down again. Then you have passed the heavenly tribulation. Unfortunately, among all the heavenly tribulations, the heavenly tribulation is the hardest to pass. I have studied the treasure scroll in my sect, but I was still lacking a little bit of understanding. Just this little bit of understanding made me unable to pass the heavenly tribulation for 3 years. Fellow Taoists in the city of Wei may not be as good as you want in terms of cultivation, but the things you have experienced and the feelings you have experienced must be unique. Today, there are a total of 36 painters here, with different levels of cultivation. But no matter how high or low, I want you to paint one for me. If one of them helps me, I will teach you a Qi refinement mantra of the Langya Cave as a token of appreciation. There was silence at first, and then there was an uproar. This was a heavenly blessing. What Taoist Ling Kong meant was that she did not care whether it was a treasure scroll, a rare scroll, a famous scroll, or a masterpiece, or just a painting with a little bit of spiritual qi in it. What she wanted was just a little bit of understanding. Indeed, every single person present had a chance. In front of such a blessing, the 4 painters of artistic conception couldn't hold back anymore. Dignity and modesty were always used at the right time. If he was still reserved at this time, he would be a true idiot. Xian Qingzi coughed and said, "Fairy Ling Kong's great blessing is really, I've really received your kindness. The bearing of an immortal. I, Xian Qingzi, have lived for so long, and today I have witnessed the bearing and mercy of an immortal." When he said this, everyone nodded in agreement. Since Fairy Ling Kong is like this, we must not let her down. He restrained his expression and said solemnly, "Everyone here is a fellow Taoist. We are all aware of each other's realms. On this banquet, there are 5 painters of artistic conception from the city of Wei, including Lao Dao. Although the rest of you have not reached the state, you are all the masters of a monastery. You all have some skills. These fellow Taoists have indeed put in a lot of effort to create a masterpiece. Even if he didn't, you don't have to be too harsh on him. After all, he has been busy with worldly affairs all year round, and tonight is a stormy night. It's understandable that he didn't have enough strength. These words were well said, and the wild Taoists all nodded. Those at the peak of artistic conception could create a masterpiece, but how many people could do it? The 4 painters of artistic conception could only create 2 or 3 paintings in their lives, and they were already famous in the city of Wei. As for these wild Taoists, many of them couldn't even get close to a masterpiece. After all, they relied on incense money and the money from selling paintings to make a living, just like Lu Lao Dao in the past. After saying this, several people at the banquet praised Xian Qingzi for being fair. Then he changed the topic. As for the 5 of us, I'm not afraid that you will laugh at us, but we have been famous in the city of Wei for a long time. Everyone here who hasn't heard of the 5 painters of artistic conception in the city of Wei, to be able to attend this banquet today is the result of our fellow Taoist appreciation. The people at the banquet smiled and nodded with different expressions. The wild Taoists were slightly silent. Then, the 5 of us must work hard. Fairy Ling Kong has comprehended the treasure scroll, so we can't do it. As for the famous scroll, it depends on fate. But if the 5 of us can't make a masterpiece, Fairy, even if you don't blame us, we won't let it go easily. The prefectural magistrate and the prefectural magistrate are also here today. Today's Bao Hua gathering and Fairy Dongtian's blessing will be a big event that will be recorded in the prefectural history. Such a big event. Who dares not to do their best? Even I won't let him go. Since the beginning of the banquet, the prefectural magistrate of the city of Wei, who had been serious in speech and manner, finally spoke. The highest official in the city of Wei, who had administrative, military, and judicial powers in one body, spoke. Xian Qingzi nodded and finished the banquet with satisfaction. The little Taoist boy beside him glanced at Li Yunxin. Even the slowest person would know what was going to happen. Sure, Queasy didn't know what she was feeling at the moment. She thought, was it really like this? That kid was right. But she wasn't sure whether she should worry about Lu Lao Dao or others. She saw Li Yunxin whispering to Lao Dao. She didn't know what they said. But Lu Lao Dao didn't panic. At least he didn't look panicked. Instead, Li Yunxin turned his head and smiled at her helplessly. Sure, Queasy understood what he meant. Look, they're starting to court death. But she didn't know how Li Yunxin could do it. Xian Qingzi and the others at the banquet were all on good terms. They laid the groundwork bit by bit, forcing Lao Dao and him into a corner. Maybe the 2 of them could make a masterpiece and escape this disaster. But kill them? She couldn't think of how Li Yunxin would do it, how to turn the situation around bit by bit and achieve that point. After the prefectural magistrate spoke, the atmosphere in the hall became a little somber. Xian Qingzi said again, serve the brush and ink. But when painters painted, they all had their own tools, so it wasn't good to change tools randomly. Because when one thing was used for a long time, it would become handy, and it would be easier to inject spiritual aura into it. The wild Taoists came to the banquet, but in fact, not many of them would think of such a thing, so not many of them brought their painting tools. As for Lu Lao Dao, he couldn't paint out of thin air, and he knew that his brother Xian was by his side, so he wouldn't bring his painting tools. In the end, most of the painters in the secular world treated painting as a way to make a living, and the painting Taoists treated it as a way to cultivate and save their lives. Therefore, like the Taoists and the swordsmen, their painting tools were always with them like magic tools. After all, the 4 painters of artistic conception had cultivated to the artistic conception level, so they could be regarded as the top figures in the secular world. They also had servants by their side, so the painting tools were handed over to the servants. When he gave the order, the servants would serve the tools to their masters. As for the wild Taoists, the servants of Qianghua building walked to the front, took the fruit platter, and served them the brush and ink prepared by the building. In such a place, there would often be people who wanted to write poems when they were half drunk. Therefore, it was necessary to always have brush and ink. Xianqingzi saw that the table in front of Lu Laodao was still empty, so he asked in surprise, "Fellow Taoist Han Yuanzi, why didn't you prepare it?" Chapter 84. Lu Laodao stammered for a while, then said, Lao Dao, I injured my hand the day before yesterday. Xianqingzi and everyone else cast their gazes on Lu Laodao's hands. Although those hands were not good-looking, nor could they be considered delicate, they were whole, without a single wound. Xianqingzi laughed and said, "Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. How does this look like an injured hand?" "Master, it's an internal injury." Li Yunxin knelt beside Lu Laodao and said sadly, "Previously, my master encountered a dog on the street. That dog barked at my master. My master ignored him, but that dog still barked. My master rewarded him with a slap, and in the end his hand was injured." He then looked at Ling Kongzi. This is truly a sad story. His tone and mannerisms were serious, but they were also a little jumpy. Xianqingzi's expression turned cold, and he was about to flare up. However, Ling Kongzi laughed softly. "Fine. Interesting. Then don't do it for him." Hearing Ling Kongzi say this, the eyes of everyone at the banquet dimmed. But when they heard her next words, their eyes lit up again. Ling Kongzi pointed at Li Yunxin. "You do the killing intent. If you do, I'll agree to one of your requests. If you can't, I'll make things difficult for you." Li Yunxin blinked, appearing very troubled. This kind of rare scroll is very difficult. Xianqingzi hurriedly straightened his face and coughed. No, he was going to laugh. He was laughing at this kid. He was used to being naughty and mischievous in the marketplace, and he followed that Lu Laodao, so he had not seen the world. How could he smile mischievously and roll on the ground and act obedient in this kind of situation? What kind of expert was Fairy Ling Kong? Seeing how he had no respect for his elders, and how he did not care about his status and etiquette at the banquet, how could she not be angry? Right now, it was obvious. He, a rare scroll, he himself, Xianqingzi, might not be able to create a rare scroll in his lifetime, and that Lu Laodao was even less capable, much less a little Taoist boy like him. He leaned forward slightly and said to the prefectural magistrate, "The fairy is angry." Yes, the prefectural magistrate frowned. He glanced at Lu Laodao and Li Yunxin. "You old thing, you wanted to vent your anger, but you ended up angering that expert. Be careful not to take it out on him." Xianqingzi smiled. "I know what I'm doing, but we can't let these two walk out of this building unscathed. That Lao Dao usually uses our name to swindle people. Seeing that he's just a poor man, try to make a living, I don't care about it. Today, this brat really doesn't know life from death. If I don't get rid of this kid, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. When he grows up, he will definitely be a disaster." The magistrate waved his hand dismissively. "It's been more than 10 years, but you're still so impatient." "But if that's the case, why did he come to this banquet?" Xianqingzi smiled disdainfully. "Previously, I also thought of this, so I didn't bother with him. I'm afraid he has a secret background that we never knew about. Today, seeing him like this, seeing that Pei Ju Zi again, do you not understand? It's a pity that the first grandson of the nation's master, Dao Mei Zi, is like this. Look at him now at that banquet. His face is a fool. I heard that he only has female charms. Last night, at Gathering Guild, that Miss Hu Xin, Miss Hu Xin is him. Isn't that so? She spent the night with him, and then she suddenly died. This Pei Ju Zi. One look, and we know he's a good-for-nothing. He must have heard some common folk joke about the 5 concepts and treated it as the truth. Really, AI." Hearing his words, the prefectural magistrate glared, his heart pained. He muttered, "AI, it's my fault. I wanted to take the Hu Xin long ago. AI." The two of them whispered to each other, then looked at Ling Kongzi, only to find that the fairy was looking at Li Yunxin and didn't make a sound. They could see her face, but they couldn't see her face clearly, They all thought that it was an immortal's method to cover her face. Thus, they thought that this immortal was truly angry and was about to send down lightning. On this side, the fairy indicated that she wanted the little Taoist boy to paint on behalf of her master. So someone also brought up brush and ink. Normal brush and ink, normal paper. Even if the 4 concept painters used these tools, their works would be discounted, let alone this Taoist boy. Xian Qingzi's heart was clear, and he felt comfortable all over. After the Taoist boy put a paperweight on him, he cupped his hands towards Ling Kongzi. Fairy Lao Dao, I heard the murderous sound of the wind and rain just now, and I actually heard a bit of murderous intent. A few days ago, I saw General Pei's formation breaking diagram, and now I have some understanding. Lao Dao, I will paint a painting for you, the murderous night rain painting. Ling Kongzi didn't say anything, and only nodded slightly. Xian Qingzi said so much, and it had already attracted everyone's attention. Although the wild Taoists sympathized with Lu Lao Dao and didn't like Xian Qingzi's way of doing things, they knew that he had real skills. Watching a concept painter paint would also benefit a lot, so they all held their breath and looked at him. They saw that Xian Qingzi first dipped a large brush into the thick ink, and with a smack, he threw it on the paper. A big ball of ink was thrown out. This move shocked everyone. What was he doing? They saw him smile unhurriedly, and then he took out another brush, dipped it in the clear water, and in that ball of thick ink, the brush moved like dragons and snakes, wildly dancing in the air. Then he raised his hand and threw the brush to the ground, stood up, took a deep breath, and blew at that ball of ink. He raised his hand and lifted the painting from the mat. At this time, when people saw this painting again, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The ball of thick ink he had splashed on earlier, because of the water halo, had already become thick and well-proportioned. It had turned into a ball of rolling rain clouds. And in this ball of rain clouds, there were 2 ink dragons entangled and fighting, and only a few claws and scales were revealed. This painting could be drawn by ordinary people, but to use this kind of painting technique, it was really at the level of a master. What a good murderous night rain painting. Another master painter cheered on the spot. This sentence, indeed, wasn't flattery, but because once this painting was completed, people with a little bit of skill could see. This was a famous painting. The 2 dragons fought in that rain cloud, although the head and tail couldn't be seen, but they could feel the murderous intent in this painting. This Xian Qingzi actually made the 3rd famous painting in his life tonight. Even Lu Laodao's expression changed. Although they were opponents, he also had the heart of painting Dao. How good would it be if he could also make this painting? Li Yinxin looked at Xian Qingzi's heroic appearance with a grin and hurriedly clapped his hands. Great! At this time, Xian Qingzi handed the painting to the servant to take, and with a face full of self-satisfaction and pride, he turned to him. Little Taoist boy, you boasted to me before. Now, with Fairy Ling Kong on top, it's time for you to make a move and let us see, right? Li Yinxin smiled. I know there are some carefree times in life, but they are very rare. For example, now, you had an orgasm in front of the fairy, and now the aftertaste hasn't ended. It's very comfortable. I originally wanted to let you be happy for a while longer. Then, you can't wait to court death. Okay, I'll do it too. I'll do one, perverted eating painting. Chapter 85. When he said the name, everyone was puzzled. They might not know the word pervert very well, but they knew the word eat. But how could it be used here? For example, hunting in Autumn Mountain was not called hunting in Autumn Mountain. King enjoying himself was not called king playing. The word eating was really vulgar to be used here. Even those unruly Taoists frowned. This little Taoist boy was so confident earlier. Even if he could not create a rare scroll and escape the punishment, he should not embarrass Hunyuanzi Lao Dao. At this moment, Xian Qingzi became more relaxed and magnanimous. Oh, then let us see your... As he spoke, he turned to look at the people in the audience and smiled. Pervert eating while eating? Everyone burst into laughter. Lao Dao moved away from the table and said in a low voice, "Brother, excellent." Li Yunxin smiled. "What's there to be afraid of?" Then, under everyone's mocking gaze, he knelt in front of the table and spread out the rice paper. He spread out the paper and chose a small weasel brush from the brush holder. Then, he looked at the paint on the table and frowned slightly. Where are the rouge and vine yellow colors?" Xian Chengzi smiled and said, "Why don't you make an ink painting? It will save some effort." Li Yunxin spread out his hands and said sincerely, "To be honest, what I want to draw is not colored. You don't know what it is." Hearing what he said, some people were worried while others were happy. A brilliant painter could draw vivid and lifelike even if he used ink like Xian Chengzi did just now. He would definitely not know what it is. Hearing what he said, he was more like a child who had just learned to draw. Only Lu Lao Dao was slightly relieved, because he realized that Brother Xian, he was playing again. He had seen Brother Xian's painting of Crown Prince Jia, one who had achieved great success. That painting skill was definitely not inferior to Xian Chengzi's. Brother Xian was good in every way. He just liked to tease people. As he teased and teased, he died from the teasing. Amidst the laughter, a manservant gave him 2 different looks. Li Yunxin dipped the brush into the ink and drew an oval plate on the paper. He hooked a piece of what appeared to be meat on the plate. Then, next to the piece of meat, he added a cauliflower, 2 beans, and a few fruits. At this point, no one was talking or laughing. She was shocked by him. The thing he drew. On such an occasion, did he think he was a child learning how to draw? How dare he do this in front of Fairy Ling Kong? Everyone was shocked to the point no one noticed that Ling Kongzi, who sat at the head, had imperceptibly straightened his back. She widened her eyes slightly and looked at the thing that Li Yunxin had drawn. She looked at him, looked at that thing, and looked at him again. It was a rare loss of composure. Under such a gaze, Li Yunxin added another knife to the left of the plate. On the right, he added a fork, and at this time, his expression also gradually became solemn. No longer relaxed, mischievous, and cynical, it became somewhat gloomy. Finished with these outlines, he stopped his brush. He placed the brush on the brush holder and picked up a white cloud. He used rouge and gamboge to adjust the color of the meat and colored the piece on the plate. It was really a piece of meat. Then, he painted other colors in turn: green cauliflower, beans, and a few red fruits. Then, he used a bright dawn red color to glow the broth. Finally, he put down his brush and slightly closed his eyes for a while before opening them again and laughing. "Good. Pervert, a painting of eating." After a brief silence, Xian Chengzi laughed in extreme anger and said softly, "This is the painting that you want to offer to Fairy Ling Kong?" "Yes. Fairy Ling Kong wants to transcend the killing tribulation and seek killing intent." "And you made this killing intent?" "Yes." "Hee. You have a lot of guts." Xian Chengzi glared at him, reaching out to tear this painting to pieces. "From this painting, I don't sense a shred of killing intent. Who among you can?" When the time came, this great painter would be truly enraged. He only thought that in the past, Li Yunxin was extremely naughty and mischievous, but he didn't expect that looking at it now, besides naughty and mischievous, there was also stupidity. At this time, he actually used this method to throw a tantrum. He really, wholeheartedly sought death. No one said anything. Indeed, no one could. Even the highest concept cultivation couldn't sense a shred of killing intent from this painting. As for this painting, rather than saying it was a painting, it really might as well be called a graffiti. In this silence, he saw Ling Kongzi walk over. If people's eyes weren't mistaken, right now, he saw that Fairy Ling Kong's fingertips that stretched towards the table, attempting to pick up that painting, were faintly trembling. She picked up this painting and held it in her hands, carefully looking at it for a good while. Then, like Li Yunxin, she closed her eyes and opened them again. Xian Chengzi knew that this time, the fairy was also extremely angry. He was even more afraid that the fairy would be so angry that she would forget what she had just said. So he sneered and said, Fairy above. Fairy, please understand. This painting, is it a rare scroll? Ling Kongzi was silent for a while, then looked at him with a strange gaze, then looked at Li Yunxin. It's not a rare scroll. A hint of a smile appeared on Xian Chengzi's lips. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a sentence that made him suspect that he was in a dream. It's a rare scroll. When they heard these words, when no one was able to figure out exactly what it meant, Ling Kongzi had already lightly shook the painting of a freak eating. There was a buzzing sound. Ling Kongzi's clothes, which didn't have the slightest ripple even in the howling wind and rain, actually seemed as if they were blown by a violent gale, and they clattered tightly to his body. It was tangible, violent killing intent. In an instant, it swept through the entire hall. It was precisely this tremble that besides Li Yunxin and Ling Kongzi, everyone else was shocked by the killing intent to the point of falling to the ground, and they felt that all the feelings of terror, darkness, hatred, and brutality in the world had charged into their minds like a tidal wave at that moment, causing them to almost lose their minds and fall unconscious on the spot. At this time, Ling Kongzi seemed to be muttering to himself, "With your realm, of course you can't understand the killing intent here. If you really did, you would also die on the spot. My killing tribulation, it has already passed." Then she placed this precious painting on the table again and knelt in front of Li Yunxin. She looked at the clear and bright eyes of this youth and asked softly, "You must have also passed the killing tribulation. That's why you made such a rare scroll. How did you pass the killing tribulation?" Li Yunxin smiled faintly. "Personal privacy, no comment. I know, using a painting to carry the Tao. But why did you clearly draw food? But why did you give birth to killing intent? That's also personal." Ling Kongzi was silent for a while. Then he asked again, "That person, is he still in this world?" Li Yunxin tilted his head and thought for a while. Who is he? Ling Kongzi's voice reached his ears, and he knew that only he could hear it, the art saint. He sighed and said sincerely, "I don't know." Ling Kongzi frowned slightly, but clearly in this world, there can't be a second person who can draw like him. Li Yunxin thought again and smiled. "Let's not talk about this first. Do you think I'm more interesting now?" Ling Kongzi was slightly stunned, and then answered, "Yes." "Then do me a favor. I will tell you more interesting things." Li Yunxin stood up and looked at Pei Ju Zi, whose eyes were rolling around. "There's a ghost in this room." Chapter 86. Li Yunxin's words were full of lies and lies. Therefore, when he said, "There's a ghost in this house," no one was surprised by the fact that there was a ghost, because Li Yunxin himself was enough to subvert all their knowledge. Isn't he? Shirquizi was overwhelmed by the murderous aura just now. At this moment, she was leaning against the railing of the building. Her head was still buzzing, as if she had really experienced a life and death crisis. Isn't he just a teenager? This was probably the question that everyone wanted to ask, including Lu Laodao. He knew that Brother Xian's background was mysterious and unfathomable. But he was still a teenager, although many people would think that he was 18 or 19 years old when they saw his figure. But Lu Laodao knew that Li Yunxin's real age was, in 3 months, he would be 15 years old. It could be said that he was gifted. Li Yunxin was indeed worthy of this evaluation. Therefore, under the guidance of a master, his cultivation progress was rapid. It could also be said that he came from a rich and powerful sect and had seen a lot of things. Therefore, he developed a calm temperament. Furthermore, because of his extraordinary intelligence, everything was under his careful planning and strategizing. But these things couldn't make up for the flaw brought by his age, his lack of experience. And the thing corresponding to this experience was tribulation. A young man had heard a lot of tricks about the ways of the world and understood a lot of things and the key points and all kinds of things. But there were a lot of things that he hadn't experienced personally, so he couldn't understand them. Without this understanding, the tribulation wouldn't come. It was like a teenager read a lot of books and understood a lot of that thing between adult men and women. He even saw someone demonstrate it for him. But no matter how much he understood, he didn't experience it himself. He didn't know what that feeling was. He didn't know what this feeling was. Even if one day someone gave him such a precious scroll and asked him to immerse himself in it, he would probably have to go through divine tribulation, but it would be a fake divine tribulation like Huai Nanzi and Pun Nanzi. But now, he had created the treasure scroll. That kind of violent and terrifying killing intent had already exceeded the limits of what anyone present could endure and understand. No one could imagine what exactly had Li Yunxin experienced in the short span of a dozen or so years that he was able to overcome the killing calamity. Moreover, he had such a deep understanding of killing intent. Furthermore, what they found even more unbelievable was a treasure scroll in this secular world. There was no such thing as a treasure scroll. Even in heavenly caves and sects, treasure scrolls were rare treasures. Above the treasure scrolls were spiritual maps, but there were only a few spiritual maps that had been passed down. Moreover, it was such a treasured scroll that was brimming with killing intent. Either that, or Li Yunxin had experienced a rather long life filled with slaughter and blood, or he had reached the peak of the transcendent state and was able to create a treasure scroll. According to Ling Kongzi's experience, she could think of the latter point. But for Lu Laodao, Shi Kuizi, Xian Chengzi, and those unruly Taoists, neither point was something they could think of or accept. Thus, at this moment, the astonishment in Xian Chengzi's heart had already far surpassed his terror. It was to the extent that he just sat on the ground and stared fixedly at Li Yunxin, unable to say a single word as he looked at her and Ling Kongzi, sitting and answering each other. What was the identity of this young man? How could he speak like that to the head disciple of Lang, ye heavenly cave? At this moment, when he looked at Li Yunxin again, his mind was almost completely taken away by what had just happened. He only felt that every word, every action, and every look of his had a deep meaning. He even felt that he had seen something. Devil Chi, Purple Chi, or whatever it was surrounding him. This Xian Xingzi, because he knew a lot and had a deep understanding, was finally shocked to the extreme by what had just happened. He had lost his mind. On the contrary, the little Taoist boy beside him only knew a little about these things. He only knew that the seemingly ordinary young man had done something earth-shattering, and he was not nearly shocked to death like Xian Xingzi. He got up stealthily and slowly crawled through the crowd with his hands and feet, planning to slip down the stairs. But when he was about to reach the stairs, he heard Li Yunxin say, "Hey, the one over there, the one from Yu Clan, don't go. You want to run after showing off? You really know how to F***king play with excitement." The little Taoist boy's body slightly stiffened, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and slowly turned his head to look. As expected, Li Yunxin was looking at him. He saw Li Yunxin waving his hand at him. "You come." At this moment, almost no one spoke for him. This little Taoist boy had seen the world, and he knew that it was best to be obedient at this time, not to make people more irritated, so he walked over without saying a word. His heart slightly moved, and he pretended to be neither servile nor overbearing. His eyes were slightly lowered, but it did not look like he was going to lower his head and admit his guilt. Unfortunately, Li Yunxin did not care about his expression. He was pretending to be blind. But he heard that Ling Kongzi was talking to Li Yunxin at this moment. The latter was distracted when talking to this fairy and stopped him. "I said I promised you one thing. Is that all you want?" Ling Kongzi looked at him seriously and did not look at Pei Juzi. "Catching ghosts? What else could it be? Do you know why I came to the city of Wei?" Ling Kongzi looked into Li Yunxin's eyes. "If I'm right, it's meaningless. If I'm wrong, I might be cheated, so I'm not going to say it." Ling Kongzi sighed. "You don't have to be like this. You have a treasure in your hand. I came for that treasure. I couldn't find you at first, but I knew that 3 cultivators had died, so I followed them all the way here, and then I found another surprise. You have to know, I originally wanted to take you back to the mountain, But I said before that I promised to do one thing for you, and I will definitely keep my promise. This is also a part of my cultivation. So now your request, is it really to catch the Ghost King? Also, why don't you try to escape? Li Yunxin was originally sitting upright, but now, after listening to her words, his whole body suddenly became relaxed, as if he had given up on something. He shook his head and sighed. His voice became helpless and low, as if he had made up his mind, but still felt uncertain and extremely painful. Do you remember what I said to you when we first met? Li Yunxin's eyes seemed to be filled with sorrow and exhaustion, like a martyr who had walked thousands of miles and finally gave up on his ideals. You, Ling Kongzi, sensed Li Yunxin's strangeness. She frowned slightly, not knowing why he suddenly became so depressed. You mean communism? Not only Ling Kongzi felt that he had lost his strength, but other people, as long as they were good at observing people's words and expressions, would also think so. But there was only one person, only Lu Laodao. He recovered from the impact of the killing intent just now, and seeing Li Yunxin like this, his heart skipped a beat. Brother Xianyu, why are you up to mischief again? This is the brilliant disciple of the Lord of the Dongtian. Chapter 87. Yes, communism. Li Yunxin nodded his head. After saying that, he was silent for a while. Ling Kongzi was a cultivator, and a cultivator's observation skills were always sharper than ordinary people's. Therefore, he could see Li Yunxin's chest rising and falling. His breathing rate was normal, but his shoulders were obviously pressing down. He was trying hard to adjust his breathing, and he was trying to suppress some kind of emotion. Then, he raised his head again and waved at the little Taoist boy who was standing obediently beside him. Why? The little Taoist boy was stunned for a while. He looked at Ling Kongzi and then at his master. But Xian Qingzi was in a daze. He kept mumbling something and did not pay attention to him. The little Taoist boy looked at the magistrate again. The magistrate and the officials had lost their dignity just now. At this time, they barely calmed down and straightened themselves behind the table. They were all smart people and naturally knew that the young man was an old acquaintance of Ling Kongzi. Not only was he an old acquaintance, but he was also being chased by her. But at this time, no one would be stupid enough to pick a side. Ling Kongzi came from the Langia Grotto heaven, and in the eyes of the ordinary people, she was indeed very high. But that young man could actually talk to her like this. How could he be a simple person? It seemed that they could not afford to offend either of them. If it was possible, they wanted to run away. So at this time, the magistrate closed his eyes slightly and ignored him. Seeing the situation, the little Taoist boy carefully walked a few steps away, took a pot of wine from the table in front of the wild Taoist by the window, and handed it to Li Yunxin with both hands. Li Yunxin took the wine pot, lifted it up high, and poured it into his mouth. When a line of wine entered his throat, he put the pot on the table and looked at Ling Kongzi. You're a cultivator. You seek the great Tao, seek longevity, and now you have reached the transcendent state. Why? Ling Kongzi didn't even give it a thought before answering. Cultivating the Tao and cultivating to immortality is a great fortune that people yearn for but are unable to obtain. What do you mean by why? Li Yunxin smiled and waved his hand. If I were to guess, you left the Langia Grotto heaven and came to this world and saw many things. Every time he saw something, he found it more interesting. You will slowly discover that there are still so many interesting things and interesting people in this world. But another thought in your heart is telling you that these things are just fleeting clouds, and only the path of immortality is fundamental. Now, these two thoughts are slowly fighting fiercely in your heart. You are gradually feeling the pain, aren't you? After listening to his words, Ling Kongzi pondered for a moment. Although I don't know why you're saying this, no. I've long known that the greater thousand worlds are more interesting than the lesser thousand worlds, but this thought doesn't make me feel any pain. This is the scariest thing. Li Yunxin sighed. The thought is in your mind, but you don't face it. It's not even that you force yourself not to look at it. It's that another consciousness in your heart doesn't want you to look at it. I used to be just like you. Since you're looking for the treasure, you should know that I have lived in seclusion since I was a child, so I've seen many things and many demons. After seeing them, I know that there are good and bad, and I also know that it is natural for demons to exist in this world. Demons harm people because they don't have a sense of right and wrong. Just like humans harm chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs, to them we are also demons. Some great demons have many devotees and will only grow stronger. Therefore, I thought that if one day these great fiendish demons reach an unimaginable level of strength, to the point where no cultivator in the world can stop them, what should we do? So I thought, why should humans and demons be enemies? Why can't we educate them, accept them, and let them become a part of us? We are humans, and they're not humans, but they're still humans. When Li Yunxin said this, his expression became more and more serious, as if he was completely immersed in his own world of theory. When the others heard his words, they were all dumbfounded. The things these two were talking about. Compared to them, it was a completely different world, so they could only listen attentively. Your idea is somewhat reasonable, but it is not the right time. Ling Kongzi listened for a while, and couldn't help but refute. There are many things that are one thing to say and another thing to do. Accepting the demons may be like what you said about the great harmony of the world, but it is more likely that they will learn profound Tao, and the demons will gain power. Once this happens, the world will be in danger. In the long run, it is better to suppress them when they are weak. When Lu Laodao heard Ling Kongzi's words, he finally couldn't help but sigh. He didn't stay by Li Yunxin's side for a long time, but Li Yunxin rarely hid anything from him, and even intentionally taught him about this study of heart. So Lu Laodao knew that this fairy Ling Kong was gradually jumping into a very simple trap. When Brother Xian spoke, his expression and attitude were very sincere, and it was very easy for people to believe him. Then there would be some flaws in his speech. The people listening to him might not care much about his point of view. But even so, when they heard the obvious flaws, they couldn't help but try to correct and refute. This was like a piece of cotton cloth placed by the water. If it didn't touch the water, it would always be dry. But even if a corner of it was wet, it was hard to say how much water would be absorbed. She only needed to listen to a point of view, and maybe she could always look at it objectively and rationally. However, once she couldn't help but refute, she would have to think deeply. According to Brother Xian's words, this was the first step of self-hypnosis. Fairy Ling Kong fell into the water. He believed that Brother Xian must have a lot of tricks, such as his understanding of this Ling Kongzi. But Lao Dao felt that he didn't disappoint Brother Xian's teaching by being able to see this level. At this time, Lao Dao had become the third calmest person in this building. He wanted to see what Brother Xian was going to do. So, it's still the same question. Hearing her words, Li Yunxin didn't get angry. Instead, there was a sad smile on his face. In the first place, he was a rare handsome man, and Ling Kongzi felt that he was rather interesting. At this moment, seeing him smiling so sadly, and thinking of his previous confident look, she suddenly felt a bit of sorrow and pity for him. Why do you want to cultivate? Cultivation runs through your life for years, decades. If one day you find out that it's just a bubble, that cultivation won't lead to immortality and immortality, what will you do? It's like I've spent so many years thinking about this world where humans and demons coexist in harmony. But in the end, I found out, it's just like what you said, my previous thinking was stupid and inappropriate. He threw away the empty wine pot and sighed. I boast that I'm smarter than others, but I've always neglected a problem. For a change, the old aristocratic class is the biggest obstacle. And my previous mistake was that I wanted to initiate a top-down reform. But now I realize that if we don't clean up those rotten and backward big demons, they won't walk into the garbage dump of history. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.